At the political level the answer stares one in the face. Koskai was the theorist of the democratic revolution that occurred in Central Europe at the end of the war. If the German and Austro-Hungarian upheavals of October-November 1918 were not his work, they were in complete accord with everything he had taught, and even more so with everything he had said in private. Germany and Austria, no less than Tsarist Russia, had to pass through revolution before social democracy could come to power. Point 1 That this initial task devolved upon the working class was due to the exhaustion of bourgeois radicalism. In principle, regimes such as Tsarist Russia or the Habsburg Empire simply had no right to exist in the 20th century. On this issue Koskai's doctrinaire intransigence turned out in the end to be simple common sense. It took a certain detachment to pronounce as early as 1901 that there was no hope of further political development until these ancient structures had been cleared away, but then detachment was just what was required in a theorist. The passage in which he set out this opinion is so characteristic of the man that it is worth quoting. Most of our people suffer from the delusion that one can find a solution to every problem, if only one is clever enough. But there are insoluble problems, and the establishment of a viable Austria is one of them. National autonomy would not be a remedy either. It is essential for us in our propaganda and organization, but under the given conditions, and with the present relation of forces, it is not conducive to a solution. In Austria of all places, a gradual approach to some solution or other is unthinkable. The only cure lies in complete collapse. That Austria still exists is to me not proof of its viability, nor yet evidence that we now have the political basis for a slow and peaceful development. All it proves is that bourgeois society is no longer capable of doing away with even the most rotten structures, the Sultan, Tsarism, Austria. True, one does not as yet see when we for our part shall find the strength to demolish these ruins. No doubt we shall need a great deal of patience, we are still far from our aim, but let us have no talk about our needing only an organic step-by-step development and not having to pull anything down by force in order to make headway. Point 2. A passage such as this, and there are others in Koskai's correspondence which display similar incisiveness, though in his public utterances he tended to blunt the sharp edges, discloses both his strength and his weakness as the theorist of a mass movement. At his best he could size up an entire historical situation with a ruthless clarity almost recalling that of Marx. What he lacked was the ability to clothe the doctrinal skeleton with flesh and blood. The public role he assumed was that of a doctrinaire professor of Marxism who taught the socialist movement to rely on the relentless march of history. This was hardly the best preparation for the crises into which the movement drifted from 1914 onward. A skillful tactician like Victor Adler, who held his party together for 30 years by pleasing all factions, had a clearer notion of what was needed to instill confidence into his followers. Yet in the long run Adler's party followed Koskai's prescription to the bitter end. He was less successful in Germany. For reasons which he never quite managed to fathom, German social democracy in the crisis of its fate eluded his direction. This was partly due to the accident of Bebel's death in 1913, which deprived Koskai of his strongest support, just when the outbreak of war in 1914 threw an unparalleled strain upon German socialism. But there were deeper currents against which he struggled in vain. The revisionist controversy at the turn of the century had already taken him by surprise. That Bernstein theoretically a cipher, no one who has understood Marxism can talk such nonsense as Bernstein is now giving out. One should have been able to provoke such an upheaval struck him as incomprehensible. In the end he fell back upon a purely sociological explanation. Revisionism represented a new political current to which Bernstein was giving expression without knowing what he was doing. It was part of an international trend of which Fabianism in England, and reformist socialism in France, were parallel manifestations. The reason was that there were people who were dissatisfied with the existing state of affairs, but who did not want to go very far in the direction of Marxist social democracy. Point 2. As the revisionist controversy was to show, this was too simple an explanation. In the meantime Koskai spent a good deal of effort trying to shore up the system he was defending. The heaviest attack had fallen upon the economics of Marxism, and his defense of this part of the fortress consequently absorbed most of his energy. By way of anticipation, it may be observed that those critics of orthodoxy who more or less dimly perceived the vulnerable side of Marxian economics were not well served in the person of their leading spokesman. If Koskai was not really a theorist of the first rank, Bernstein was no theorist at all, but rather an erudite publicist with a talent for simplifying complex matters sometimes to a dangerous extent. This made it comparatively easy for Koskai to demolish him, without thereby ending a debate which was nourished by a succession of political and economic issues peculiar to Germany. The story is complicated and will be considered in greater detail in the following chapter. Here it is intended only to outline Koskai's share in it. Revisionism began not in 1899 with the publication of Bernstein's Critique of Marxism, but 5 years earlier with a controversy over those sections of the Erfurt program which dealt with farm policy and more generally with the prospects of peasant farming. 1 For reasons which cannot be extensively developed in this space, the agrarian problem was the key issue in German politics between 1890 and 1914, i.e., during the period that saw the growth of social democracy to a mass movement which attracted the support of 1/3 of the electorate. In the 1890s this trend was already sufficiently marked for the question to be raised whether social democracy should continue to represent the sectional interests of labor and the urban consumer, plus such landless farm workers as it might be able to attract, or whether the party would not do better to water down its principles and reach for the support of the millions of peasant smallholders who traditionally supported either the Catholic Center or the Liberal parties. The Conservatives had not as yet broken into the stratum, though some movements on the extreme right were making headway among the peasants. The argument had very little to do with differences over Marxism, but Koskai's successful resistance to various attempts in 1894 and 1895 to modify the program was in part determined by his somewhat pedantic insistence, which he shared with Engels, that peasant farming was a lost cause. 1 By 1899, when the second round of the revisionist controversy was opened by Bernstein on a much wider front, Koskai, in his major work, Die Agrarfrage, had already modified his original position, though not sufficiently to suit either the tactical needs of the leading South German advocates of rapprochement with the peasants or the doctrines of their chief spokesman. 2 Meanwhile the party leadership, which in 1894-5 had been disposed to make concessions to the agrarian viewpoint for purely practical reasons, having now taken fright at revisionist heresies, had veered round and lined up behind Koskai. The resulting confusion is amusingly illustrated by the fact that in the meantime Koskai for his part had come to the conclusion that he had after all been wrong about the inevitable disappearance of the peasantry. But he still refused to follow David and the other revisionists in their insistence that the family farm provided the optimal conditions for agricultural progress. 4. Amidst this welter of fluctuating theoretical and political quarrels, the first round of the revisionist controversy fizzled out, Koskai having demonstrated that at all events socialist theory was still in accordance both with Marx and with the facts. In this he was considerably helped by Marx's own ambiguities on the subject. Since the discussion of agriculture occurs in the unfinished third volume of Capital, different interpretations were possible, practically the only certainty being that Marx regarded capitalist farming, i.e., production for the market, as historically progressive in the short run, though ruinous in the longer perspective. He had even had a kind word for the smallholder, though the future was destined to belong to associated producers. From this no clear tactical prescriptions could be deduced, but in general the orthodox school drew the conclusion that it was hopeless to resist the process of capitalist concentration in agriculture, though its social consequences might be deplored. The political strategy suggested by Koskai's analysis of the farm problem was essentially a long-range one. If the peasantry was gradually being squeezed out, or at least reduced in importance by the spread of larger and more highly capitalized units with which it could not effectively compete, its impoverishment might render it more amenable to socialist propaganda already current among landless agricultural laborers, but in the short run social democracy, though it might try to aid the small farmer where this could be done without prejudice to its free trade platform, could not and should not compete with the agrarian parties in sponsoring quack programs for preserving the family farm. This had been substantially the standpoint of Engels, and in maintaining the orthodox tradition Koskai was able to quote statistics in support of his thesis, though his opponents did the same. The importance of the agrarian issue in German politics before 1914 was such that a controversy on this subject necessarily implied a series of political choices. But from a theoretical viewpoint there is little to be gained in analyzing the motives which induced the radical, or Marxist, majority within the party at the end of the 1890s to adhere to free trade policies. If social democracy wished to represent the interests of the urban consumer, it could not well adopt any other line. Marx had favored free trade because it revolutionized society and sharpened class antagonisms. At bottom this was also the standpoint of Koskai, but it was no longer politic to say such things. Instead, tactical considerations were invoked to support resistance to the industrial and agrarian tariff policies sponsored by the imperial government. 1. Koskai's subsequent involvement in the revisionist controversy had for its chief target Bernstein's attempt to offer a new interpretation of Marxist theory, and his polemical writings thus ranged over a fairly wide field. Special mention must be made, however, of his entry into the debate on economic crises. Aside from his edition of Marx's Theorie über den Mehrwert, 1905-10, his observations on the trade cycle represent his chief contribution to theoretical economics. They are of interest also because they can be viewed as an early attempt to formulate a Marxist view of the age of imperialism. Koskai's intervention took the form of a review article entitled Krisen Theorien in the theoretical organ of which he was editor, the Neue Zeit, 1901-2, Volume 2, pages 133 ff, the immediate occasion being Tegan Baranovsky's recently published studies on the theory and history of commercial crises in England. This was a product of the revisionist school, and in criticizing its relatively optimistic conclusions, Koskai went beyond exegesis and committed himself to a definite view of the future. In substance he asserted that the Marxian theory of crises was not merely adequate, but was about to come more fully into its own. Cyclical depressions, so far from becoming milder, as Bernstein and Tegan had asserted, were tending to grow sharper and more prolonged. Moreover, there was ground for supposing that capitalism was not far from a stage of chronic stagnation which would intensify the class conflict. In Koskai's opinion, such a state of affairs was already foreshadowed by the growing rivalry between the leading industrial nations, as each tried to secure a larger slice of a stagnant world market by means of protective tariffs, colonial expansion, and in the final analysis, war, Krisen, Krieg, Katastrophen, crises, wars, catastrophes. This, in Koskai's view, was the perspective of the near future, unless the working class conquered power, just as so many other dreams have evaporated during the past few years, so the events of the coming years will dispel the dream which at present bemisses us, the fantasy, that wars and catastrophes are things of the past, while there lies before us the level road of peaceful progress, one though written under the impact of the South African War and evidently influenced by contemporary radical criticism of imperialist policies too. This analysis can claim a certain originality. As a contribution to what was later to become known as the breakdown controversy, it does not perhaps rank very high, but the attempt to sketch a connection between structural changes in the economy and the growing bellicosity of the great powers was something new. At the very least it gives Koskai a claim to be regarded as the first Marxist theorist to have identified one of the problems of the post-liberal era. From here it was not a long way to Hilferding's analysis of finance capitalism, and ultimately to the political conclusions drawn by Lenin. If Koskai was able on the whole to ward off revisionist attacks on what to him was the core of the Marxist position, economics and the class struggle, he was markedly less successful in the field of general theory. His historical studies, including a rather labored attempt to account in materialist terms for the origins of Christianity, Der Ursprung des Christentums, 1908, are respectable but prosaic essays in applied sociology. Of greater relevance to the revisionist debate was his weakness in handling philosophical concepts. Ethik und die materialistische Geschichtsauffassung, 1906, his most ambitious work in this field prior to the attempted Summa of 1927, displays all the characteristic failings of positivism. There is significance in the date. The book's publication came as the sequel to a lengthy polemic between Koskai and the editors of the official party daily, whose expulsion from their editorial chairs in 1905, the year of the First Russian Revolution and of a hitherto unprecedented wave of militancy among the social democratic rank and file, was not unconnected with their advocacy of political and philosophical heresies. This was almost the last occasion on which the official party leadership, traditional Marxist orthodoxy as represented by Koskai, and the emerging left-wing around Rosa Luxemburg, presented a common front. Had Koskai been able to clinch this tactical and organizational victory by an equally crushing blow in the theoretical field, his complacent belief that revisionism was finished would have been better founded. The facts spoke a different language. But before confronting this theme, it is advisable to broaden our range so as to take in the revisionist controversy as a whole. The issues it raised were of the most general nature, and insofar as the debate turned upon the critique of Marxist theory, its significance is not yet exhausted. 6. The revisionists. To understand what was involved in the great debate over Marxism which shook the European socialist movement around 1900, it must be borne in mind that the challenge came from inside the fold. Its chief protagonist had been a close collaborator of Engels, and those who shared his views were all in different degrees influenced by Marx. Many of them indeed continued to think of themselves as critical Marxists. Intermingled with this group, and sometimes difficult to distinguish from it, there were socialists stemming so to speak from an earlier geological stratum, of whom it would be true to say that they were less concerned with revising Marx than with adhering to their pre-Marxian view of things, which had suddenly become more respectable owing to the outbreak of dissension within the Marxist school. In the strict sense, revisionism was confined to areas where Marxism had become the official doctrine of the social democratic movement, principally Germany, Austria, and Russia. One cannot seriously speak of Marxism being dominant around 1900 beyond this region, though there were influential Marxists in the West European, British, and American socialist parties and sects of the period, and in consequence it is not really very helpful to contrast, for example, the Marxist Guest Day with the revisionist Jors. The latter, aside from being the dominant figure in the socialist movement of his country, was quite plainly the protagonist of an indigenous French socialism largely untouched by Germanic importations, and if influenced by them, almost as deeply indebted to Kant as to Marx. To class him among the revisionists is in a sense unfair to both. As a public figure he towered above them, while as a theorist he could not well compare with the more learned and ingenious representatives of the school. On the whole, his contribution to the theoretical side of the debate was limited to the subject of socialist ethics, and here the Germans, having studied both Kant and Marx at the source, possessed an advantage which foreigners could not hope to match. 1. If the greatest representative of French socialism was, from the theoretical viewpoint, on the fringe of the discussion, the majority of West European socialists hardly figured in it at all. Never having been Marxists in the full sense, there was no particular reason why they should adopt the revised version of the doctrine. For all his rigidity in doctrinal matters, Koskai saw this quite clearly, as witness his comment on the Belgian socialist leaders who in 1902 had incurred his displeasure by mismanaging a general strike movement to obtain universal suffrage. I maintain an entirely unprejudiced attitude towards them. The talk about their revisionism leaves me cold. They have nothing to revise, for they have no theory. The eclectic vulgar socialism to which the revisionists would like to reduce Marxism is something beyond which they, the Belgians, have not even begun to advance. Proudhon, Schaffel, Marx, it is all one to them. It was always like that. They have not retrogressed in theory, and I have nothing to reproach them with. 2. A similar degree of tolerance was not, however, extended to the Fabians. Here was an influential group of socialists who represented a rival approach, for the most part derived from Ricardo, Mill, and Henry George, plus the new subjectivist school of economics, and whose activities had already stirred the disapproval of Engels, years before Bernstein gave signs of being influenced by their views. 1. In later years it even became possible for the historian of the society to claim, with some degree of satisfaction, that revisionism was cradled in Britain. 2. This is true. In the biographical sense, at least insofar as Bernstein is concerned, for there can be no doubt that his outlook was deeply influenced by his prolonged residence in Britain. 3 But as we have seen, revisionism in theory was already latent before Bernstein had come upon the stage. In a sense it had been in the air since the appearance in 1894 of the third and concluding volume of Capital, with its forced and unconvincing solution of the price-value problem. To anyone concerned with Marxist theory this was a serious matter, but it was not a matter in which the Fabians took much interest, nor indeed were they competent to do so. The attack on Marxian economics was led by Böhm-Bawerk, and continued by Pareto, with some assistance from Benedetto Croce. In other words, it was centered on Austria, Switzerland, and Italy. There were excellent geographical reasons for this, just as there were good reasons for the Central European provenance of the leading Marxists of the period, but in practice it meant that the debate was confined to one particular area. No controversy worth mentioning took place either in Britain or in France. In the former country Marxism was as yet unrepresented in the theoretical field, and in France its defenders were more interested in the philosophy of history than in the dull subject of economics. Lastly, it took time for the whole of Capital to be translated, and in the interval all the really important debates had already taken place. 4. Italy, however, requires special mention in this context. Not only did it produce in the person of Antonio Labriola, 1842–1904, a Marxist theoretician of some eminence who was also a full-fledged professor of philosophy, it also brought forth two critics of Marxism who raised the debate to a new level, Vilfredo Pareto and Benedetto Croce, the last named a pupil of Labriola and for some years at least a quasi-Marxist. If one cares one may attribute this surprisingly strong Italian contingent to the circumstance that Italy was more fully exposed than either France or England to German-Austrian influences. A more accurate statement probably would be to say that Italy was a borderland exposed to both Central European and Western European intellectual currents, the former including Marxism as well as Neo-Hegelianism. At any rate it is a fact that Italian thinking figured prominently in the debate over Marxian theory which raged from about 1895 to 1905, just as it was an Italian, Enrico Barone, who in 1908 made the crucial contribution to the theory of socialist economic planning. 2 This, incidentally, underlines the complexity of the situation, for Barone, so far from being a Marxist, was a follower of Pareto, whose criticism of Marx, cf. Les Systems Socialistes, Paris, 1902–3, set the tone for much of the French and Italian literature of the period. Yet it was Barone who for the first time developed a coherent blueprint of a planned economy, and he did so on the basis of modern, post-classical equilibrium economics as taught at Lausanne by Walras and Pareto. Here was further proof, if the revisionists required it, that socialist theory was not dependent on Marx. To conclude this brief note on the Italian contribution, Croce during the same period produced a critique of Marxian economics which laid due stress on the weaknesses of its value theory. 3 While his countryman Alfredo Poggi, another pupil of Labriola, intervened with some effect in the debate on Kantian and Marxian ethics. 4. With this last mentioned theme we have crossed the threshold into the central area of discussion, both geographically and ideologically. For obvious reasons the controversy over Marxism as an all-inclusive system was bound to pivot on Germany, though Austria-Hungary and Russia made important contributions. This does not mean that the level of debate was uniformly higher in Germany than in the neighboring areas, such was not the case. But Germany was the principal battlefield, both because it was the most important country in Europe, and because of the commanding position held by German socialism within the Second International. If this massive labor movement were to be disrupted or to shift its ground, the long-term consequences would be far-reaching. From our present vantage point this is evident enough. In 1900 the full implications of a split were still obscure, but the cleavage was already sharp and angry. There was an even more violent conflict in the emerging Russian social democratic movement, but it turned on different issues and must be considered separately. There were likewise interesting theoretical developments in Austria, but they did not quite fit the German pattern. The difference between Germany and Austria in this respect has its significance, and must be mentioned briefly before we take the plunge into our theme. In the strict sense, there was no revisionist debate in Austria. This is the more remarkable since Vienna was one of the three great centers of the new economies, Lausanne and Cambridge being the other two, and consequently an ideal arena for ideological tournaments. The Austrian School of Economics, as represented by Bohm-Bawerk, had in fact taken the field as early as 1896 with an assault on the third volume of Capital. 1. This became the starting point of a theoretical controversy which gave the fledgling Marxist school in Vienna a chance to display its talents in a series of lively encounters with the academic economists, who in addition to Bohm-Bawerk's other pupils included the youthful Joseph Schumpeter, but it did not give rise to a revisionist movement. In Vienna one was either a Marxist or an anti-Marxist, and in the latter case an adherent of liberal economics. Some of the Austro-Marxists diluted their general philosophy a little, so as to allow for all kinds of personal ingredients, from Kantian ethics to Freudian psychology, but they never relinquished their claim to be in the central tradition, and they never joined the German revisionists in their attempt to substitute an altogether different theoretical brew. It may be said that they merely wore their revisionism with a difference, but the difference was an important one. Vienna became a center of Marxian socialism and remained one even after 1918, when the majority of Central European Marxists went over to the Leninist faith. A somewhat different situation prevailed in Russia, or to be exact, in Petersburg and among the Russian emigrants in Western Europe. Here there were theorists of some eminence who joined the critics after going through a Marxist phase. Tugan Baranovsky has already been mentioned, Peter Struve, S.N. Bulgakov, and Nikolai Berdyaev cannot be ignored. But their example also shows how different the Russian situation was from the German. Of the four, only Tugan Baranovsky was a genuine revisionist in the sense of trying to bring Marxist theory up to date. 1. For the others, the critique of Marxism was merely a stage towards a fundamentally conservative position. Marxism to them was simply the extreme form of Western radicalism cum materialism, and their break with it signified a return to traditional, i.e., in the last resort Russian Orthodox, values. In consequence they contributed little to the revisionist controversy, whatever their significance in the history of Russian political thought. 2. Revisionism presupposed agreement on the fundamentals of the socialist faith as understood in the West, and this faith was radically humanist, whether it was also necessarily materialist, in the sense given to the term by Engels and Kosky, was a different question, and indeed one of the principal topics over which the disputants fell out. After these preliminaries, it is time to indicate more plainly what the great debate was about. Briefly, it concerned the adaptation of Marxism to the modern world of industrialism and democracy, as it presented itself in Western Europe and North America around 1900. This alone should serve to make it clear why Russia was on the fringe of the discussion, and why nearly all Russian socialists remained true to Marxist orthodoxy, however much they might differ over tactics. It also supplies a pointer to the phenomenon of Austro-Marxism, which will be examined later in more detail. The modern world was certainly a tangible influence in pre-1914 Austria, but its impact was not such as to encourage the notion that a peaceful transition to modernity could be made which would leave the Habsburg Empire intact. In Germany, by contrast, the break with the past promised to be less violent, or at least so it seemed to the more hopeful spirits in the socialist movement before the First World War. This situation formed the background of revisionism. It does not explain it. The explanation, if there is one, lies in the tension which Marxism set up in the minds of people who had to adjust to a new situation, but did not wish to let go of certain fundamentals they had come to accept. None of the revisionists renounced socialism as an aim, though some came to adopt Bernstein's sceptical position, summed up in his rather unfortunate phrase, "The movement is everything, the goal nothing." This curious formulation hardly reflected its author's real attitude, since he remained active in promoting the goal to the day of his death, but it made a useful slogan and in particular gave satisfaction to all those, notably in the growing trade union movement, who did not seriously expect to see socialism realized in our time, but had all the more need for some assurance that their day-to-day activities were meaningful and important. Point 1. The name of the protagonist has now been invoked so often that it is necessary to fix some attention upon his views. This is not altogether easy, for Edward Bernstein, 1850–1932, was almost as prolific a writer as Koskai, and the issues he stirred up were sufficiently numerous and complex to keep a generation of controversialists almost ceaselessly employed. Moreover, the debate gradually broadened to include such recondite subjects as the relation of Marxism to Darwinism, the possibility of constructing a socialist ethic on the basis of Kantian idealism, the relevance of Hegel's logic to the Marxian system, and similar topics. Although Bernstein became involved in all these issues, his contributions to the more strictly philosophical disputations were not rated very highly even by his friends, and in the end he withdrew from this part of the arena to concentrate on more immediate matters. 1. It is probably no injustice to the memory of this remarkable man to say that his autodidactic training showed up more disadvantageously in his philosophical excursions than in his political and economic writings. As a political thinker he was at least the equal of his opponents, though his cast of mind was not really attuned to the German situation, while his economic and historical writings maintained a creditable standard. Point 2. He can also claim the merit of having maintained an unimpeachable stand in 1914–18, when he broke with the majority of his adherents to rejoin his old enemy Koskai in a principled opposition to his party's collaboration with the imperial government. Nonetheless, in the long run his reputation must rest upon his attempted revision of Marxism, and here a considered judgment is much more difficult to formulate. In part this is due to the extreme complexity of the issues involved in the revisionist debate. The topics Bernstein tried to tackle in his Voraussetzungen, 1899, as well as in his later writings, ranged from the most abstract and recondite to the simplest and most pressing, besides which his adherents raised a large number of side issues, not all of them theoretical. As time went on, the controversy over Marxist theory turned into a pragmatic dispute over tactics, and eventually it merged with a factional struggle for power. By 1910, when the theoretical debate was as good as over, Bernstein and his friends had gained the support of men notably among the trade union leaders and senior party officials who neither knew nor cared what the original disagreement had been about, but were quite clear that the quasi-Marxist orthodoxy of the party leadership was a break on their instinctive reformism. Subsequent developments were to show that Bernstein was badly mistaken about the outlook of these supporters. Most of them were distinctly to the right of him, a circumstance which affected both their and his orientation during the war years. Some went so far as to subscribe to the entire program of German imperialism in 1914–18, thus offering a parallel to the Fabians, though in the German setting such tendencies necessarily had a more aggressively nationalist ring. The liberal-minded theorist who had originally started the revisionist movement was made to feel distinctly uncomfortable in this environment. Point 3. These confusions ultimately stemmed from a single circumstance of which Bernstein's critics never failed to remind him, that Germany differed from England. Although he frequently protested his awareness of this fact, Bernstein did give the impression of believing that a British form of development was not merely desirable, but possible, indeed quite probable so far as Germany was concerned, and that the Social Democrats could do much to promote it. His criteria of judgment in any case were derived from the West European situation, compared with which Imperial Germany was indisputably lagging. Point 2. Prior to 1918 the question was whether this gap could be bridged without revolution. Since today we know the answer, it is unnecessary to remark that on the political issue Bernstein proved mistaken. As against this, it is arguable that in the long perspective the type of democratic socialism he envisaged has stood the test, not merely in Western Europe but also in those parts of Germany which after 1945 were more or less willingly incorporated in Western Europe. This, however, is not exactly what the revisionists of 1900, or the reformists of 1910, had in mind when they looked forward to a Germany modelled on the Western pattern. At best their victory has been a partial and belated one. Two further points connected with the political side of the controversy must be got out of the way before we can turn to Bernstein's strictly theoretical contribution, protectionism and militarism. As has already been noted, the tariff was the central issue in the politics of Imperial Germany before 1914. On this matter the agrarian majority stood together under the leadership of its politically and economically strongest section, the East Albion landowners, who were also the effective rulers of the Prussian state and the Prussian army. If the social democratic program had consisted of nothing but a drastic free trade platform, it would already have spelled revolution so far as Prussia was concerned, and the Reich as a whole pivoted on Prussia. The fact that heavy industry had entered the protectionist solidarity bloc made it an ideal target for social democratic assaults, and this propaganda had no need to be socialist in order to be regarded as truly radical. Inasmuch as it menaced the economic foundations of the bloc of great landowners and great industrialists who ruled Germany, it was subversive by its very nature. When around 1900 the protectionist bloc turned imperialist as well, the conflict assumed an even sharper form, for social democratic resistance to the Reich government's policy of naval expansion and hostility to Britain now merged with its attack on the political foundations of Bismarck's empire. All this had very little to do with socialism, but a great deal with democracy. What is important for our theme is that the revisionist debate cut across this issue, since Bernstein's faith in liberalism was not shared by all his supporters. Many came in the end to make their peace with protectionism and imperialism, until the catastrophe of 1918 sobered them. However, for the period immediately under review it is true to say that democratic reformism as Bernstein and his immediate supporters understood it implied a policy of free trade, European peace, and above all good relations with England. On this issue there was no conflict between the party leadership and the revisionists, save insofar as some of the latter were a little wobbly in their attachment to free trade. The real trouble was that a program of peace, democracy, and economic liberalism had no chance of being adopted by a majority of the Reichstag. This made it impossible for German social democracy to develop along the lines of the British Labour Party. It was not Marx, let alone Hegel, but the tariff, which stood in the way of revisionism. 1. Closely linked with this issue was that of militarism, to employ the cant term in use before 1914 to describe the internal situation in Prussia Germany. For practical purposes the Reich was governed by an uncontrollable bureaucracy centered on the emperor and the general staff. In this respect the situation was similar to that in pre-1945 Japan, indeed the Japanese constitution had been modeled on the German. Here again social democratic policy was dictated by circumstances, and here too it required a considerable act of faith to suppose that Germany would evolve without a catastrophe in the direction Britain and Western Europe had already taken. In promoting such beliefs the revisionists certainly did not display superior insight. This became evident when on the eve of 1914 some of them began to despair of peaceful progress and to toy with the idea of a general strike to bring about constitutional reform. It was becoming plain that, in Prussia anyhow, Bernstein's prescriptions would not work, and that stronger measures were needed to dislodge the autocracy. This realization in turn promoted the fortunes of the radical wing, which aimed beyond democracy at a full-blown proletarian revolution, while Bernstein exhausted his ingenuity in elaborate paper schemes for obtaining the support of dissident liberals in the Prussian pseudo-parliament. 2. These tactics were doomed to failure. There was in fact no way of solving the constitutional problem peacefully, and consequently no genuine choice of tactics. It is humanly understandable that this realization was unpalatable to men who saw that war was coming and were driven frantic by the thought that in the race between militarism and democracy they were losing ground. But from our present vantage point it is plain enough that Bernstein and his friends were conducting a fight against hopeless odds. The ruling caste was determined not to permit a significant extension of democracy in Prussia and the Reich. Indeed, the mere threat of such a development was enough to help precipitate the crisis of 1914, which otherwise might have been postponed for another few years. Germany, in the eyes of the governing caste, depended for its safety on Prussia, and Prussia must stand and fall with its undemocratic constitution which guaranteed the hegemony of the military aristocracy. Before Germany's rulers perforce relinquished this position to the rising democratic tide, they would hasten the inevitable European war while they still held control. All this was becoming plain even before 1914, so was the fact that what Germany needed was not a socialist but a democratic revolution. It was Bernstein's achievement to have perceived this before anyone else did, but to carry his party along with him, he and his friends would have had to operate in a different environment. After this lengthy digression, it is time to consider the substance of Bernstein's theoretical position. Briefly, it amounted to a repudiation of the analysis enshrined in the Erfurt program. Where Koskai in 1891 had envisaged a bleak future of mounting class tensions, increasing centralization of wealth, and for the proletariat and the submerging middle strata, the certainty of growing insecurity, misery, oppression, enslavement, debasement, exploitation. Bernstein in 1899 saw evidence of increasing order, security, tranquility, prosperity, and more equitable distribution of wealth. 2 Where the program held that Marx's pessimistic analysis of social development had been fully borne out by the facts, Bernstein found statistical evidence warmly contested by his critics that the middle classes were holding their own, while wage earners' incomes were rising. Capitalist concentration, in his view, was proceeding rather slowly, and small-scale enterprise continued to flourish alongside the industrial giants. Meanwhile, business cycles were tending to flatten out, social tensions were lessening, and ownership of property was becoming more widespread. Since it was impossible to suppose that the actual situation had changed fundamentally between 1891 and 1899, it was apparent that Bernstein and his opponents were looking at the same set of facts through differently colored glasses. As in the dispute between Koskai and David over the stability of small-scale peasant farming, neither side managed to persuade the other that its reading of the situation was mistaken, though it is significant that after 1918 they moved much closer together. 3. Had Bernstein contented himself with disputing the more unrealistic assertions of the Erfurt program, notably its tendency to dwell on the increasing misery of the proletariat in a manner more reminiscent of the Communist Manifesto than of Marx's and Engels's mature writings, it is probable that his proposed revisions would have been largely accepted. Unfortunately for the cause he was trying to promote, he linked these criticisms to a wholesale onslaught upon every aspect of the Marxian system, from its philosophy of history to its economic doctrine. Here he was clearly out of his depth and no match for the arguments of his opponents. Not that these counterattacks were uniformly successful, but they proceeded from a firmly held belief in the importance of theoretical coherence, while Bernstein gave the impression of being content with a good deal less. Thus, in criticizing Marx's value theory, whose shortcomings were indeed obvious, he made the artless suggestion that the truth might lie somewhere midway between the labor cost approach and the marginalist stress on utility. 1 This kind of eclecticism had other effects besides driving Koskai to despair. It showed that Bernstein did not really have much of a head for theory, or at any rate that he did not greatly care for theoretical consistency. There were other blunders of the same kind. Example, his unfortunate attempt to correct the one-sidedness of the materialist conception of history, or his well-meant but singularly naive remarks on the nefarious influence of Hegel. In all these respects he was aiming at something important, a doctrine more inclusive and less rigid than the system constructed by Engels and Koskai, but the inadequacy of his thinking was painfully evident, not least to the abler among his supporters. These included men professionally versed in philosophy who were understandably alarmed by Bernstein's amateurish incursions into their field. A brief account of these revisionists in philosophy may help to set the subject in perspective. The first thing to be noted is that almost all the writers in question were Germans, and that most of them had been influenced by the Neo-Kantian revival which got underway in the 1870s. 2 This was partly a reaction to the vulgar materialism of the natural scientists. In part it represented an attempt to restore unity and cohesion to the liberal worldview, as originally formulated before the great eruption of positivism and scientism in the 1850s and 1860s. Being a German movement, Neo-Kantianism was naturally dominated by university professors, and at its peak it more or less monopolized the official teaching of philosophy in Germany. Its leading figures, Friedrich Albert Lang, Hermann Cohen, Paul Naderp, Ernst Cassirer, and those who followed in their wake, K. Laswitz, R. Stammeiler, F. Staudinger, K. Forlander, and others, had in common a belief that the urgently necessary integration of philosophy and science could be effected by reviving those elements of critical, i.e., Kantian, thinking which were independent of Kant's purely personal and thus historically outmoded notions on metaphysical and ethical subjects. Example: his half-hearted concessions to the theological world picture, his modified authoritarianism in politics, and so on. The school, in short, was neoliberal as well as neo-Kantian and, insofar as it was neoliberal, critical of the existing state of affairs. It was in particular hostile to every form of authoritarianism in politics or morals. Politically, its influence found expression after 1900 in the increasingly violent attacks which Max Weber, an influential adherent, though not strictly speaking a member of the school, directed against the institutions and the government of Imperial Germany. Mention of Weber, however, also indicates the limits beyond which this privileged and as it were licensed opposition could not be expected to pass, save for those who broke with society and became social democrats. For Weber, though critical of the regime, was unrepentantly national liberal and imperialist. Insofar as it had political implications, the school ranged from moderate liberalism to moderate socialism. The extremes were excluded. At first sight there seems to be no obvious reason why an academic revival of Kant's philosophy, or rather of his methodology, for the neo-Kantians, like the neo-Marxians, rated method above system, should have stirred political echoes. The key to the riddle lies in Germany's incomplete and indeed precarious evolution as a national organism. The Reich had been put together by Bismarck in a manner which left a good many important problems unsolved. In particular, the conservative-liberal compromise of 1866–78 had failed to settle the question whether Germany was to evolve along Western lines or retain its famous uniqueness, the source of so much nationalist fervor. Corresponding to this political uncertainty there was a spiritual vacuum which attracted socialist criticism on the left and Nietzschean tendencies on the right, while liberalism was increasingly reduced to the status of an academic creed. Although this situation had parallels elsewhere in Europe, there were in Germany's case special aggravating features which were to become more marked in 1914, and disastrously evident in 1933–9. In the perspective of history, the neo-Kantian movement can be seen as an unavailing attempt to stiffen the backbone of German liberalism by making it less dependent on the uncertain market values of science, modernity, progress, and other fashionable deities. Not that the neo-Kantians were indifferent to empiricism and the natural sciences, they merely felt that something tougher and more coherent was needed to hold the cultural fabric together. It was this conviction, together with growing skepticism as to the permanence of liberal economics, which caused some of them as early as the 1860s to take a sympathetic interest in socialism. 1. By the 1890s the process was sufficiently advanced to make it possible for leading neo-Kantians who were also full-fledged university professors to draw radical conclusions from Kant's ethics, and even to suggest a thoroughgoing synthesis of socialism and philosophical idealism. 2. This was about as far as any holder of a university chair in Imperial Germany could venture, Marxism being officially taboo and anyhow incompatible with Kantian idealism, to judge from Engels's pronouncements on the subject. The final and decisive step was taken when a fusion of Kantian ethics and Marxian politics was proposed by writers who were active social democrats and thus outside the official fold. With the appearance of this group, principally L. Waldmann, F. Staudinger, K. Forlander, C. Schmidt and K. Eisner, the issue ceased to be academic and became political. The question now was not whether a university teacher might profess socialist ideas in his off hours, but whether active social democrats could adhere simultaneously to Marx and to Kant. Needless to say, Kosky and Bernstein held different views on this subject. But the matter was not simple, for neo-Kantian tendencies cropped up in the most unexpected places. So prominent a representative of Marxism as the veteran leader of Austrian social democracy, Victor Adler, had suggested as early as 1895 in an obituary article on Engels, of all places, that Kant's philosophy was compatible with Marx's sociology and might even be substituted for the materialist worldview without doing damage to the substance of Marxism. 1. Against this murky backcloth the debate at first unrolled in a manner suggestive of a fair degree of tolerance on both sides. There was also much genuine uncertainty. Not all the neo-Kantians were supporters of Bernstein, and vice versa. Some prominent revisionists managed to remain both Kantians and Marxians. Others, such as C. Schmidt, repudiated Kant's ethics while subscribing to his general philosophy. 2 Still others, notably Waldman, were orthodox followers of Kant as well as active adherents of Bernstein's political views. Bernstein himself contributed a stream of essays and reviews, starting in the late 90s and culminating in 1901, in which he gradually shed his reservations and explicitly affirmed a Kantian standpoint, though his critics, who included the revisionist socialist and orthodox Kantian K. Eisner, threw doubt on his understanding of Kant's method. The opposing camp likewise was at first far from united. Its principal representatives Koskai, F. Mehring, H. Kuhnau shared an invincible distaste for philosophical idealism in general, and Kantian moralism in particular, but beyond that they had little in common. How confused the situation was can be seen from the fact that at one stage Koskai deputed the well-known neo-Kantian F. Staudinger, writing under a pseudonym, to refute Bernstein's philosophical heresies. 3. Notwithstanding these initial uncertainties, the debate did in the end give rise to something like a philosophical line-up corresponding more or less to the political cleavage. At any rate down to 1914, when the war produced a major upheaval and even turned old enemies into friends, orthodox Marxism tended to go hand in hand with political intransigence, or radicalism as the term was then understood, while the reformist wing, by and large, came to shelter those who toyed with idealism in philosophy. Individual exceptions apart, most of those who tried to revise Marxist philosophy were also revisionists in politics, which in the circumstances of the day meant some degree of accommodation to the status quo, while materialism came to be regarded as synonymous with radicalism. This was particularly true of the left wing, which emerged after 1905, the date of the First Russian Revolution, as a separate trend, but it also applied to the Marxist center, as represented by Koskai and his closest adherents. To Koskai as to Plekhanov in Russia, Labriola in Italy, and, so far as they understood the issue, Guesde and Lafargue in France, Marxism meant what it had signified to Engels, a materialist worldview which by its nature negated every species of philosophical idealism, including the Kantian variant. Insofar as it required buttressing by the conclusions of science, the proper support was to be found in Darwinism. Koskai indeed went so far as to put forward what he himself regarded as a satisfactory synthesis of the Darwinian and the Marxian standpoint. 1. If one takes a severely practical view of historical developments, it is tempting to dismiss these long-winded philosophical disputations as mere byproducts of the real political and factional struggle within German social democracy. This would be a misconception. The real struggle, as time went on, became divorced from the clash of ideas, but the ideological cleavage helped to cement the political alignments. The famous 5-day debate on Bernstein's book at the 1899 Party Congress had indeed no precise sequel in later years, partly because it became clear that revisionism could not be stoned to death with cream puffs. 2 Either there must be a split, which in fact came in 1914-18, though not on the issues raised by Bernstein, or the existence of two different schools had to be accepted. Once the latter course had been adopted, it became impossible to dissociate political from ideological considerations. Thus the expulsion of K. Eisner and his colleagues from the editorship of the party's principal daily paper in 1905 was as much connected with Eisner's attachment to Kantian ethics as with his lack of enthusiasm for the idea of political strikes on the Russian model. 1 Of course, if one happens to believe that practical politics should be strictly separated from mere ideas, all this must seem very odd, not to say absurd. But then German social democracy around the turn of the century was more than a political movement. Or perhaps one ought to say that its political faith involved ethics as well as economics. At any rate, the question whether or not socialism implied a new approach to morals did not seem to the participants to be wholly divorced from more practical and urgent matters. With these facts in mind, we may turn to a brief and necessarily inadequate resume of the philosophical issue, as it presented itself to most German, Austrian, and Russian socialists down to 1914, Germany being the principal arena, if only because revisionism had its chief strength there. The first point to be noted is that Bernstein's revision, and Koskai's seemingly orthodox interpretation, of Marxism had at least one thing in common: both were equally far removed from the Hegelian origins of Marx's own thought, with the difference that Koskai was nonetheless at pains to acknowledge the importance of Hegel's philosophy, while Bernstein frankly avowed his distaste for it. Point 2. Like the great majority of contemporary Democrats, both men held an evolutionary view of historical progress. Again, in common with the dominant outlook of the age, their understanding of historical method was colored by their somewhat uncritical acceptance of the theoretical model employed by the natural sciences. But whereas Koskai, in conformity with Engels, and under the impulsion of his own lifelong preoccupation with Darwin, conceived history as subject to immutable laws, and socialism as the determined goal of this process, Bernstein increasingly shifted the emphasis from causal determination to freedom. Historical necessity, in his view, was gradually giving way to conscious control. Men were even now increasingly able to determine their circumstances in accordance with their desires. Indeed, the existence of socialist strivings was proof of this. Paradoxically, Bernstein maintained that the goal was desirable just because it was not inevitable. Socialism represented something that ought to be, or a movement towards something that ought to be. In this sense it could even be described as utopian. And since it was the realization of an ideal, its aims could not be deduced from either science or history. They were autonomous and carried their own justification. Point 1. This attempted solution satisfied no one. The orthodox were frankly outraged or contemptuous. As they saw it, Bernstein had simply reverted to the pre-Marxian standpoint. Nor were his supporters altogether pleased with his intervention. In particular, his alarmingly vague definition of science caused the stricter neo-Kantians to regard him as a well-intentioned amateur. Nonetheless, there was no denying that he had made a breach in the orthodox position. For the first time, a prominent social democrat had renounced the entire corpus of doctrine bequeathed by Marx and Engels. If socialism was not the essential precondition of conscious control, if freedom was already operative, in the sense that men were called upon to determine now what sort of social organization they wanted, then the Marxian distinction between human prehistory and genuinely human history went by the board. Bernstein's critique of Marx amounted to saying that the freedom available to men under present-day conditions was already sufficient to enable them to decide their future. If he was right, the gradual establishment of socialism signified no more than a broadening of the area of freedom already attained under liberal democracy. This, of course, was precisely what Mill had believed to be true, and it was precisely what Marx had regarded as nonsense. On this issue no compromise was possible. The obverse of this coin was the revisionist assault on what the radicals called historical necessity. To Engels as to Koskai, Plekhanov, Labriola, Mering, Luxemburg, and the Orthodox school in general, historical materialism was both the guarantor of the eventual leap from necessity to freedom, and the foundation of the view that bourgeois society was altogether subject to the rule of necessity. The iron laws of development were laws precisely because society had no real control over the economic mechanism. If their operation did not literally spell increasing misery on this point, Koskai at least was prepared to make concessions. It certainly excluded the notion of introducing fresh determinants of the kind envisaged by Bernstein and his friends. Hence it was unrealistic to advocate a piecemeal substitution of socialist for capitalist dynamics. Irrespective of political circumstances obviously different in Germany from the situation in other countries, it was false in principle to assert that the transition to socialism involved no more than an extension of reformist trends already in evidence, example labor legislation, trade unionism, cooperation, collective bargaining, governmental regulation of the economy, etc. Such tendencies towards a more highly regulated form of society did not alter the basic laws of development described by Marx. They might have the effect of easing the transition, but the break would nonetheless be drastic and fundamental. Gradual change was a fantasy. Socialism, whether or not introduced peacefully by legislation, represented both a new class interest and aspect neglected by the revisionists and an altogether new mode of social organization. It was not, as Bernstein had suggested, the continuation of liberalism's incomplete work of human emancipation, but rather a new stage in history, and consequently among other things the precondition of a new ethic and a new manner of viewing the world. These conclusions were tentatively set out by Koski in his polemic against revisionism, Bernstein und das Sozialdemokratische Programm, 1899, in which he also defended himself with some success against the reproach of advocating astronomical fatalism and elaborated on the quasi-philosophical disputes which grew out of the original quarrel. In the precise sense of the term, Koski's position was not really determinist, though its unintended effects operated in that direction. If Bernstein or Eisner saw no incompatibility between socialism and ethical idealism, the orthodox school placed all the greater emphasis upon the class character of the movement as the source of those moral energies whose importance the Marxists too were not disposed to deny. 1. At bottom the quarrel turned on the question whether the class struggle should be viewed as the exclusive motor of progress, political and moral. If socialist morality was essentially the expression of proletarian class interest, it was evidently impossible to subordinate its aims to an allegedly suprahistorical ethic binding upon the whole of mankind. Such an ethic could be expected to evolve if at all only after the existing society had been left behind. For the revisionists to seek spiritual nourishment in the writings of Kant or some other idealist philosopher, simply showed that they had not really emancipated themselves from utopian socialism, or worse still, liberalism. Yet the Marxists did not deny that moral impulses were present in the attempt to transform society. Was the source of these impulses then to be found only in the circumstances of the political struggle? The revisionists did not think so. As they saw it, socialism was making an appeal to what was fundamental in human nature, as it existed here and now. Moreover, those among them who had grasped the Kantian distinction between empirical and normative thought were well aware of the flaw in the orthodox position. Science, in the positivist meaning of the term, might show socialism to be inevitable, but could not make it seem morally superior, or explain why anyone should trouble to hasten the process. If Marxism was scientific in this descriptive sense, then it fairly cried out for a normative philosophy to complement its analysis of the facts. In trying to meet these objections, the orthodox school was handicapped by what it regarded as its trump card, the determinist conception of history. For if Marxism was taken to imply that the logic of history was that of a causal process, there was no room for the notion that history might be propelled by human volition directed to the attainment of some final goal. It made little difference whether finality was denied altogether, Plekhanov, or given a biological foundation, Koski. In either case objective science could provide no grounds for moral imperatives. Koski as good as admitted this when he drew a watertight distinction between the moral ideal, the ethical indignation against exploitation and class domination inherent in the socialist movement, and the scientific study of the laws of development of the social organism characteristic of Marxism. 1. It is true, he added rather helplessly, that in the case of a socialist the thinker is also a fighter, and no one can be artificially cut in two halves having nothing to do with each other. Hence there appears occasionally even in Marx's scientific work the impact of a moral ideal. But he always and rightly attempted to eliminate it so far as possible. For in science the moral ideal becomes a source of error if it presumes to prescribe the goal. With this neat dissection of Marxism into a scientific and a moral half, Koski had practically demolished his own case and surrendered the disputed ground to Forlander and the Neo-Kantians. For if Marxist theory was the study of objective facts including such alleged facts as the grounding of history in biological evolution, which Koski, in common with Engels, regarded as proved, then it clearly required a normative philosophy of values to complement it, which was precisely what the Neo-Kantians were trying to explain to their bewildered and slightly resentful opponents. The intellectual superiority of the revisionist school in this controversy was indeed so marked as to drive the opposing side back upon a somewhat Philistine hostility to philosophy as such. So typical a representative of orthodoxy as F. Mering characteristically mentioned indifference to philosophical brainweaving among the preconditions of Marx's and Engels's immortal achievements. 1. It is thus apparent that the revisionist controversy cannot be understood without reference to philosophical issues of the most general kind. For a debate which had originally begun with a pragmatic dispute over political tactics, this may seem a queer ending, attributable in part perhaps to the intellectual climate of pre-1914 Germany. There is something in this explanation, but not much. It would be truer to say that the nature of the confrontation was inherent in the character of social democracy as a movement which in however diluted a fashion represented the Marxian union of theory and practice. The political attitude of the leading revisionists had general implications because Marxism implied a new worldview. As such, it necessarily collided not merely with official religion and the established churches, but with liberalism as well. At the same time, its ideology was itself in part derived from the classical philosophy, which was also the basic inspiration of the liberal creed. When the revisionists cast around for a new theoretical foundation, they were in fact promoting that political alliance of organized labor with liberalism which the Fabians actually helped to achieve in contemporary England, and which Germany was destined to miss. Material circumstances proved decisive, but the ideological conflict was not meaningless. So far from being a mere epiphenomenon of the real struggle, it was a vital part of it. The consequent failure of German social democracy to win over a sizable part of the educated middle class, in particular its inability to conquer the universities, was to prove fatal to the Weimar Republic. These issues were already involved in the controversy of 1895 to 1905, though the participants could hardly be expected to realize it. At the theoretical level, the long-drawn dispute between orthodoxy and revisionism resulted in a stalemate. This situation was especially marked in the philosophical field, where the contestants in the end came to identify their respective positions with the materialist evolutionism expounded by Koskai, as an alternative to the neo-Kantian ethical idealism of the revisionist school. Here the deadlock was complete. After what has been said in an earlier chapter, it is scarcely necessary to remark that this cleavage had its intellectual source in the interpretation given to Marxism by Engels. In this sense, the revisionist controversy was part of a larger movement of ideas which, starting in the 1870s, brought about a confrontation of scientific materialism and philosophical idealism all over the Western world. That the split ran right through European socialism is a tribute to the profound involvement of that movement with the basic issues of its time. Orthodox Marxism, as interpreted by Koskai or Plekhanov, was in tune with the scientific determinism of the age. Even the philosophical helplessness of the school was after all no greater than that displayed by the founder of psychoanalysis. Its critics had indeed almost a monopoly of genuine philosophical insight. Their concern with normative values reflected the fundamental situation in philosophy. In a wider sense, they were giving expression to the main problem confronting the liberal culture of their time. It was of course just this involvement with the problems of liberalism which rendered their efforts unsympathetic and suspect to the Marxists. The latter had meanwhile traveled sufficiently far away from the Hegelian origins of their creed to hold the altogether unwarranted belief that philosophy had been left behind for good. This turned out to be an illusion. The era of war and revolution was to bring about, among other consequences, a revival of Hegelianism at the heart of the Marxian system. Meanwhile, the revisionist challenge was giving rise to new groupings and fresh theoretical efforts on the left wing with which we must now concern ourselves. 1. 7. The radicals. In proceeding from the revisionist critics of Marxian orthodoxy to its radical defenders and heirs, we turn away from the issues predominant in the controversy of 1895 to 1905. The change of emphasis becomes more marked as time goes on, and as the focus shifts from Central Europe to Russia, but already in 1905, and even in Vienna, the intellectual atmosphere differed considerably from that of the period described in the preceding chapter. This was partly owing to the change in locale. Vienna, Berlin, Warsaw, and Petersburg breathed an air quite different from that of Western Europe and those parts of Germany most subject to Western influence. To some degree the new mood arose from the Russian upheaval of 1905, and in part it was due quite simply to the march of time. The post-1905 generation had begun to sense the tremors that presaged the great upheaval of 1914-18. The problems that concerned it were the likelihood of revolution, as recently demonstrated in Russia, and the danger of a European war. The latter was seen to arise in part from traditional national conflicts, but principally from the new imperialist rivalries among the major powers. Revolution and imperialism were the twin issues around which the neo-Marxist movement grouped itself. Eastern Germany, Austria, and Russia were the areas of its greatest strength, and the War of 1914-18 was the test of its doctrines. Beyond Central and Eastern Europe, the new school at first could count on scattered support only from the more radical syndicalists, who for different reasons were becoming critical of reformist socialism. On the eve of 1914, Marxist radicalism was still for the most part an East European phenomenon. In Germany its adherents were confined to Berlin and a few other centers, and most of its theorists belonged to the Jewish intelligentsia. This alone was enough to cut them off from the masses, though it did not diminish their influence among the minority of active militants who propagated the new doctrine. The radicals were Marxists who had gone through the revisionist controversy and come out at the other end not merely unshaken in their faith, but more determined than ever to salvage the revolutionary core of Marxism from the temporary accretions of political reformism. Most of them were born between 1870 and 1880, and they thus represented a new generation as well as a new viewpoint. This is important because it helps to account for the difference in outlook noticeable as between the old guard of Marxian orthodoxy Koskai, Mehring, Victor Adler, Axelrod, Plekhanov and the neo-Marxists. What distinguished Rudolf Hilferding, 1876-1944, Otto Bauer, 1881-1938, Rosa Luxemburg, 1870-1919, Martov, 1873-1923, Lenin, 1870-1924, Trotsky, 1879-1940, and Radek, 1885-1941, from the older generation was first of all the fact that they had to cope with a new set of problems. That they eventually fell out among themselves, and thus gave rise to rival and violently opposed political currents, is another matter. Prior to 1914-18 they had much in common, and their bitter disputes over tactics and doctrine occurred against the background of certain assumptions foreign to most West European socialists, including some who regarded themselves as Marxists. The most important of these assumptions was the belief that Eastern Europe, if not Europe as a whole, stood on the eve of an earthquake which would shortly make an end of all talk about peaceful progress. For purposes of historical comparison, four different and contrasting elements composing the generation of 1905 can be distinguished. 1. The Austro-Marxists, with Vienna as their natural center. 2. The German-Polish group around K. Liebknecht, R. Luxemburg, L. Jogi Ches, A. L. Parvus, and K. Radek. 3. The Menshevik group, of which Trotsky was de facto a member, and 4. The Bolsheviks around Lenin. All four were involved, though in varying degrees, in the upheaval of 1905-6 which heralded the greater cataclysm of 1917-18, and the effect was to give them a common orientation, at least to the extent of making them aware that the political fortunes of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia, were linked together. This was something Bernstein and his friends never grasped until it was too late, whereas among the older generation Koskai and Victor Adler had seen it quite clearly. Though politically more moderate than the rival Russian and German-Polish factions, Kosky's Austrian pupils inherited his conviction that Eastern Europe was about to enter a revolutionary era, and Vienna thus became a center of political radicalism as well as theoretical Marxism. In this respect it differed from Berlin, where left-wing socialism was a fringe phenomenon confined to intellectuals and a minority of radicalized workers. This state of affairs reflected an important distinction between Germany, now about to make its first bid for European hegemony, and Austria-Hungary, which was visibly falling to pieces already before 1914. In the capital of Imperial Germany, then at the height of its power, even socialists might think that a revolutionary cataclysm could be avoided. In Vienna such illusions were more difficult to sustain. Here even the most moderate and gradualist of Austrian social democrats could not help noticing that the Habsburg structure had become shaky. Since the neo-Marxist group in Vienna was the oldest of the four, and the one furthest to the right in politics, it is convenient to begin with its leaders. Karl Renner, Rudolf Hilferding, Otto Bauer, Friedrich Adler, and Max Adler, are commonly regarded as the principal representatives of the Austro-Marxist school. Of the five, Renner, 1870 to 1950, was the senior in years and experience, and the most sympathetic to gradualism. In 1914 to 18 he adopted the standard patriotic attitude while his more radical associates went into opposition. Yet he continued to regard himself as a Marxist, therein resembling Bernstein, with whom indeed he had a good deal in common. Had the Habsburg monarchy as a whole been modelled on German Austria, where the political and cultural ambience resembled that of southern Germany, his version of democratic socialism might very early have become the official doctrine of Austrian social democracy. But Vienna before 1918 was the capital of an empire very different in structure from the peaceful Austrian Republic over whose fortunes Renner was to preside after 1945, and Austro-Marxism had to concern itself with national, imperial, and European issues which pointed straight to the cataclysm of 1914 to 18. Insofar as he became involved in these controversies, Renner sided not merely with the revisionists, but with those social democrats, including the former radical Parvus, who in 1914 to 18 worked for a German victory and a German-controlled Middle Europa. This made him anathema to the extreme left, but it did not mean that he had become uncritical of imperialism. It also did not diminish his standing in the Austrian socialist movement, of which indeed in some respects he was more representative than the radical theorists who formed the core of Austro-Marxism. Considering the violence provoked by these cleavages elsewhere, it is a remarkable tribute to the maturity of the Viennese group, possibly also a manifestation of the peculiar genius loci, that a degree of mutual respect and tolerance was somehow preserved. If Renner was an untypical adherent of the school, in that he was a Marxist without being a radical, the other members of the group stood close to Koskai and shared his political outlook. Unlike him, they combined firm attachment to doctrine with considerable elasticity in practice. Being younger and more up to date, they managed to straddle some of the issues first raised during the revisionist controversy, without thereby ceasing to be orthodox, at least in their own estimation. Their interests ranged from general ideas to specifically Austrian problems, and the philosopher of the group, Max Adler, was not thought to be less of a Marxist for being a Kantian in his general outlook, one any more than Friedrich Adler, another prominent member and subsequently something like a left-wing rebel, incurred suspicions of heresy because he was attracted to the philosophy of Ernst Mach. The very first pronouncement of the group in 1901 was directed against Bernstein, and more generally against the various current attempts to revise Marxism out of existence. Point 2 again, when Max Adler and Hilferding came forward in 1904 with a massive symposium of theoretical studies, the editors, for all their proclaimed readiness to develop the inherited corpus of doctrines, expressly laid claim to the title of orthodox Marxists, not without some polemical side glances at people whose demand for greater intellectual latitude only served to conceal their lack of a firm standpoint. Point 1. For all these affirmations of doctrinal consistency, the Viennese neo-Marxists were separated from their elders by the change in the general intellectual climate which had occurred since the 1880s, when Engels laid down the principles of orthodox Marxism. The intervening period had witnessed a revulsion against scientific materialism and a revival of interest in philosophy. It was this which had driven the revisionists back to Kant, and correspondingly caused the defenders of orthodoxy to emphasize their dislike of metaphysics. The greater sophistication of the Viennese school was immediately made evident by their ingenious attempt to reconcile the Marxian analysis of society with a qualified adherence to neo-Kantianism in philosophy. Marx was discovered to have been primarily a sociologist, indeed the founder of modern scientific sociology. Epistemological scruples could be laid at rest by recalling that Kant had preceded Marx in treating experience as a logical construct. Point 2. That Marx had been seemingly unaware of this fact was readily explained in terms of his intellectual upbringing. In the 1830s and 1840s Kant had been temporarily eclipsed by Hegel, whose metaphysical system nonetheless rested upon Kantian foundations, inasmuch as it was Kant who introduced the critical method into philosophy. In short, Marxian sociology was fully compatible with Kantian philosophy. More than that, Marx's analysis of social reality in Capital, a work not accidentally subtitled Critique of Political Economy, had been essentially Kantian in spirit, seeing that his method consisted in isolating the logic of the economic process by abstracting from the surface phenomena present to mere uncritical reflection, and thus penetrating to the reality concealed behind them. 1 For Marx as for Kant, the world of experience was not simply given, but mediated by the human mind. His theory was a critique in the Kantian sense, specifically a critique of society. The latter was to be understood as a living totality of material forces and ideal, psychological, strivings, the social organism being subject to historical laws, processes, which in the last resort yield a rational harmony of individual and social interests. Human activity, practice, realizes the aims of philosophy, the latter being nothing but the ideal norms of human nature correctly understood, i.e., nature actuated by reason. Scientific and normative thinking have their common denominator in the critical understanding of what it is that constitutes man's social being. There is no unbridgeable gulf between science and ethics, causal laws and ideal aims, materialism and philosophy. One can be a scientific sociologist and at the same time subscribe to the aims of socialism, since the latter are grounded in a critical perception of the social whole as it affects each individual. A rational order would be a socialist one, hence rationality tells us how we ought to act. Thus Adler, whose ingenious synthesis of neo-Marxism and neo-Kantianism gained the support of the Viennese school, though Koskai remained skeptical and publicly regretted the young generation's tenderness for idealist moral philosophy. 2. Though the historian of ideas turns with some reluctance from these philosophical disputations to the rather less fascinating subject of economics, it must be confessed that the real achievement of Austro-Marxism did not lie in the field of general philosophy. However highly one rates M. Adler's intellectual tour de force, it did not signify a theoretical breakthrough. On the other hand, Otto Bauer's work on the national question, and Rudolf Hilferding's study of finance capitalism, represented something new and important. The two works are best considered jointly, for despite their dissimilar starting points they terminate in an analysis of imperialism which was to become the special characteristic of the neo-Marxist school. 1 Both men owed more to Koskai than is generally recognized. In other respects their writings hardly bear comparison. Bauer's erudite volume of almost 600 pages appeared when its author was all of 26 years old, and though a brilliant achievement for so youthful a writer, it rather lacked finish. The book's lengthy theorizing about the sources of national culture, the origins of European history, and the nature of the Jewish problem, makes quaint reading today, and even in 1907 some readers must have had difficulty struggling through a mountain of information on the Austrian nationality problem before arriving at Bauer's theory of imperialism. It was this which established him as a new magnitude in the field of Marxist scholarship, though within 3 years his brilliant sketch was to be superseded by Hilferding's massive treatise. In passing it may be remarked that for all its weaknesses and its occasional touches of naivete, Bauer's analysis of the national question in Eastern and Central Europe was so far superior to the subsequent productions of the Leninist school that only the massive ignorance of an age fed on popular pseudo-histories can account for its present relative neglect. What Bauer has to say about imperialism is of importance, although in the light of later developments his essay today reads like an anticipation of Hilferding's more systematic theorizing on the subject. His starting point is the growth of global rivalries and the consequent relative shrinkage of interest in purely European affairs. 2 The question he raises is why the great powers increasingly tend to place their foreign and military policies in the service of expansion to the less developed regions of the globe, and the explanation he suggests is that the periodic cyclical depressions characteristic of capitalism accentuate the urge of capital to secure guaranteed spheres of influence in pre-industrial countries, where investment opportunities are better and profit rates higher. Put thus baldly, the argument sounds both trite and doctrinaire, but Bauer backed it with a detailed analysis of protectionist policies under conditions of industrial cartelism. He thus helped to popularize a thesis which has now become familiar, but was far from being widely accepted in the first decade of the century. 1. Moreover, he did not content himself with stating the obvious, namely that protectionism makes it possible for capitalist industries to dump their products abroad. He also stressed that free trading England was the chief victim of the protectionist policies adopted by other nations, notably Germany and the United States. 2. At the same time, he closed the circle of his own argument, which had started from a description of the nation-forming process, by suggesting that imperialism was making an end of nationalism in the older liberal cosmopolitan sense of the term. 3. Some of Bauer's theses were not strictly related to his views on protection, but rather derived, in a somewhat doctrinaire fashion, from the Marxian value concept. From this he deduced that in any exchange between industrialist and backward areas, even under complete free trade and in the absence of political control, surplus value is pumped out of the latter into the former, because the higher organic composition of capital under advanced technological conditions means that surplus profit accrues in a proportion favoring the capitalists of the more industrial region, at the expense of those with whom they trade. 4. This argument had the interesting, though possibly unintended, consequence of suggesting that imperialism was primarily a relationship between industrial and agricultural countries, the former supplementing their normal trade profits by subjugating the latter. It would seem that Bauer adopted this notion from Koskai, who first formulated it in 1901 and then elaborated it in 1914, much to the indignation of Lenin, to whom it was proof of Koskai's unwillingness to regard imperialism as a necessary outcrop of monopolistic capitalism. 5. If one takes Bauer's somewhat confused presentation of the subject as a whole, the stress of his argument would seem to lie on the idea that capitalist expansion leads to imperialist annexation because under modern conditions the strongest concentrations of capital, the capitalist industries and their allies, the banks, require guaranteed markets and politically controlled fields of investment from which foreign competitors are excluded. His attitude towards this development was somewhat ambiguous and even left room for the suggestion that the whole process is economically progressive, in that it equalizes profit rates and helps to establish a global economy. What was effected by the establishment of an ordered system of courts and administration within the European countries, is now being accomplished everywhere by modern militarism and marinism. The navies of the European powers are, so to speak, the world police, which everywhere establishes the requisite legal conditions for the investment of European capital. 1. He even conceded that the workers might profit from protectionism and expansionism, at any rate in their capacity as producers, though on balance the adverse effects of cartels and tariffs were harmful to their interests as consumers. 2. From this it followed for Bauer that the working class would tend to adopt an attitude of sober financial accounting in judging the promised fruits of imperial expansion. It desires to establish in each case whether the favorable results of imperialism are worth the sacrifice. 3. It is only when the political consequences of imperialism, mounting armaments, weakening of parliamentary control, spread of authoritarian attitudes at home come into play that this systematic distrust changes into open hostility on the part of the class-conscious workers. Hence, social democracy and imperialism are incompatible, the more so since imperialism clearly heightens the danger of war, while at the same time it undermines democracy at home. It will be seen that Bauer takes some time to arrive at this conclusion, which in the end rests upon non-economic considerations, chiefly motivated in his case by the conviction that social democracy safeguarded the long-term aspirations of labor by transcending its narrower short-term economic interests. Though impeccable in logic, such a conclusion could hardly have been stated in these terms without giving rise to some rather awkward questions. For if labor's long-term and short-term interests were not identical, but required to be harmonized by a party which yet regarded itself as the expression of proletarian class interest, it was at least conceivable that a situation might arise in which people would prefer to follow a rival movement which promised them more immediate satisfactions, at the expense of conquered races and in the name of National Socialism. It was to be Bauer's misfortune that in the 1930s such a situation did in fact arise, and that his party proved helpless to meet it. Point 1. For all its ingeniousness, Bauer's cursory sketch of the subject, casually included within the context of a massive study of Central and Eastern European national and political problems on the eve of 1914, was hardly more than a harbinger of later systematic studies. The task of underpinning the embryonic theory of imperialism suggested in the writings of Koskai fell to another member of the Viennese group who had the advantage of being a trained economist. In 1910 Rudolf Hilferding came forward with a massive treatise whose very title, Das Finanzkapital, proclaimed its author's belief that the time had come to bring Marx up to date. Subtitled A Study on the Most Recent Development of Capitalism, Hilferding's work at once established its author as the leading authority in the field of neo-Marxian economics, and for good measure enabled every contemporary socialist, including Lenin, to relate the theory of imperialism to the analysis of monopoly and protection. This was something the academic economists had failed to see, economic sociology not being their strong point. It was left to the neo-Marxians to describe the functional change in protectionism which enabled capitalist or trustified industries to turn tariffs to their advantage, while at the same time engaging in a policy of price dumping and intensified capital export abroad. Point 1. Hilferding's argument in this part of his work, for he also goes at great length into other subjects, example monetary management and the theory of banking, may be summarized as follows. The growing concentration of corporate ownership in all major industrial countries has the effect of narrowing the range of competition, while at the same time it creates a homogeneous class of decision-makers in charge of the leading banks and industrial monopolies. It thus makes possible a degree of conscious control over the economy, but in antagonistic forms, i.e., without eliminating the conflicting class interests characteristic of capitalism. The contradiction between the rational management of particular branches of production, and the basic irrationality of the system as a whole, finds expression in attempts to plan those sections of the economy which have fallen under corporate control, either in the form of cartels, i.e., producers' associations to keep prices high and stable, or unified combines, trusts, controlled by the largest investment banks. The counterpart of this increasing trend towards monopoly is the growth of tariff protection, which in turn favors the formation of further cartels and trusts, until the entire economy of the country in question is controlled by them, a monopolistic price policy requiring an adequate tariff wall in order to become effective. Nationally, this trend leads to the gradual disappearance of competition and the subordination of the smaller entrepreneurs to the large corporations, which for technical reasons are strongest in heavy industry. Internationally, it eliminates free trade and thereby intensifies political antagonisms. For whereas under free trade foreign markets and raw material sources are in principle as accessible to all as domestic ones, protection when allied to cartelization and monopoly leads to a state of affairs where rival groups in different countries seek to monopolize markets and raw material sources. The home market needs to be protected by tariffs so that the cartelist industries may be able to raise prices, while abroad they pursue a policy of dumping to get rid of products unsaleable at home at the higher price. Thus, whereas in the formative stage of capitalist industrialization tariffs needed only to be high enough to equalize the chances of domestic producers, the infant industry argument, their purpose now is to exclude all foreign imports which might compete with the monopolies. Since the competing groups of national monopolies, and their respective states, pursue the same incompatible aim of protection at home and intensified dumping abroad, the result is economic warfare which threatens to turn into political and military warfare. Colonial imperialism, i.e., armed expansion into undeveloped regions, is a byproduct of this process, for in conjunction with tariff protection it enlarges the area controlled by the national monopolies. The end result of this contest is war, or at least warlike tendencies on the part of the nations concerned. Thus in the last analysis the centralization of capital leads to international anarchy, mounting national antagonisms, and finally armed conflict. Point 1. Two further points are noteworthy. First, the entire argument is derived from Marx's analysis of capitalist concentration, notably in capital, volume 3, though the growth of protectionism and monopoly described by the neo-Marxians was a more recent phenomenon, of which Engels had barely glimpsed the first signs when he came to edit Marx's manuscripts. Secondly, the thesis does not depend on the Marxian theorem freely employed by Hilferding concerning the falling rate of profit. Though he abandoned the perspective of automatic breakdown, Hilferding was sufficiently orthodox to maintain that the average rate of profit tends to decline with the growing organic composition of capital, and that this trend reinforces the drive to equalize profit rates by eliminating competition. Point 2. But his argument is not logically dependent on this assumption, and the process of cartelization, growing tariff protection, and intensified national competition, can be plausibly traced to the functioning of the economic mechanism without attempting to decide whether there is in fact a long-range tendency for the average rate of profit to decline. This naturally extends to the political consequences as well. Other socialists did not have to share all his assumptions in order to realize that what he called the economic policy of finance capital one must necessarily turn economic rivalries into political conflicts. In fact, the same conclusion could be drawn by writers who started from the conventional free trade premises. If the whole argument has come to sound familiar and even somewhat trite, one reason is that for the past 40 years it has been popularized in Leninist literature, when it was not quietly taken over and adapted by liberal critics of imperialism. The reader of Lenin's well-known study on imperialism written in 1916, but against the background of a discussion already in progress since 1902, is hard put to discover anything not already said by either Hilferding or Hobson. This, however, only applies to its rather slender theoretical content. The political bias of Lenin's pamphlet differs strikingly from the productions of the Austro-Marxist school. In particular, there is not a great deal in the earlier literature to prepare the reader for Lenin's highly charged picture of imperialism as a system for oppressing 1,000 million people, in the colonies and semi-colonies, that is, more than half the population of the globe, in the interest of an increasingly parasitic group of civilized Western countries. Some such conclusion could indeed be drawn from the theoretical premises worked out by Bauer and Hilferding, but Lenin's simplified version ignored what was essential to the neo-Marxian thesis, the notion that, insofar as the whole process served to equalize profit rates and promote capital exports to backward countries by policing the latter, it was still rational, even though its peculiar rationality was increasingly undermined by the danger of war. As was usual with him, Lenin disregarded these subtleties and contented himself with the part of the argument that could be put to immediate political use. Point 2. In 1914-18 a situation favoring the spread of some such simplified theoretical model had clearly arisen, but it needed the Bolshevik conquest of power in 1917 to replace the hitherto accepted Marxist critique of imperialism by the much cruder Leninist doctrine. On its own merits, Lenin's wartime pamphlet would have failed to impress even contemporary Russian Marxists, let alone those of other countries. After 1917, intellectual considerations increasingly gave place to political and propagandist criteria. Even so, the prolonged discussion among Marxist economists in the 1920s and 1930s on the innate tendencies of capitalist accumulation owed nothing to Lenin, and those Soviet theoreticians who took part in it tacitly followed the example of their Western colleagues in treating the Leninist concept as a political doctrine. Point 1. More will have to be said on this subject. For the moment, let us turn to the other important group of Marxist theorists active on the eve of 1914, the German-Polish radicals around Rosa Luxemburg, and their few but influential Russian adherents, notably Trotsky. Here again a brief introductory note on the political background imposes itself before considering their long-range ideas. Since the leading figures of the group were full-fledged theoreticians, the distinction is somewhat artificial, but it cannot be avoided. The closer one approaches the great cataclysm of 1914-18, the more difficult it becomes to separate the politics of Marxist radicalism from its doctrinal pronouncements, yet somewhere there is a dividing line. Rosa Luxemburg's controversial theory of imperialism, for example, was not logically related to her political activities in the East European socialist movement, though it clearly had some bearing on her anti-war stand in 1914-18. Few Russian or Polish socialists of the time were greatly concerned to know whether she was right or wrong to take a critical view of Marx's theory of accumulation. What mattered to them was her hostile attitude towards the Polish national movement, and her consistent support of the Menshevik group in the struggle within Russian social democracy. Conversely, her German friends, who greatly valued her theoretical acumen, were largely indifferent to her involvement in what appeared to them an obscure factional wrangle among Russian and Polish socialists. And indeed the two sets of circumstances were quite distinct, though they came together in the thinking of East European Marxists, chiefly Luxemburg, to a lesser extent Trotsky and Radek, who happened to be concerned both with the approaching East European upheaval and with the debate on the causes of international rivalry. The latter problem concerned Germany principally in its capacity as a European country in competition with England, while the complex issue of proletarian revolution was primarily relevant in Russia, where indeed a dress rehearsal had already occurred in 1905. Still, Central Europe, Germany and Austria-Hungary extended sufficiently far east for the more alert minds to be aware of both sets of problems, while Russian emigrants in Vienna or Berlin might do likewise. 1. This was the background to such intellectual productions as Rosa Luxemburg's doctrine of revolutionary radicalism, or the permanent revolution concept elaborated by her associate Parvus in 1904, with some assistance from the youthful Trotsky. Unless it is kept in mind that the questions prominent in all this theorizing stemmed from two different sets of circumstances, it is easy to underrate the intellectual ingenuity required to bring them together. On the other hand, it ought to be remembered that the protagonists occupied a kind of political no man's land between Germany and Russia, peopled for the most part by national minorities including the numerous and important Jewish minority, and not really quite in tune with the dominant strivings in either of these two great centers of power, not to mention the Western world, whose peculiarities even Germans found it a little difficult to grasp. Point 2. Bearing in mind then that our 2 points of reference are, on the one hand, the Russian upheaval of 1905, and on the other, the growing international tension which finally exploded in 1914, and that the theorizing to which these events gave rise at first possessed no common denominator, we are in a better position to answer the question what exactly it was that radical Marxism stood for during this period. To some extent the answer is implicit in the question. For if the coming Russian cataclysm was only externally connected with the approaching World War in the sense that Tsarism was likely to collapse under the strain of conflict, and thus open the road to revolution, any theorist who tried to relate these two sets of issues was really confronted with a quite desperate task. It speaks for the ingenuity of the leading Marxist radicals that in the end they did manage to evolve a doctrine which appeared to make sense of the situation. This notable tour de force was primarily the achievement of four writers: Luxemburg, Parvus, Radek, and Trotsky, two of whom were subsequently to play a key role in the Communist International. This in itself suggests one reason for the ultimate failure of that organization to make a more lasting impact on the socialist movement in Western Europe. The circumstances of its birth predisposed even its most learned and ingenious theorists towards plausible but erroneous syntheses, on the pattern of the rather more successful thinking they had developed down to 1914. The most celebrated example, Trotsky's permanent revolution concept, is somewhat outside the subject of this study, the more so since Trotsky went on refining his thesis throughout the 1920s and 1930s, but since the idea goes back to the pre-1914 discussion, it must be briefly considered before we move on to Rosa Luxemburg's rather more consequential theory of imperialism. Point 1. The basic notion which seems to have occurred first to A.L. Parvus, then a close associate of Rosa Luxemburg, in 1904 was that modern capitalism had outgrown the existing political system. In particular, the European nation-state had become too small for the coming age of global contests, and was doomed to disappear in a series of frightful convulsions which would leave only the strongest and best-equipped empires standing amidst universal wreckage. This was not indeed an altogether novel thought. Many leading political figures of the time held that there was a tendency for larger supranational agglomerations to be formed. The imperialist movement in the Britain of Joseph Chamberlain, and in the America of Theodore Roosevelt, drew a good deal of stimulus from this prospect. So did some of the leading Fabians and revisionists in England and Germany. But Parvus gave a startling emphasis to the idea by linking it to the notion of capitalism as an economic system propelled forward by crises in which the weaker went to the wall. He also took a more pessimistic view than other contemporaries of the European nation-state, which on his reading was unlikely to survive the coming collision between the imperial giants, and lastly, he connected this analysis with the approaching revolution in Russia. For in this new perspective Russia was the weak link in the global chain, owing to its political and social backwardness, for which the Tsarist regime had no cure. As Parvus saw it, the coming revolution would do more than modernize the country and render it fit to participate in the power struggle for global domination. Already in 1905 the alignment of forces within the revolutionary movement was such that a proletarian upheaval was probable, which in turn could not fail to react upon the political climate of the more advanced countries. The Russian Revolution will shake the bourgeois world, and the Russian proletariat may well play the part of vanguard of the social revolution. One at the time this seemed an improbable forecast, but the youthful Trotsky was impressed and employed it henceforth in support of his own belief that the coming upheaval in Russia would lead straight to a socialist dictatorship. This in turn, since such a regime could not long maintain itself in backward Russia, must seek to establish links with revolutionary movements in more advanced countries. The further perspective evidently rested on the assumption that the industrial countries, specifically the European nations, now faced with a transformation which threatened their independence, would be compelled to relinquish both their traditional political structure and their socio-economic system, the two being linked, since European capitalism had grown up together with the nation-state and could not well survive the disappearance of its political carapace. Hence the coming revolution would be both international and socialist. Whatever may be thought of the rather sweeping fashion in which the synthesis was put together by its authors, one cannot fail to admire the intellectual boldness and ingenuity that went into it. Events did not in the end shape themselves quite in accordance with the forecast, but after 2 world wars the picture has certainly come a good deal closer to the revolutionary prospectus of 1905 than to the rather more commonplace expectations of the moderate school. 1. So far we have looked at the permanent revolution concept in terms of what it implied for the world as a whole, and more particularly for Europe. But the phrase already had a precise significance in Marxist thinking, going back to Marx's writings during the 1848-52 period, where permanent revolution signified a national upheaval patterned on the French model of 1789-94. The roots of this conception, as was shown earlier, were essentially Jacobin Blanquist, and this portion of the Marxian inheritance could with the greatest ease be related to the strategy of the coming Russian Revolution, as indeed was being done by all factions of Russian Marxism. 2. What then was the connection between this familiar and as it were traditional employment of the term permanent revolution, meaning a democratic revolution climaxing in proletarian dictatorship, and the Parvus Trotsky forecast of a coming worldwide upheaval? The answer is that the link was chiefly verbal, or, if one prefers it, the connection existed in Trotsky's mind before it was established in reality. Not that it was difficult to draw a plausible picture wherein the Russian Revolution both before and after its actual occurrence figured as a key element in a global transformation. But though almost every Marxist before 1914 toyed with this notion, Trotsky was unique in going through with it and building an entire political worldview on it. He alone among East European Marxists maintained from the start that the imperialist era, the crisis of the European nation-state, the revolution in Russia, and the imminent collapse of capitalism as a global system, were organically linked, so that the world revolution could not even be conceived, let alone directed, in terms of a series of unconnected happenings. Least of all was he prepared to accept the reformist view which eventually became that of his former Menshevik associates, that only advanced industrial countries were ripe for, gradual and piecemeal, socialization. On this issue he stood ready in 1917 to throw in his lot with Lenin, however much he might differ from him in other matters. Hence, when all is said and done, Trotsky must be allowed his claim to have anticipated the Leninist standpoint of 1917, when Bolshevism became what it had not been before, a world revolutionary doctrine. 1. After this lengthy digression made necessary by the remarkable consistency of Trotsky's thinking, which on this pivotal question never really altered in essentials between 1905 and his death in 1940. We are obliged to retrace our steps so as to consider the other notable intellectual production of the school, Rosa Luxemburg's theory of capitalist development. Here the ground is more familiar and less encumbered by political landmines, for in her theoretical work Luxemburg was quite simply a slightly unorthodox follower of Marx. Her politics are another matter. They were in part animated by a species of syndicalist romanticism, and for the rest they related to three different, though concentric, circles: German social democracy, the Polish socialist movement, within which she championed the unpopular anti-nationalist position, and the Russian revolutionary movement, where she generally supported the Mensheviks, or at any rate the Menshevik group led by Martov, and occasionally by Trotsky, which was reliably internationalist. All this is of importance to the history of socialism, but we cannot deal with it here and must content ourselves with considering her contribution to Marxist theory. This took the form of a critical investigation into certain aspects of Marx's theory of the capitalist process, coupled with an attempt to suggest an economic explanation of the manner in which industrial capital expands into backward areas. So far as subject matter is concerned, we are thus back with the theme of the Austro-Marxist school, but Luxemburg's concern with the question of how capitalism manages to avert automatic breakdown pointed forward to the discussions of the 1930s. That is why her work, for all its analytical faults, strikes today's reader as relevant. The twin points of her analysis, capital accumulation in a closed system, and capital expansion into pre-industrial areas, are of obvious importance to any theory, liberal or socialist, which seeks to explain the mechanism of economic growth. But the immediate political relevance of her thesis, as formulated in 1913, lay in a different context, by appearing to have demonstrated that capital accumulation was impossible in a closed system, and that capitalism could maintain its rhythm and avert automatic breakdown only by constant expansion into backward areas. She seemed not merely to have accounted for the contemporary phenomenon of imperialism, but to have indicated a definite historical limit to the process. For the non-capitalist sector of the world economy was steadily shrinking, and thus the moment was approaching when the process of accumulation would falter. Capitalist expansion was undermining its own foundations, and the system's breakdown had become a historical certainty. Point 2. The analytical faults of this construction did not escape her critics, among whom the Austro-Marxists took the lead immediately upon the book's appearance in 1913.3. The relevant point here is that these critics fastened upon her assertion that capital accumulation was impossible in a closed system, and then proceeded to demonstrate on the basis of Marx's own theoretical model, in Capital, Volume 2, that she was mistaken. In this they were joined by the Dutch Marxist A. Pannenkoek, a left-wing radical whose political views might have predisposed him in favor of her thesis. The debate was thus genuinely scientific, not factional. Nonetheless, the theoretical dispute did imply an important difference of emphasis which had political overtones. Point 1. If Bauer and Hilferding were right in holding that capitalist accumulation could in principle continue without limit, and that Marx's analysis did not presage anything in the nature of automatic breakdown, it was not altogether clear on what grounds socialists were confident of victory. Bauer's assertion that the working class would make an end of capitalism, even though it continued to function satisfactorily, did sound a little unconvincing. At any rate, it failed to explain why a viable capitalism should breed a class-conscious proletariat ready and able to establish a socialist system. But then the same might be said of Luxemburg's notion that economic breakdown would have such results. The remarkable thing about Rosa Luxemburg's performance is that, although her central thesis was mistaken, she managed to draw attention to the peculiar mechanism of economic growth underlying the worldwide expansion of capitalism during the past 2 centuries. Point 2. The analytical fallacies which invalidate her argument have often been emphasized. They were indeed evident to her critics from the beginning. What was less evident and presumably accounted for her angry refusal to relinquish her vision of the total picture was that she had stumbled on something important, for although it is not true to say that capitalism keeps going only by expanding into non-capitalist regions, it is a fact that such a process of expansion had become characteristic of the system as it operated in the era of Western hegemony. If one abstracts from her rather mechanical breakdown theory, her analysis of economic imperialism is valid enough, so is her trenchant critique of the disruption worked by European colonialism upon primitive Asian and African peasant societies. 3 Lastly, she saw that the intensified militarism and navalism of the pre-1914 era had an economic function, though she exaggerated its importance. On all these counts she anticipated later theoretical developments. But for her doctrinaire assertion that it was necessary for capital progressively to dispose ever more fully of the whole globe, and that in respect of the supposed problem of realizing additional surplus value the solution lies in the dialectical conflict that capitalism needs non-capitalist social organizations as the setting for its development, her critics would have found little to question in the descriptive parts of her work. Unfortunately, it was essential to her thesis that the necessity of economic breakdown should be logically demonstrable on the basis of Marx's assumptions. When it was suggested to her by Bauer and others that capitalist accumulation might under certain circumstances be self-perpetuating, she seems to have felt that such a notion was fatal to socialism, as well as being theoretically wrong too. It was in fact fatal to her rather apocalyptic vision of economic breakdown giving rise to political catastrophes. Clearly it was this vision which connected her thinking with that of Parvus and Trotsky, though her reasoning was a good deal more abstract. That the breakdown thesis was not really essential to catastrophism became apparent a few years later, when most of her former adherents as well as such unattached radicals as Karl Radek went over to Lenin, for Lenin's doctrine did not operate with any kind of mechanical causality so far as economics was concerned. In his empirical fashion, Lenin was ready to make use of any material that came to hand, while steering clear of controversies that had no bearing upon his immediate political aims. Nor was Trotsky inclined to make his prognosis dependent upon one particular theory of imperialism rather than another. It was enough for his purpose that imperialism should be understood as a global tendency rooted in the conflict between the worldwide development of society's productive forces and the oppressive straitjacket of the obsolescent national state. Once Lenin had accepted these notions, or as much of them as was necessary to buttress his standpoint, the communist theory of imperialism could be said to have taken the place of the older, pre-1914, socialist model. 3. To put the matter in this form is equivalent to saying that the emergence of an entirely new doctrine concerning the future of capitalism as a world system depended on the revolution in Russia, or to be exact, on the conquest of political power by the faction of the social democratic movement led by Lenin. The paradox inherent in this statement is not lessened by the reflection that Bolshevism down to 1917 was a distinctly Russian doctrine with a certain parochial flavor. There was little in Lenin's pre-war writings to presage his later role as the key figure in a revolution with worldwide pretensions. It was not even certain that he and his group aimed at the displacement of capitalism in Russia, though their tactics at least permitted the inference that such a development was considered desirable. Down to 1917 most social democrats, including the majority of Lenin's followers, would have regarded a democratic but non-socialist revolution in Russia as the most probable outcome. Even Parvus had merely suggested that such an event might become the starting point of a socialist transformation in the West. That Russia would not merely give the signal, but actually try to promote and direct the world revolution on the basis of her own experience, was a possibility not even conceived by Trotsky, who on the contrary always maintained that the real decision would fall in Europe, specifically in Germany. All this is relevant in our context, as well as for the general history of the period, for it meant that when the new doctrine came to be fashioned, it was an East European one. Hence the 1917-18 upheaval implied a further eastward shift compared with the pre-1914 situation, when the gravitational center of the radical Marxist group lay somewhere between Vienna and Berlin, though Petersburg and Warsaw certainly figured in the movement. Neither the German Polish nor the Austro-Hungarian Marxists in those days had any notion of viewing the imminent political upheaval in Russia as more than a sign that the Europeanization of that country was at long last beginning in real earnest. Since the political fortunes of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia were closely connected, such a prospect was naturally welcomed, Beyond this, it would be difficult to point to any evidence that European socialists expected Russia to break new ground. At any rate, it can be said that down to 1914 the intellectual hegemony of Germany and Austria within the socialist movement had not been seriously challenged. Marxism was still essentially a Central European doctrine, and the Russian Marxists including Lenin looked to Germany for theoretical and political leadership. The notion of reversing this traditional state of affairs had not yet occurred to anyone. All this of course is merely to say that even those who stood closest to the scene were unaware of the cataclysm that was preparing. Today we can see that the Russian Revolution did give an altogether new direction to Marxist theorizing, as well as to European history. Among others, it lent an East European imprint to what had hitherto been a Western, or at most a German, doctrine, though paradoxically it also revived some elements of the Jacobin heritage which had been lost from view while Marxism was identified with German socialism. Though in terms of geography the secular trend had been from west to east, the arrival on the scene of a Russian revolutionary movement inevitably rekindled those long dormant elements of the original Marxian synthesis which went back all the way to French utopian socialism, and further to the French Revolution itself. This is the justification for concluding the historical part of our study with some reflections on the antecedents of Bolshevism. 8. Lenin. Prior to 1917, the prospect of a revolution in Russia figured in socialist thinking primarily as an event that would make Europe safe for democracy by removing that traditional bulwark of reaction, the Tsarist regime. This attitude had become standard since 1848-9, when indeed it was common to Democrats of all shades of opinion, and around 1900 it would have been difficult to discover any group or faction within either the Russian or the international socialist movement which held a different view. The fact is merely recalled here in order to stress the extraordinary change which was to supervene after the event had actually occurred. Since we are not concerned with the prehistory of the 1917 upheaval, but with its place in the development leading from the French Revolution, via 1848 and the Marxist synthesis, to the Leninist seizure of power in 1917, we need not inquire into the national origins of Bolshevism or for that matter of populism, narodnичество, beyond the point where Marxist influence can be traced. Likewise, there is no need to go into the question what Marx and Engels at varying stages of their career thought of Russia and the Russians. Point 1, but 2 points need to be borne in mind. First, neither Marx nor Engels doubted after about 1870 that the Tsarist regime would soon collapse, and secondly, they regarded this event, whatever its importance from the democratic standpoint, as marginal in terms of socialist developments in the West. This distinction may seem artificial, and it was artificial insofar as the social democratic movement in the era of the Second International, 1889-1914, rested upon a confluence of democratic and socialist tendencies which notably in Germany and Eastern Europe were often difficult to tell apart. But the distinction was nonetheless important to anyone who tried to think seriously about the long-range significance of a revolution that did away with the Tsardom. For the disappearance of the autocracy would presumably lead to the installation of a social order modeled on Western institutions, in which case the choice lay between constitutional monarchy patterned on Bismarckian Germany, or a democratic republic inspired by the French example. In general, Western democratic thinking, while obviously favoring the second alternative, was quite prepared to treat the first as at all events a considerable step forward. Specifically, German social democracy, for very good reasons of its own, was ready to welcome any political change in Russia which seemed likely to promote a more democratic orientation within Germany, and a lessening of military tensions in Europe. It must be remembered that the age of the Second International was also the era of the Franco-Russian military alliance against Germany, and that already in the 1890s German socialism, as represented above all by Engels, had to face the awkward prospect of a future war in which Germany's national existence might be at stake. In this perspective, the Tsarist regime appeared as the principal obstacle to the triumph of social democracy, as well as being, in Engels's opinion anyhow, the sworn enemy of European peace and progress. Point 1. Marx's own approach had been somewhat different. During his lifetime the Franco-Russian alliance had not yet begun to weigh upon the minds of German social democrats, While the traditional Anglo-Russian antagonism over Turkey did not engage his theoretical interest, though he never ceased to champion the Anglo-Turkish standpoint. 1 This accounts in part for the philosophic detachment with which he followed the disputes among Russian populist socialists in the 1870s and early 1880s. His own work during this period involved an intensive study of Tsarist economic conditions and frequent correspondence with Russian economists of the populist school, as well as contact with the growing Russian émigré milieu in Western Europe. An incidental outcome of these exchanges were some lengthy unpublished drafts for a brief letter to Vera Zasulich, then no longer a Narodnik though not yet a Social Democrat, in 1881, in which he carefully refrained from taking sides in the growing controversy over the prospects of capitalist development in Russia. 2 Today his notes on the subject make truly fascinating reading. Had these drafts been published in the 1890s, when the controversy between the Russian Marxists and their populist rivals was at its height, both parties to the debate might have found support in them for their respective views concerning the extent to which the Russian peasant economy had been able to resist capitalist encroachments. As it was, they had to content themselves with the tantalizingly brief statement made by Marx and Engels in their joint preface to the second Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto early in 1882, to the effect that if the Russian Revolution becomes the signal for a proletarian revolution in the West, so that both complement each other, the present Russian common ownership of land may serve as the starting point for a communist development. Like Marx's earlier reply to Zasulich's inquiry. This non-committal formula was deliberately phrased so as to preserve neutrality in the dispute among the Russian factions, of whom the one headed by G. V. Plekhanov, P. B. Axelrod and V. Zasulich in the following year, 1883, duly constituted itself on a social democratic, i.e., Marxist and non-populist, programmatic basis. Marx's personal sympathies seem to have been fairly evenly divided between the rival groups. After his death, Engels gradually became more severe with the Narodniks, who by the 1890s had come to reject the entire Marxian analysis as inapplicable to Russia, as well as unsympathetic to their general outlook, which broadly speaking was Communist and Anglo-French rather than Marxist and German. The relevance of these seemingly arid disputes became evident in the second half of the 1890s, when the growing social democratic movement laid successful siege to the populist strongholds in the universities. It is perhaps unnecessary to emphasize that the entire dispute was confined to the intelligentsia, not merely in the obvious sense that nearly all those who took part in the literary and theoretical wrangles were intellectuals. In this respect the situation did not differ from that in Western Europe, but in the more important sense that the intelligentsia as a group provided the social milieu within which the politico-ideological conflict was fought out, at any rate down to the revolution of 1905, when something like normal political life came into being and the competing groups and sects were able to open their ranks to non-intellectuals. When one speaks of the conflict between populists and Marxists in the 1890s, one is referring to a factional struggle within the radical intelligentsia, including the numerous and important proletarianist semi-intelligentsia which later became the chief support of Bolshevism. The conflict was waged principally over the question whether Russia was already engaged in the normal process of capitalist development, or whether she could still hope to escape from it. Since Marx's only existing direct reply, his unpublished letter to Zasulich, had been non-committal, the disputants were compelled to seek enlightenment through diligent study of his major theoretical works. In this respect the posthumous publication in 1894 of the concluding volume of Capital had an effect similar to that produced in Germany and Austria, but for different reasons. In Western Europe readers of the work fastened on the price-value problem, the falling rate of profit, and anything else that contributed to the analysis of mature industrial capitalism. In Russia it was read chiefly for confirmation of what populists and Marxists had come to believe with regard to the impact of capitalism on the peasant economy, the Narodniks asserting that the village community was holding its own, and the Marxists denying it. 1 Hence the curious phenomenon of legal Marxism after 1894, i.e., legally published Marxist literature designed to show that capitalism was making progress in Russia despite the country's general backwardness. It was only with the subsequent quarrel among the Marxists themselves, one group holding out for positive encouragement of capitalism along liberal lines, another, the economists, combining this perspective with emphasis on trade unionism, and the third, and largest, insisting on social democracy's political task in overthrowing the autocracy, that the dispute ceased to be academic, and thereafter it still needed the further decisive split of the Marxist Social Democrats into Bolshevik and Menshevik factions in 1903-5 to produce something like a clear-cut political alignment. Point 2. Even then, the analogy with German and West European conditions is misleading. In particular, there is very little to support the notion energetically propagated by Lenin himself, and subsequently elevated to the rank of dogma by his followers, that the split corresponded to the revisionist controversy in the West. Russian intellectuals who broke away from Marxism for the most part opted for liberalism in politics, following the example of Peter Struve, the first of the legal Marxists to transform himself from a theoretical socialist, and co-author of the 1898 Social Democratic Minsk Manifesto, into a practicing liberal. The only Russian revisionist really to deserve this title was Tikhon Baranovsky. Few of Lenin's Menshevik opponents after 1903 were revisionists in any meaningful definition of the term. Plekhanov, the father of Russian Marxism, was at least as orthodox as Kosky, and neither Martov nor Axelrod, nor any of the other principal figures of Menshevism, not to mention Trotsky, had the smallest sympathy for reformist socialism in the West European sense. Their opposite numbers in Germany were the left-wing radicals, Parvus, Rosa Luxemburg, and their circle. Indeed, as we have seen, Parvus and Trotsky eventually came to form a faction of their own. These considerations do not, of course, dispose of the argument that Lenin's intervention marked a fundamental cleavage. They are merely intended as a comment on the popular notion that in the ensuing struggle Bolshevism represented the orthodox Marxist viewpoint. Nothing could be further from the case. If anyone introduced a profound revision of Marxist doctrine, it was none other than Lenin himself. This was immediately perceived by his opponents, who at the time included almost every Marxist of note, from Plekhanov and Kosky to Luxemburg and Trotsky. Point 1. The difficulty lay in defining just what the new element represented. In 1903-4 the controversy raged mainly over organization, and specifically over Lenin's insistence upon dictatorial control within a narrow party of professional revolutionaries. Later the debate switched to the seemingly quite distinct subject of political strategy during the Russian upheaval of 1905-6, and later still it involved the question of whether there should be a conspiratorial organization of social democrats side by side with the open democratic labor movement that was growing up in Russia before 1914. Finally in 1917 there came the biggest shock of all, Lenin's conversion to the Parvus-Trotsky doctrine of permanent revolution, and his insistence to the utter bewilderment and dismay of his own lieutenants that the Bolshevik Party should usurp power in the name of a proletarian revolution with socialist aims, in other words, that it should do what for 15 years he had declared to be impossible. In the face of so many seemingly disconnected issues, all turning upon one man's apparent readiness to subordinate all else to the single aim of seizing power, it is not surprising that even his followers frequently failed to grasp the purpose underlying his baffling changes of front. Indeed, one has the impression that there were moments when he had himself run out of formulas which satisfied his theoretical conscience, and had to fall back upon improvisation. Still, taking Lenin's theory and practice as a whole, notably in the light of what it was that he actually achieved, the essential coherence is more striking than the frequently bewildering changes of tactic and vocabulary. However little the reality of Soviet society may have corresponded to his expectations, the actual seizure of power in 1917, the October Revolution, was very much the kind of thing he had anticipated and worked for. And if this is granted, as it must be on any dispassionate study of the evidence, one must also grant that his theorizing and his actions complemented each other, though the official doctrine of Leninism, as it was shaped after his death, does little to clarify the circumstances. In trying to understand the political novelty that Bolshevism represented, it is important to abstract from merely doctrinal squabbles over side issues, such as the not very fascinating dispute over materialist philosophy which absorbed some of Lenin's energy in 1908, and to which quite disproportionate attention was given after Leninism had become the official ideology of Soviet society. Whatever the significance of his philosophical writings for the mental climate of the USSR, their purely intellectual standing, whether in terms of traditional Marxist thinking or simply of philosophy in general, is not such as to invite prolonged consideration. Perhaps the only thing which needs to be said is that Lenin's naively realistic theory of knowledge is incompatible with the dialectic. Point 1. Again, it is not really very relevant in our context to inquire into the purely national origins of his general outlook. Broadly speaking, his manner of looking at the world did not differ from that of his fellow Marxists, or for that matter from the political philosophy of the average radical of his time. When one bears in mind that all factions of the revolutionary movement shared the assumptions of the 19th century Russian radicals, this is hardly surprising. Anyone who takes the trouble to read Herzen or Chernyshevsky can easily discover what these assumptions were, just as anyone who bothers to read Plekhanov's painstaking exposition of materialist fundamentalism one can find out for himself where Lenin, who thought very highly of the older man's work, acquired his more technical philosophic notions. All this belongs to the history of Russian Marxism as it gradually arose from its populist chrysalis. But while it is important to realize that the Russian Marxists stemmed from the populist movement of the 1860s and 1870s, and that in general they preserved its fundamental values even when they repudiated its politics, this still does not explain the phenomenon of Leninism. In a way it even renders it more bewildering, for if Leninism is simply populism with a Marxist infusion, as one is sometimes tempted to feel, the question arises why the true populists, the Narodniks of the 1890s, and the vastly more numerous and better organized socialist revolutionaries of 1903, 1917 were unable to hold their own against the diminutive Bolshevik assailant. With so many giant creatures floundering about in the political jungle, why did victory go to the Bolsheviks? The question may be unanswerable in this form. Accidents played their part, Lenin's control over a centralist organization enabling him to exploit what was perhaps only a fleeting opportunity in 1917. Certainly the disastrous failure of the democratic parties to take Russia out of the war, and satisfy the peasantry's demand for land, was not written in the stars, or anchored in the class structure. It was part of a situation which Lenin turned to advantage, as no one else could have done, but it was no more than an opportunity. To treat the Bolshevik seizure of power in October 1917 as an event of the same order as the fall of the monarchy 8 months earlier, i.e., as the necessary consequence of Russia's internal development, is not only nonsense, but the reverse of historical materialism. To do him justice, Lenin himself did not pretend that the October Revolution was necessary in the sense of being inevitable. On the contrary, he insisted all through the critical months that if the chance were missed, it might never return. This was quite true, and it is the best possible comment on the obstinate attempt of his disciples to have the event inscribed in the Marxist canon as a manifestation of historical inevitability. What it really showed was that in a fluid situation it was possible to bring off a successful coup d'état of the sort Blanqui had planned, but for which mid-19th century France was already too highly organized and too conservative. For of course the urban rising needed an agrarian revolution to complement it, just as the Jacobin seizure of power in 1793-4 had done. Once the peasantry had ceased to be a revolutionary force, the age of successful proletarian insurrections was over. In this respect the experience of 1848-71 had been conclusive, which was just why European socialism after that date had turned reformist. This is the negative side of the matter. But an analysis of Leninism which stops at this point is in danger of underrating the originality of Lenin's achievement. After all, there were other socialists, even other Marxists in the Russia of 1905-17 who perceived all this with a fair degree of clarity. The uniqueness of Lenin and of the Bolshevik organization which he founded and held together lay in the decision to make the agrarian upheaval do the work of the proletarian revolution to which all social democrats were in principle committed. Here again it is necessary to distinguish between doctrine and performance. the bare notion that the democratic and the socialist revolution might be merged, or telescoped, was not peculiar to Bolshevism. On the contrary, Lenin tended to fight shy of it until the decisive moment in April 1917, when he suddenly committed his party to it and thus touched off the cataclysm. Even then his rationalizations lacked the logical coherence of Trotsky's Formula. 1 But Trotsky had been able to develop the pure logic of his argument precisely because being in a minority of one even among the Mensheviks he was reduced to theorizing about the probable course of events. To say nothing of the fact that, not being rooted in Russian life to the same extent as Lenin, he could afford to make light of circumstances ever present to the older man. Chief among these circumstances was the central importance to Russia of the agrarian problem, and the key role which the peasantry was certain to occupy in any thoroughgoing democratic revolution. No study of Lenin's writings from the 1890s onward, when he first formulated his criticism of Narodnik policy and ideology, can overlook the fact that concern with this subject was basic to his thinking. This did not make him less of a Marxist, but it gave an emphasis to his theorizing which, to say the least, was unusual among social democrats. The reader who comes to Leninism from the populists, by way of the legal Marxist, economist, and Menshevik diatribes against the simple-minded Narodniks who denied the reality of capitalism, experiences a feeling of having returned to the starting point after a lengthy digression through unfriendly territory. In this connection it is immaterial that Lenin was himself almost certainly a populist for a brief period in the late 1880s before becoming a Marxist, for this kind of evolution was quite common. What mattered was that he retained his sense of the village and the peasantry after he had broken with the populists and become a convinced, even a doctrinaire Marxist social democrat. Throughout his career down to the moment in November 1917 when he quite simply appropriated the populist platform on land ownership, and left the rival Socialist Revolutionary Party, still far more numerous than his own, but already split into hostile factions, to shiver in the wind without its clothes. He conveys a sense of determination to put a radical solution of the agrarian problem foremost among the tasks of the revolution. This was more than ordinary tactical realism, it reflected an order of priorities, ultimately a hierarchy of values different from that of the average city-bred radical. But of course there was more to the Bolshevik union of theory and practice than the bare strategy of a radical democratic movement which in the end overstepped its own limits. There was the conception of the party as a tightly centralist organization of professional revolutionaries, and the perspective of revolution under the control of a party of this type, ultimately, of revolution from above. This has become a familiar theme, so much so that the essence of Leninism has come to be seen in its organizational model. But here caution is indicated. The record shows that with Lenin the vision of total revolution preceded the totalitarian party structure. As early as 1898, 4 years before he outlined the vanguard concept, he was already urging the strategy of such a revolution upon the nascent social democrat movement. Moreover, he employed arguments which implied, if they did not actually state, that the coming revolution would be carried through by the proletariat. 1 In the struggle against the autocracy, he wrote, the working class must single itself out from the rest, for it alone is the truly consistent and unreserved enemy of absolutism. It is only between the working class and absolutism that compromise is impossible. Only in the working class has democracy a champion without reservations, who does not waver, who does not look back. And yet more emphatically, the proletariat alone is capable of bringing about the complete democratization of the political and social system, because such democratization would place the system in the hands of the workers. To say that these statements breathe the spirit of the Communist Manifesto and the address of the Central Committee to the Communist League is another way of saying that the Russia of 1898 was 50 years behind Western Europe. But this circumstance was recognized by all socialists of the period, and the conclusion which Lenin drew in 1898 was accepted by the exiled Social Democrats of the Liberation of Labor Group in Geneva, headed by his future Menshevik opponents, Plekhanov, Axelrod, and Zasulich, else his pamphlet would not have been published by them, with a laudatory preface by Axelrod who described it as a commentary on the official party manifesto drawn up in the same year. 3. Nonetheless, there was an important difference between the Marxian model of 1848-50 and Lenin's tentative formulation. In 1898, Lenin did not as yet venture beyond the suggestion that the proletariat, led in its class struggle by social democracy, is the vanguard of Russian democracy, for the revolution to which he looked forward was a democratic one which would do away with the Tsarist regime and clear the ground for the subsequent class struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat. The notion of merging or telescoping both phases did not occur to anyone before 1905, and by that date Lenin had developed his own theory. This was set out successively in two important pieces of writing to which somewhat disproportionate attention has been given in recent years: the essay on party organization, What is to be Done, 1, and the analysis of Bolshevik strategy in the 1905 upheaval, 2, Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution. 2. Between the dates of appearance of these two programmatic statements of Leninist organization and policy, respectively 1902 and 1905, there lay the split of 1903 into Bolshevik and Menshevik factions, in consequence of which even those who in 1902 had raised no objection to the thesis of what is to be done, discovered after the event that they had really disapproved of Lenin's Jacobin ideas all along. By a familiar process, this retrospective view was then projected forward into the debate over the proper attitude to be taken by socialists in the bourgeois democratic upheaval of 1905-6. Instead of going into the details of this controversy, which has been analyzed often enough by historians of the period, let us try to isolate the essential elements of the Leninist concept. 3. In What is to be Done, written before the Bolshevik-Menshevik split, and in the main directed against the economist group of Russian Marxists who regarded political activity as a byproduct of the class conflict between employers and workers, Lenin developed at greater length the basic idea of his 1898 pamphlet, namely that social democracy could not confine itself to the proletarian class struggle, but must take the lead in the coming democratic uprising against the Tsarist regime. From this unimpeachably orthodox from the Marxist standpoint thesis, he proceeded to what at first glance seems a quite irrelevant dissertation on the socialist consciousness of the workers, which in contrast to his opponents he insisted on treating as an extraneous element, not rooted in the spontaneous life process of the working class, but injected into it by the radical intellectuals who were the carriers of the socialist worldview. 4. Though decked out with appropriate quotations from Koski, this notion was at best of dubious orthodoxy. But what really caused the subsequent rift between Lenin's followers and all other groups in the social democratic movement, including the left-wing radicals around Luxembourg, was his evident tendency to identify the conscious element with the professional revolutionaries whom he wished to place in undisputed control of the spontaneous mass movement, in other words, of the real workers' movement. Since the professionals were either intellectuals of bourgeois origin, or former workers who had shed their proletarian character and assumed a classless identity in the conspiratorial underground movement, the forerunner of the victorious party organization which was to dominate the state after the revolution, the Leninist model in fact amounted to the political expropriation of the proletariat and its subjection to a dictatorial machine operated by the Bolshevik leadership, a leadership which was essentially self-constituted and irremovable, though in theory democratically controlled. This consequence of Lenin's organizational model was promptly perceived by his Menshevik opponents, at any rate after the split of 1903-4 had opened their eyes to his Jacobin temper, and systematically denounced by them from that time onward. As Trotsky in particular never tired of pointing out, it represented a throwback not merely to the immature proto-Marxism of 1848-50, but to pre-Marxist forms of organization. In fact, the only reason for not describing it as Blanquist was that Blanqui had never envisaged anything quite so thoroughgoing. 1. This is one side of the matter. The other side, to which less attention has been given in Western literature, is Lenin's approach to the problem of revolutionary strategy in 1905. Unless the link between these two aspects of his attitude is grasped, the secret of his eventual success remains obscure. So does the place of Leninism in Marxist history, and the progression from the French to the Russian Revolution, of which Marxism was the theoretical instrument. For of course the bare statement that Marx in 1848-50 had toyed briefly and experimentally with some notions which Lenin put into practice 7 decades later, tells us little. The question is what enabled him to square his conception of the party with his doctrine of revolution. It is not enough to say that he remodeled his doctrine until it fitted the unique circumstances of 1917, for the fact is that in 1905 he had already worked out the strategy, though not yet the complete theoretical formula of a revolution which, though democratic, was not bourgeois. This peculiar achievement requires some consideration. The difficulty lies in disentangling what was said from what was implied, and still more in discriminating concepts that were genuinely operational from notions which achieved prominence post factum. Thus, after the Bolshevik triumph in 1917, communist writers took to quoting Marx's observation, in a letter to Engels of April 16, 1856, that the outcome of the expected second round in Germany, which never materialized, would depend on the possibility of backing the proletarian revolution by some second edition of the Peasant War I. Although this notion was in reality no longer applicable to Germany when Marx wrote, it could be regarded as having forecast in a very general way what took place in Russia in 1905, and more particularly in 1917. But apart from Trotsky, who was quite isolated on this issue, no social democrat in 1905 ventured to draw such conclusions, and even in 1917 Lenin had the greatest difficulty in getting his party to adopt the strategy of permanent revolution, i.e., proletarian socialist revolution backed by an agrarian upheaval. The orthodox view that in a backward country only a bourgeois democratic revolution was possible, still predominated when Lenin arrived in Petrograd in April 1917. This doctrine, moreover, had in 1905 been Lenin's own point too. Indeed, for years thereafter he still maintained that the correct strategy was to aim not at a socialist dictatorship for which the preconditions did not exist in backward Russia, but at a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. Before trying to extract the meaning of this curious formula, it is worth pondering what Lenin in 1905 had to say about the prospects of social development after the expected fall of the Tsardom. Marxists are absolutely convinced of the bourgeois character of the Russian Revolution. What does this mean? It means that the democratic changes in the political system, and the social and economic changes which have become indispensable for Russia, do not in themselves imply the undermining of capitalism, the undermining of bourgeois domination. On the contrary, they will for the first time really clear the ground for a widespread and rapid European, and not Asiatic, development of capitalism. They will, for the first time, make it possible for the bourgeoisie to rule as a class. The socialist revolutionaries too cannot grasp this idea, for they are ignorant of the rudiments of the laws of development of commodity and capitalist production. They fail to see that even the complete success of a peasant uprising, even the redistribution of the whole of the land for the benefit of the peasants and in accordance with their desires, black redistribution or something of that kind, will not destroy capitalism at all, but will, on the contrary, give an impetus to its development, and hasten the breaking up of the peasantry into classes. The failure to grasp this truth makes the socialist revolutionaries unconscious ideologists of the petty bourgeoisie. Insistence on this truth is extremely important for social democrats, not only theoretically, but from the standpoint of practical politics, for from it follows the necessity for the complete class independence of the party of the proletariat in the present general democratic movement. But it does not at all follow from this that a democratic revolution, bourgeois in its social and economic substance, is not of enormous interest for the proletariat. It does not at all follow from this that the democratic revolution cannot take place in a form advantageous mainly to the big capitalist, the financial magnate, and the enlightened landowner, as well as in a form advantageous to the peasant and to the worker. 3. This seems straightforward enough, but as one reads what Lenin has to say about the character of the coming bourgeois revolution, there gradually appears an ambiguity in his thinking which he seems to have been reluctant to face. On the one hand, the fall of the monarchy was to clear the ground for a democratic republic, bourgeois rule, and the most rapid development of modern capitalism. On the other hand, the revolution itself was to be carried through by the working masses in town and country, against the probable resistance not only of the old regime, but of the liberal bourgeoisie, whose major aim, a constitutional regime under a reformed monarchy, necessarily precluded radical democracy. The bourgeois revolution would thus have to be pushed through against the will of those elements whom ultimately it was certain to benefit, republican democracy being no part of the bourgeois program. This paradox was capped by another: although the revolution was not to be a proletarian one in the Marxist sense, i.e., it was not to aim at socialism, it would nonetheless bring the proletariat and the peasant masses to the forefront, seeing that the propertied classes could not be expected to wage a resolute fight against the autocracy. We know that owing to their class position they are incapable of waging a decisive struggle against Tsarism. They are too greatly handicapped by the shackles of private property, capital, and land, to enter into a decisive struggle. They need Tsarism, with its bureaucratic, police and military forces against the proletariat and the peasantry, far too much for them to be able to strive for its destruction. No, the only force capable of gaining a decisive victory over Tsarism is the people, i.e., the proletariat and the peasantry, if we take the main forces and distribute the rural and urban petty bourgeoisie, also part of the people, between the two. A decisive victory of the revolution over Tsarism is the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. 1. This was to become the pivotal element of Bolshevism for the entire period from 1905 to 1917, when Lenin adopted the permanent revolution strategy of a socialist dictatorship. In retrospect, it is evident that the 1905 formula was ambiguous, in that it left open the possibility that the revolutionary democratic dictatorship might take matters into its hands and decide to transcend the limits of the bourgeois revolution. It is likewise apparent that, whatever the tactical advantages of such an elastic formula, its real though probably unconscious function was to conceal from others the inherent ambiguity of Lenin's standpoint. 2 Further considerations are likewise relevant in our context. First, Lenin's terminology, notably his employment of the term the people, for all the subsequent qualifying clauses, quite obviously stems from the populist tradition, and secondly, his conception of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship which would carry through the bourgeois revolution in radical fashion against the resistance of the bourgeoisie, was clearly Jacobin. To be exact, it was modeled on the Marxist interpretation of Jacobinism as a radical democratic movement which employed dictatorial means to clear the ground of pre-bourgeois encumbrances. As Lenin remarked complacently on the same occasion, if the revolution gains a decisive victory, then we shall settle accounts with Tsarism in the Jacobin, or if you like, in the plebeian way. 1. It is a matter of history that in 1917 Lenin abandoned this perspective and in substance adopted the permanent revolution strategy, although down to 1916 he had continued to polemicize against its exponents, who at that date included Bukharin and Radek as well as Trotsky. 2 The proximate cause of this change of mind appears to have been the war, specifically, the radicalization of his thinking after 1914, which led him to propose the new party name Communist in 1917, in place of the traditional Social Democrat. It can hardly be thought accidental that while thus reverting to the outlook of the Communist Manifesto, he also adopted the strategy adumbrated in that document. Marx, after all, had been the first man in Europe to spell out the implications of proletarian dictatorship, and the manifesto had given the first clear hint of how a bourgeois revolution might be transformed into a proletarian one. The distance traveled by Lenin in this respect between 1905 and 1917 can be measured by 2 quotations. The Jacobins of contemporary social democracy, the Bolsheviks, or whatever we may call them, wish by their slogans to inspire the revolutionary and republican petty bourgeoisie, and especially the peasantry, to rise to the level of the consistent democratism of the proletariat. They want the people, i.e., the proletariat, and the peasantry, to settle accounts with the monarchy and the aristocracy in a plebeian manner, ruthlessly destroying the enemies of liberty, crushing their resistance by force, making no concessions whatever to the accursed heritage of serfdom, of Asiatic barbarism, and of all that is an insult to mankind. 1. By 1917 the aim had shifted to full-blooded communism in the sense of the 1848 Manifesto and Marx's pamphlet on the Paris Commune. We ourselves, the workers, will organize large-scale production on the basis of what capitalism has already created, relying on our own experience as workers, establishing strict, iron discipline supported by the state power of the armed workers. This is our proletarian task. This is what we can and must start with in carrying out the proletarian revolution. Point 2. In the place of the widespread and rapid European, and not Asiatic, development of capitalism which Lenin had envisaged in 1905 as the goal of radical democratic revolution, there now appeared in a perspective drastically foreshortened by the war and the anticipated socialist upheaval in Europe the messianic vision of a Russia liberated from the curse of capitalism and free to build socialism in its own fashion. From his own rather more sophisticated standpoint, Trotsky was able to welcome this as a belated conversion to his long-held view that a thoroughgoing democratic revolution would automatically result in a socialist dictatorship. Where he continued to differ from most Bolsheviks after 1917 as he had differed from Lenin, on other grounds, before that date was in refusing to believe that socialism could in fact be constructed in a backward country. Russia could only give the signal, it was for Europe to accomplish the main task. But if a proletarian revolution in Russia did not spell socialism, what exactly was its import? From 1905 onward Trotsky had insisted that the course of events in Russia would inevitably bring the workers to power, since no one else could give direction to the inchoate strivings of the peasantry. In 1928, 30 having meantime been obliged to refurbish his thesis in opposition to the new doctrine of socialism in one country, he achieved a rather more general formulation which incidentally cast a good deal of retrospective light upon his own and Lenin's role in 1917. The concept of permanent revolution, he wrote, demonstrated that the democratic tasks of backward bourgeois nations in our epoch lead to the dictatorship of the proletariat, and that the dictatorship of the proletariat places socialist tasks upon the agenda. That was the central idea of the theory. If the traditional view held that the road to proletarian dictatorship ran through a lengthy democratic period, the doctrine of permanent revolution asserted that for the backward countries the road to democracy leads through the dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 1. The advanced industrial countries had no place in this scheme, which is hardly surprising, but then neither did they play a very convincing part in the revised post-1917 Leninist-Stalinist model. Russian communist theorizing from 1918 onward has tried in vain to formulate a global doctrine applicable both to nations industrialist under capitalism, and to countries whose condition resembles Russia's arrested development under the Tsarist regime. Any such doctrine, to be realistic, would have had to concede that a proletarian revolution is possible only in a retarded country, whence it follows that communist dictatorship is a concomitant of backwardness, and this is just what no Leninist can admit and remain true to himself. Even Trotsky refused to draw this conclusion, though he more than once came close to stating the fact. His favorite escape from the dilemma lay in asserting that the revolution in Russia was part of a global upheaval which was undermining capitalism in the advanced industrial countries as well, though for different reasons. In the West, capitalism had become overripe, while in the East, specifically in India and China, its very absence or weakness facilitated the tasks of the revolution. This was an ingenious way out of the embarrassment of having to admit that the October Revolution had sprung from a unique constellation of circumstances, but it was hardly more than a verbal escape hatch. The logic of his argument really entailed the recognition that the Russian Revolution had done for Eastern Europe and parts of Asia what the French Revolution in its time accomplished for Western Europe and Latin America. But where the prospect of world revolution was concerned, logic had to give way. Nor was orthodox communist doctrine after 1918 willing to concede that Western Europe and North America might represent a reality against which revolutionary movements inspired by Russian example would beat in vain. It remains to consider the link between Lenin's strategy of revolution and his doctrine of the party, for of course this is really the core of the matter. Anyone might have decreed a revolutionary democratic dictatorship in 1905, or a proletarian one in 1917, but only Lenin was in a position to translate these notions into reality. It was a case of theory and practice coming together. Such situations are rare, and when they occur it is not always clear whether the theory was shaped by the pressure of events, or vice versa. To a large extent Lenin in 1917 undoubtedly followed the drift of events. Thus he adapted himself to the spontaneous emergence of the Soviets, and the dual power relationship in which they stood to the provisional government, and having decided to use them as the springboard of revolution, he proceeded to rationalize his tactics by establishing a historical connection between the Soviets and the Paris Commune. 1 He had been just as ready to experiment with political forms in 1905 and in the years following. Nonetheless, it is impossible to study the record without seeing that there was an underlying consistency, and that all the tactical turns and twists had a single aim in view and were sustained by a remarkably coherent vision of what was possible in Russia. The Lenin of 1918 is already present in the youthful author of the modest 1898 pamphlet which so delighted the exiles in Geneva. He is clearly discernible in the Jacobin doctrinaire of What is to be Done? 1902, and Two Tactics, 1905. But where is the link between these writings and the strategy of the October Revolution? Notwithstanding a great deal of fascinating literary and historical detective work in recent years, the best answer to this question is still that provided by Trotsky. Lenin, he wrote after the event, staked everything on a radical solution of the peasant problem to the extent of virtually identifying the bourgeois revolution with the agrarian revolution. 2 This implied the overthrow of the monarchy, and since the liberal bourgeoisie was sure to resist such a drastic measure, an upheaval in which the urban proletariat and the peasantry would march together. Their joint victory would be secured by the democratic dictatorship, a bewilderingly vague formula whose intentional obscurity allowed Lenin to envisage at different times such mutually exclusive goals as a democratically elected legislature with a peasant party majority one and a proletarian dictatorship based on urban and village councils dominated by his own party. 2 The consistent line of thought running through all his argumentations from 1898 onward was directed against the assumption, which the Mensheviks inherited from the legal Marxists of the 1890s, that a bourgeois revolution could only bring the liberals to power. Even in 1905, when he still protested against the absurd semi-anarchist ideas about putting the maximum program into effect immediately, about the conquest of power for a socialist revolution. 3 He envisaged a provisional revolutionary government which would be both dictatorial and democratic, in the sense that it would push the democratic revolution as far as circumstances permitted, in other words, a Jacobin government. This was quite in accordance with the tradition of Narodnичество, minus the Narodnik fantasies about agrarian socialism founded on cottage industry. It was in fact a highly original fusion of the populist and the Marxist vision, and just because it combined elements of both, it proved politically superior to either. In the crisis of 1917, Lenin was able to organize a seizure of power which no Democrat could pardon, but which in terms of his own definition of democracy was quite legitimate. Its purpose after all was to promote the democratic dictatorship of the toiling masses in town and country over their exploiters, among whom he now included the capitalist class in general. 4 The fact that this was actually feasible in Russia because the country was still relatively backward, in other words, because its economy was still to a large extent bureaucratically controlled, lifted the program out of the realm of utopia into that of practical politics. Even so, 1917 was probably the last date for the premature socialization of a semi-developed Russia. A few more years of industrial development, and avoidance of war, would have undermined the entire basis of Bolshevik strategy. What Lenin does not seem to have realized, but then neither did his opponents, was that a political party which put itself at the head of such a movement would inevitably become the instrument of state-controlled industrialization as soon as the emergency was over. But this subject belongs to the post-Lenin era with which we are not concerned. The question here is what enabled the Bolshevik party to play the role Lenin had imposed upon it. Part of the explanation clearly has to do with the centralist character of its organization, and more particularly with the Leninist conception of revolutionary politics which made the party an instrument of the changing purposes of its self-appointed leadership. This is an aspect of Leninism to which considerable attention has been given in recent years, generally under the heading of totalitarian politics in the modern age. There is no particular reason why the subject should not be approached from this angle, so long as one remembers that we are dealing with a revolution which was intended to be a democratic one, and which in fact arose from the normal conflict between an archaic regime and an evolving society. Russian social democracy after all was the beneficiary of a long-standing radical democratic tradition which already had its heroes and martyrs, as well as its prophets and doctrinaires. Even the Bolshevik variant at first did not appear to mark a fundamental break with this tradition. The totalitarian element lay concealed in the vanguard concept which Lenin, like Tikhachev and Lavrov before him, had inherited from the French Revolution, to be exact, from the populist misinterpretation of the Jacobin heritage, for in actual fact the brief Jacobin dictatorship was no more than an emergency operation, and was so regarded by all concerned. Though there was a genuinely totalitarian element in French radical, Bobovist, thinking after the failure of that experiment, it had already been considerably weakened by the time French socialism got underway in the 1840s, and thereafter Marx and Engels diluted it further. The Communist Manifesto is dictatorial enough in all conscience, but the authoritarian rule it envisages is to be short-term, and the subsequent evolution of Marxism pushed even this notion into the background. In any case, the peculiar character of Leninism cannot be wholly deduced from the filiation of ideas. There must have been a structural element in the Russian situation which responded to the revival of concepts and attitudes dating back to the pre-1848 era. It has become a commonplace that this element was furnished by the radical intelligentsia, but though not wrong, this explanation still leaves unanswered the question why the Bolshevik Party functioned as it did in a situation where all revolutionary groups appealed to this social stratum for support, in some cases with greater initial success than Lenin's party. What was it that facilitated the triumph of the only potentially totalitarian one among them? Or to put it differently, given the fact that Lenin's aims were totalitarian, though until 1917 neither he nor anyone else realized the full implications of his attitude, what was it that enabled him to map out both a political strategy and an organizational model which prefigured the fully developed system of the Stalin era? To say that the latent totalitarianism of the intelligentsia had already become institutionalist in the pre-revolutionary Bolshevik Party is only half the answer. The other half is supplied by that Leninist key concept, the democratic dictatorship. Taken together they go a long way towards clarifying the problem. Lenin's political strategy from the start envisaged a victorious popular uprising and the seizure of power by the radical wing of the revolutionary movement. While the social content of the new regime was left undefined, its political character would correspond to the aims of the radical intelligentsia, notably its more plebeian strata who eventually became the real shock troops of Bolshevism. This is the justification for treating Lenin's conception as part of the Jacobin heritage which he shared with the radical populists of the 1870s, but not with the Mensheviks, who, as good left-wing social democrats, maintained that in a bourgeois revolution the party of the proletariat must remain in opposition and should not try to seize or share power. In Lenin's view, the seizure of power was needed to consolidate the revolution, the democratic dictatorship representing both the peasants and the urban workers, just as the Jacobin dictatorship was supposed to have done. Whether in fact it did is immaterial in this context, since we are only concerned with Lenin's view of the matter. Since two different social classes were involved, a political force standing above or outside them was needed to hold the alliance together, if the democratic dictatorship was not to come apart immediately. Lenin seems at different times to have envisaged various approaches towards this problem, including a coalition with an authentic peasant party. But in the end his cast of mind inclined him to the solution which was in fact adopted by the Bolsheviks from 1917 to 18 onward, the untrammeled dictatorship of his own party, which was thus to represent the peasantry, or at any rate the poor peasants, as well as the proletariat. That this could not be done by a genuine socialist labor party of the Menshevik type, or rather of the type the Mensheviks were hoping to evolve, should have been obvious. How far it was in fact clear to Lenin is doubtful, but at any rate he always insisted that his party must be more than a representative of labor's class aims, however generously interpreted. Point 1. What he does not seem to have grasped is that a coalition of two classes, workers and peasants, could be directed only by a third force. Or rather, he realized this clearly enough where 1789-94 was concerned, since Marx had taught him to look for the reality of bourgeois rule behind the facade of republicanism. It was common coin among social democrats that the bourgeoisie had been in control of the French Revolution, whence indeed the Mensheviks derived their fatalistic certainty that the same thing would happen in Russia. Trotsky might counter this by asserting that in default of the bourgeoisie, which had lost its taste for revolution, the proletariat would lead, i.e., dictate to, the peasantry. But Lenin, who obstinately refused to accept this conclusion, could only cling to the idea that somehow the party would do the trick. Logically, he should have concluded that the party could only succeed in this role if it represented an independent force, namely the classless intelligentsia, which alone could staff the cadres of a ruling political elite. But although in What Is to Be Done? He came to the very brink of stating this fact, the full realization was hidden from him, and for good reason. Had he possessed it, he could no longer have acted in good faith when he asserted that the vanguard represented the proletariat. The organization of professional revolutionaries which on the morrow of its victory transforms itself into the nucleus of a new ruling elite is a 20th century phenomenon, and Lenin's conceptual apparatus was derived from an earlier age. Like other great revolutionaries, he was rooted in the conditions of an era which his own victory was helping to bring to a close. That the revolution ultimately took the form it did was not of course entirely due to Lenin. The war provided him with an opportunity which, had it been postponed even for a few years, would probably not have occurred. What counts is that he was able to seize upon those elements of the Marxian synthesis which went back to the Jacobin strain in Marx's own thinking. In this perspective 1848 appears as the connecting link between 1793 and 1918, which is another way of saying that Marxism was the bridge between the French and the Russian Revolution. It was also a great many other things, example a theory and practice of democratic socialism, for which there was no adequate foundation in Russia, but Lenin naturally saw only what lay closest to his purpose. Moreover, in 1918-19 it did look for a moment as though the upheavals in Central Europe might fuse with the Russian Revolution to produce something like a socialist triumph. The simultaneous breakdown of the three Eastern empires had revived memories of 1848, with the difference that Russia was now in the van of the revolution. If communism reigned in Moscow, social democrats were in power in Berlin and Vienna. It did not seem altogether fanciful to suppose that all of Central Europe would be swept into the current. Had this occurred even temporarily, the nationalist aspect of Bolshevism, ultimately an inheritance from the populist movement, would have been overlaid by the new faith in proletarian revolution on a world scale. Leninism might then have merged with a broader international current. This never happened, but for a brief period it seemed about to happen, which explains inter alia why so many syndicalists, and other left-wing radicals in the West, mistook the Bolshevik victory for the triumph of their own cause, and the shadowy workers' councils for proletarian democracy. It took time and the failure of world revolution for the true nature of Leninism to disclose itself. Years passed before it began to dawn on communists in the West that the October Revolution, so far from being the first great proletarian uprising, might be the last. 1. The core of the new communist synthesis was the party and its historic role in leading the proletariat to victory over its enemy, the imperialist bourgeoisie. 1. To this was later added the building of socialism in the USSR under the direction of the same party, which thus came to occupy two quite distinct, and ultimately incompatible, functions. The resulting tensions and conflicts belong to the history of the post-revolutionary society which emerged from the chrysalis of the Bolshevik dictatorship, much as 19th-century French society evolved from the turmoil of the revolution. To that extent the parallel holds true, while in other respects it has misled both critics and apologists of the Soviet regime. In particular, too much has been made of superficial analogies between Jacobin and Bolshevik rule. The Jacobins were not a party in the modern sense, but a political club which for a while succeeded in terrorizing its opponents. Moreover, their ideology was not really attuned to the practice of a totalitarian reconstruction of society from the top downward, being heavily impregnated with classical liberalism. Lastly, they came upon the scene at a moment when the state in Western Europe was genuinely tending to wither away, at any rate so far as the direction of economic life was concerned, while the Bolshevik seizure of power coincided with an enormous expansion of state power in all the advanced countries and most of the backward ones. Few historical misconceptions are more pathetic than Lenin's vision of a classless and stateless society, as outlined in State and Revolution, at the moment when the revolution he led was about to give birth to the first great totalitarian system in modern history. It was of course just this worldwide trend towards centralization and state management which made the later successes of Soviet planning possible. In this sense, i.e., if state ownership and central control were accepted as adequate criteria, the regime could even lay claim to being socialist. For the rest, the march of events was to confirm what critical observers of the labor movement had already begun to suspect, viz., that political rule by the working class was an impossibility, whether in advanced or backward countries. A class which encouraged or tolerated the dictatorship of a body such as the Communist Party was clearly not fit to exercise political power, and possibly inhibited from such a role by something more permanent than mere immaturity. Even on the orthodox communist assumption that the party represented the working class, which in fact it never did, the only conclusion possible from the course of events after October 1917 was that this class had been obliged to split itself in two, and give its leading stratum dictatorial powers over itself. This hardly accorded with the traditional socialist expectation of workers' democracy, but it did not fit the original communist vision either. Conversely, if the Communist Party had simply institutionalized the rule of a new directing stratum in control of the centrally planned economy, the question arose how and why the masses had passively tolerated this act of political usurpation. On either assumption, Leninism turned out to be just what on Marxian principles one might all along have suspected it of being, the ideology of a revolution whose outcome was wholly at variance with its professed aims, and whose principal beneficiaries constituted a new privileged stratum. Marxian sociology might without difficulty account for this outcome, indeed treat it as confirmation of its own working hypotheses, but in that case the unity of theory and practice was broken, and Marxism was reduced to the status of an intellectual system operative after the event rather than before, the event being a revolution undertaken for the express purpose of realizing the aims outlined in Marx's reflections upon the failure of the earlier attempt made in France. At this point it seems convenient to break off and return to our previous perspective. If communism is to be understood as the negative fulfillment of the radical program derived, via German philosophy, from the French Revolution, then we can complete our study by asking what is left of the Marxian synthesis, now that its materialization has made it possible to distinguish its utopian postulates from its scientific insights. Part 6. The Dissolution of the Marxian System 1918 to 1948. 1. War and Revolution. The War of 1914-18 closed the liberal epoch in which Marxism had taken shape, and inaugurated an era as different from the preceding one as the 19th century had been from the age which antedated the French Revolution. The war itself was the outcome of national rivalries rooted in Europe's past, and the attitude of the various socialist parties was determined as much by traditional reflexes as by patriotism. The German Social Democrats in particular displayed the deeply rooted Russophobia with which German democratic opinion had become imbued since 1848. For this attitude they could claim respectable authority. Socialist participation in an ostensibly defensive war waged by Germany against Russia and France had been a virtual certainty since the 1890s, and the terms employed by their spokesman to justify their patriotic attitude in August 1914 were merely a paraphrase of Engels' statement in 1891 that in such a war Germany would be fighting for its national existence. 1. If left-wing Marxists like Lenin and Luxemburg were now to claim that such arguments no longer fitted the case, Germany having meantime become an imperialist power, this was another way of saying that classical Marxism was not appropriate to the new situation, and so it proved. Liberals were in the same plight. None of them had previously doubted that citizenship implied the duty to defend one's country, but wars of conquest were another matter and might justifiably be opposed, especially if a suspicion arose that imperialism tended to make them permanent. Wars of conquest, however, were unlikely to be billed as such, which made it an awkward matter to stand out against one's countrymen. In 1914-18 it was still common form among the belligerents to disclaim any purpose but the time-honored one of defending the national soil against foreign invasion. The fascist glorification of warlike expansion for its own sake, and enslavement of inferior peoples as a matter of course, was yet to come, so was revolutionary defeatism on the Leninist model. The 19th century had not prepared either liberals or socialists for such apparitions. The 1914-18 war still had its traditional side, that of 1939-45 was fought in circumstances not remotely foreseen either by Marx or by the first generation of his followers. 1. What rendered the breach fundamental was not the fact of war itself, or even the collapse of the International in 1914 and the consequent split within European socialism, but the Bolshevik capture of the Russian Revolution. It was this constellation which turned Leninism into the theory and practice of a world movement. It would be tempting to describe this outcome as fortuitous, were it not that Lenin's doctrines so closely matched his tactics. Convinced as he was that Tsarist Russia would prove the weak link in the global chain, he laid stress on its combination of internal backwardness with an aggressive foreign policy which really demanded an altogether different infrastructure. Alone among the major European countries, Russia was ripe for revolution precisely because of her backwardness. The logical corollary of this view should have been that Western Europe was correspondingly immune. Lenin did not draw this conclusion, but he did say, in 1915, that revolutionary strategy had a better chance in Russia than in the West. 1 What he failed to see and what no Leninist has yet been able to admit was that revolutionary defeatism could be advocated with any hope of success only in a country so retrograde that the bulk of its population was altogether outside the mainstream of national life. Elsewhere such a slogan would simply have been regarded as treasonable, not merely by the bourgeoisie, whom Lenin credited with a monopoly of patriotism or, in his terminology, chauvinism, but by the masses. Insofar as he had some residual qualms on this point, he got over them by denouncing first the Tsarist government, and then after March 1917 the Provisional Government, as the slavish camp followers of Western imperialism. This enabled him and his followers to square national sentiment with revolutionary doctrine. If the exploiting classes who promoted imperialism were in the pay of foreign capital, they were doubly damned. The shot went home because the strength of the populist tradition was such that it was fatal for any regime or party to be branded as the tool of Western capitalism. Without knowing it, Lenin had hit upon the leitmotif of anti-imperialism among the intelligentsia of backward countries in the years to follow. Since Russia bordered on Asia as well as on Europe, the October Revolution assumed a twofold significance, depending on whether one looked at it from the West or from the East. It was a proletarian revolution in the most backward of the great European countries, or a national and anti-imperialist revolt against the West. In its first aspect it appealed to, mainly European, workers, in its second to, mainly Asian, but latterly also African and Latin American, peasants. All this was implied in Lenin's assertion, itself a revival of the earlier Narodnik doctrine, that Russia's backwardness rendered a proletarian revolution feasible. It is true that in 1915-17 this, to most of his followers, was a novel and surprising view, but once they had got over the shock, its potentialities turned out to be very great indeed. After the event and especially after the communist victory in China, an historic sequel to the Bolshevik triumph, as it were, on a lower level the whole process acquired a meaning quite different from that which it possessed for contemporaries in 1917-18, when the simultaneous fall of the Russian, German, and Austrian monarchies was universally viewed in the light of East European history. It is this which has made it increasingly difficult for communists and social democrats to find a common language, even when both sides employ Marxist terms. To anyone brought up before 1918 in the social democratic tradition, Russia was an East European country which happened to extend into Asia. This had been the unquestioned assumption of Plekhanov as well as Kosky. One may say that down to the last years of his life it was still the dominant view of Lenin, but thereafter it was no longer that of Stalin and the Stalinists. 1 In the Eurasian perspective, increasingly prominent after the industrialization drive of the 30s and the military victory over Germany in 1945, the October Revolution assumed a significance altogether different from that of the parallel upheavals in 1918. 19 which brought Germany and Austria closer to Western Europe. The Second World War and its aftermath deepened the division and thereby confirmed the prime lesson of 1917-18, which was that Russia and Central Europe were fated to follow divergent paths of development. No communist of course could accept this, and the history of the Communist International from 1919 onward is largely the story of unavailing attempts to bridge this ever-widening gap. The sequel, the Russian military occupation of East Central Europe in 1945 and the forcible imposition of communist regimes upon countries whose spontaneous development pointed in quite a different direction, really belongs to the sphere of international relations. Whatever its political significance, it holds little theoretical interest, save possibly for historians of panslavism, who may treat it as evidence that the October Revolution ultimately helped to promote the traditional aims of Russian imperialism. It is worth stressing that after 1918 the sharpest line of division gradually came to be drawn between orthodox followers of Lenin and those left-wing socialists in the West who pinned their faith to the revolutionary potential within the working class. The political cleavage involved communist and social democratic parties, but from a theoretical viewpoint the significant difference lay between those who with Lenin believed in the possibility of socialist revolutions in backward countries, and those who like Luxemburg, the Austro-Marxists, or the syndicalists did not. Trotsky, after a lengthy period of sharing the Bolshevik faith, in the end reverted to the orthodox Marxist standpoint. In this matter Lenin's followers were compelled by events to go far beyond their original starting point. Beginning around 1905, with the flat assertion that the coming Russian Revolution would be bourgeois democratic and pave the way for modern, European capitalism, they gradually came round to the idea that a socialist revolution was possible in Russia, and eventually they committed themselves to the construction of a socialist society in a country artificially isolated from the world market. In so doing they inevitably revived some elements of the traditional populist faith in the possibility of a direct transition to socialism on the basis of the village community, minus the populist thesis that capitalist development was impossible in Russia for economic reasons. Under Stalin the issue was increasingly posed in terms of the nationalist doctrine first put forward by the Narodniks half a century earlier. Russia was supposedly offered a choice between becoming a colony of the West or evolving into a socialist future on the basis of her own fortunately still intact pre-capitalist foundations. All this was of little interest to the labor movement in advanced industrial countries but relevant enough to intellectuals in backward pre-industrial societies who had to wrestle with similar problems. Hence the varying fortunes of the key term revolution. In 1917-18 it still meant to communists what it had signified to European radicals ever since France set the pattern, the liberation of society from outworn political and spiritual fetters. From the 1930s onward it came to stand for the reshaping of society by a dictatorial regime in control of a centralist state apparatus and an all-pervading party organization. Both meanings could hardly continue forever to coexist without friction. Hence the peculiar moral climate of Stalinism, with its secret doctrine for the elect, its contempt for the masses, and its elevation of the individual conscience to the role of public enemy number one. In terms of traditional Marxist thinking, this transformation of socialism into the ideology of an industrial revolution in backward countries was both unforeseen and awkward. It could of course be fitted into the theoretical framework. Marx himself had cautiously admitted the possibility of a socialist development in Russia. The popular notion to the contrary is based on ignorance. Moreover, after the event it was easy to see that Lenin had exploited a situation which was bound to recur. Put schematically, he had shown that it was possible to steer the bourgeois revolution into anti-bourgeois channels. It is now a commonplace that the impact of industrialism on backward societies sets up strains which, in conjunction with the concurrent popular revolt against autocracy, and intellectual revolt against traditional culture, make for a revolutionary situation. But a sociological formula of this kind takes no account of the historical links connecting the Russian Revolution, by way of Marxism, with its French predecessor. The simplest way of putting the matter is to say that the situation erroneously assumed by Marx and Engels in 1848 to exist in Germany turned out, 70 years later, to be present in Russia. By then, however, Marxism had become synonymous with European socialism and the latter had become democratic. Hence the October Revolution, though it confirmed Marx's own estimates concerning Russia, endangered the integration of Marxism with the Western labor movement, which was henceforth split between communists and social democrats, both in theory followers of Marx. This was bound to happen from the moment Germany and the rest of Europe refused to follow the Russian example. The resulting split disclosed that in any advanced industrial country the labor movement was committed to democracy, a circumstance not grasped by communists in the utopian climate of 1918-20, and barely apprehended by their successors. There is nothing in all this that does not fit with perfect ease into the framework of Marxism as a theory of social development. But historically the outcome has been to identify the original Marxist program of 1848, though not the revised version of 1864, with the forcible industrialization of the less advanced portions of the globe, which is scarcely what Marx and Engels expected to happen when they first formulated their doctrine. To say that the center of gravity has shifted eastwards is a considerable understatement. The fact is that Marxism as a movement fails to make sense outside the European context, or at any rate outside the context of a world centered on Europe. Its basic assumptions are too closely bound up with the Victorian perspective of European leadership to retain much of their significance when transposed to a world scene dominated by the global conflict between North America and Eurasia. The awkwardness of this conclusion for anyone trying to adhere to the traditional Marxist perspective is sufficiently dramatized by the East-West split, which has become the principal issue in world affairs since 1945-8. This is not so much because of the obvious dangers arising from what is popularly known as the Cold War, but because the very nature of the conflict, whether conducted peacefully or not, implies a political choice in terms of competing power blocks. In this perspective there is no real difference between Cold War and coexistence, they are simply two sides of the same coin. The real issue in any case concerns the social structure of countries adhering to one side or the other. Given the assumptions current in the Soviet orbit since the 1920s, it was perfectly logical for communists to conclude from 1948 onward that the global transition to a new form of social organization implied a shift in world leadership towards the group of countries led by the USSR. In less refined language, the coming victory of socialism, as defined in the orbit, was expected to take the form of Russian or Sino-Soviet hegemony in world affairs. This conclusion was never stated in so many words, but it was implicit in the evolution of Stalinist doctrine after 1945, indeed in a sense it was already implied by Lenin's formula in 1923, though this still had a defensive ring. In Marxist terms, such a prospect might be justified on the grounds that historically every major change in socio-economic organization has been associated with the emergence of a new group of countries who took over from their rivals. Examples might include the industrial capitalist breakthrough, which enabled England to play the dominant role for a century or more. The awkward feature of this transition, that it was conservative England, not revolutionary France, which emerged as the leading power from the Napoleonic Wars, is not of course stressed in Soviet literature, since it would spoil the neatness of the argument. Whatever attraction such an outlook may have for Soviet patriots or for nationalist intellectuals in backward countries recently emancipated from Western control, it is totally at variance with the traditional Marxist socialist conception in which Western Europe and North America figured as the pivotal areas of the coming social transformation. Marx and Engels took it for granted that, just as England and France had in the 19th century provided the model for the liberal age, so Western Europe and North America would take the lead in promoting the advance to a higher level of organization. While they did not exclude the possibility of socialist transformations in backward countries, it never occurred to them that the latter might identify their belated industrial revolutions with socialism, and on this ground stake a claim to world leadership, to the point of solemnly offering to reorganize the civilized nations of the West. Such a perspective would have struck them as grotesque. Their internationalism did not imply any abandonment of the West's historic claim to leadership. On the contrary, they assumed that the advanced countries would be the first to transcend the limitations of the established order. 1 In correcting this perspective to make room for their own national goals, the leaders of Russian communism were in the end driven by the logic of their argument to underwrite the corresponding and therefore even more patently absurd claims of Mao Zedong and his colleagues, to the point where even the most blinkered Stalinist might have begun to suspect that something had gone wrong. What that something was should by now have become clear. It remains to see how the evolution here described has affected the theoretical model of Soviet Marxism. Ever since Lenin in 1915-17 committed himself to the thesis that the First World War had ushered in a new age of imperialist conflicts and proletarian revolutions, Leninist doctrine has oscillated between utopian anticipations of imminent worldwide breakdown, and hard-headed insistence upon the chances offered to any country that managed to escape from the capitalist maelstrom. The roots of this twofold attitude are traceable to Lenin's wartime writings and his subsequent utterances, after the conquest of power by his party, when he tended to stress, now the certainty of further global upheavals, now the opportunity for Russia to push forward with the construction of socialism. As early as August 1915 he envisaged a victorious socialist revolution as a sort of local breakthrough in a few countries or even in a single country, and by implication outside Europe, since part of the argument was devoted to deflating the traditional conception of Europe as the natural center of democracy and socialism. 1 In its original form the thesis was rather sketchy, the possibility of isolated socialist revolutions being simply deduced from the uneven economic and political development characteristic of capitalism. Yet behind this nebulous formula there clearly lurked a very definite political notion, the belief that backward Russia might burst the bonds of the international system in which she was entangled. Though currently one of the imperialist marauders who were fighting to divide the world among themselves, she might through revolution become the focus of a new global development. After 1917 these hints were expanded into what for want of a better term must be reluctantly described as the theoretical system of Leninism-Stalinism. 2 This involved both the definition of Leninism as Marxism of the era of imperialism and of the proletarian revolution, and the ascription to Lenin of the characteristically Stalinist thesis that the establishment of socialism in the USSR did not by any means depend on international developments. 1 In the 20s such an assertion might still be disputed. Later such attempts became distinctly unhealthy, and the meaning of Soviet Marxism, or Marxism-Leninism, was identified with a set of beliefs which Marx would never have dreamed of putting forward. A further stage was reached after 1945, when the implicit sense of the unequal development thesis was, as it were, turned back upon its critics. Henceforth it was the USSR's emergence as an industrial and military giant and not as before her backwardness which was held to demonstrate that history proceeded by leaps and bounds rather than in a straight line. Having skipped the capitalist phase of development, the Soviet orbit now confronted a Western world which, by Leninist-Stalinist standards, was politically retrograde and socially conservative. The wheel had come full circle, and Marxism, from being a critique of bourgeois society in terms of that society's own liberal aspirations, was now employed to buttress the faith of a regime which prided itself on its freedom from bourgeois traditions, always very weak in Russia, and nowhere more so than in the sphere of political liberties. After that it only needed the extension of the communist triumph to China for Marxism to be stood entirely on its head. By Stalinist standards even a work like Lenin's Development of Capitalism in Russia, 1900, with its stress on the validity of the traditional Marxist model, had become, if not heretical, at any rate pointless. It was no longer necessary to argue that capitalism represents progress for backward countries, the USSR having demonstrated the possibility of an alternative. Naturally, the connection between communism and backwardness was not admitted, though it should have been evident. National pride has its own logic. Just as Lenin's brief and sketchy tract on imperialism, or his scholastic exercises in state and revolution, must be affirmed to constitute a major theoretical breakthrough, so Soviet socialism as a whole is conceived in the official ideology to represent a new and higher stage in the development of mankind. That such claims are not acceptable to Westerners is put down to political hostility. The obvious explanation, in terms of continued Russian backwardness in most spheres outside technology and the natural sciences, is no more admissible than the truth that Soviet Marxism is intellectually incompetent to sustain a genuine theoretical confrontation with rival modes of thought. All such dangerous notions are simply excluded from the official consciousness. This state of affairs makes it difficult to come to grips with the theoretical affirmations offered by Soviet Marxists, whose point of departure today is not simply Leninism but Stalinism, i.e., the theory and practice of a planned revolution from above in a backward country, minus those irrational excrescences which could be, and have been, blamed upon the personality of the late dictator. In this respect a significant change has supervened since the 20s and early 30s, when genuine theoretical discussions were still possible between Leninists and Western Marxists, or for that matter between communists and non-Marxian socialists. However inadequate Lenin's or Bukharin's theoretical exegesis of Marx's system might appear to non-communists, there was enough common ground to make rational controversy possible. This situation came to an end when the Stalinist codification of Lenin was superimposed upon the already disastrously narrow and schematic Leninist interpretation of Marx. Since then, roughly speaking, since the middle 30s, Soviet Marxism has taken on the character of an official ideology whose internal coherence is preserved at the cost of increasing rigidity and growing remoteness from reality. In the circumstances, a head-on confrontation is no longer possible, or rather, it is possible only in political terms, since every challenge to the theoretical structure resolves itself into an investigation of its political premises. One cannot, for example, analyze the Leninist theory of imperialism, or the Stalinist doctrine of the state, without coming upon ideological postulates anti-Westernism in the one case, acceptance of autocracy as the only rational political system in the other, of which Soviet communists are unaware, but which are in fact the unexamined premises of their thinking. This is as much as to say that Leninism must be understood as an ideology in the Marxian sense of the term, i.e., as a system of thought which obscures the facts it purports to describe. Since Marxism almost by definition is a method of sociological critique, it is not very surprising that when applied to Soviet reality it turns out to be thoroughly subversive. Yet this reality embodies at any rate some aspects of Marxism, so that if pushed sufficiently far the critique turns back upon itself. The Marxian method cannot halt before the Marxian system, i.e., the comprehensive worldview which Marx and Engels bequeathed to their followers and ultimately to the socialist movement from which Leninism was to arise. It is necessary to see both the continuity and the point where the fatal break took place. After what has been said earlier, this point can be defined without too much trouble. It was constituted by Lenin's, and subsequently Stalin's, systematic misuse of the term proletarian revolution to describe the totalitarian rearrangement of society after the capture of power by a party which originally conceived itself to be in the classical tradition. Simultaneously, the democratic revolutions of Western society since the 17th century were denigrated as bourgeois. Behind these verbalisms there lies the reality of an experience quite different from that of the West, but quite in accordance with the traditional Russian pattern of autocratic reorganization of society by the state, except that it took the revolution to make the state genuinely totalitarian, i.e., capable of refashioning the social order from top to bottom. Once this goal was defined as the purpose of socialism, all the rest followed, and it only remained to recast the vocabulary of Marxism so as to bring it into line with the practice of the Communist Party. Point 1. 2. State and society. To extract the theoretical essence of Soviet Marxism is a simpler matter than might appear from the enormous literature on the subject itself, no more than a fluctuating and uncertain mirror image of the complex reality portrayed therein. The theme appears inexhaustible, concerning as it does the revolution and its impact on Russia. Thereafter, if such a distinction is possible, the theory and practice of the Communist Party, the conflicts between its various factions, the rise and fall of the Communist International, and the gradual transformation of Leninism from a doctrine of proletarian revolution into the ideology of a new ruling class. Merely to enumerate these topics is to show why no study intent on isolating the theoretical structure of Marxism can attempt to pay more than passing attention to them. In taking them all for granted, one is not for this reason obliged to draw an artificial frontier between history and theory, still less between the analysis of ideas and that of political events. Historical treatises on the revolution, and analytical studies of the regime, come together in the attempt to lay bare the common root of the reality we call Soviet communism. In the process, the party is discovered to be the link between the old and the new society, between the pre-revolutionary and the post-revolutionary significance of the term communism, and finally between the practice of the regime and the ideology of its articulate stratum, the Soviet intelligentsia. All this belongs to the pathology of the revolution, taking the term to stand for the whole vast transformation effected since 1917 and has no immediate bearing on our subject. There is indeed the theoretical problem of accounting for the role played by the party, which was surely unique and suggestive of a new historical determinant unknown to the liberal 19th century. Yet this problem is not peculiar to the Soviet regime, the Bolshevik Party being evidently a variant of the characteristically modern phenomenon known as totalitarianism. No one understood this better than the theorist who after 1918 helped to bring the Italian communist movement into being, and who from his prison cell under Mussolini went on to develop a doctrine more totalitarian than that of his jailers. The modern prince, the myth prince, cannot be a real person, a concrete individual, it can only be an organism, a complex element of society in which the cementing of a collective will, recognized and partially asserted in action, has already begun. This organism is already provided by historical development, and it is the political party, the first cell containing the germs of collective will which are striving to become universal and total. Point 1. From a different starting point and in language reminiscent of 19th century German Romanticism but with the same Hegelian commitment to truth as the comprehended totality of history, the doctrine of the party as the incorporation of the revolution and the nucleus of the new society, was simultaneously worked out by the only other original thinker the communist movement has produced since 1917, the Hungarian philosopher George Lukács. Point 2. It may seem strange that two European writers should be cited in this context, but then Leninism is an international phenomenon, though centered on Russian communism. Moreover, its national roots, to which attention has been drawn elsewhere, had their counterparts in countries like Italy and Hungary which were a little outside the West European mainstream. Gramsci's concern with Jacobinism is more illuminating for our purpose than an exegesis of the dreary writings penned by the Webbs in their old age. In contrast to these and other essays in misinterpretation, the leading theorist of the Italian Communist Party comes straight to the point. The modum prince must contain a part dedicated to Jacobinism, as an example of how a collective will was formed and operated concretely, which in at least some of its aspects was an original creation, ex nihilo. It is necessary to define collective will and political will in general in the modern sense, will as working consciousness of historical necessity, as protagonist of a real and effective historical drama. Any formation of a national popular collective will is impossible unless the great mass of peasant cultivators breaks simultaneously into political life. Machiavelli understood this by his reform of the militia, which is what the Jacobins did in the French Revolution, and in this understanding we can see the precocious Jacobinism of Machiavelli. 1. One may also see that Gramsci had intuitively grasped the nature of Leninism, as the theory and practice of a revolution in a retarded country where the masses were suddenly hurled upon the political stage under the leadership of the Bolshevik vanguard. The next stage, the transformation of the Revolutionary Party into a new ruling elite, was concealed from him, in part by the accident of his relatively early death in 1937, after 11 years in prison, but even more effectively by his illusions. He would certainly not have approved of the Stalinist doctrine, expressly invented to justify the permanent rule of a party which concealed the social domination of a new privileged stratum, but by then the matter had been taken out of the hands of theorists like himself and entrusted to the practitioners of the new order. Moreover, his own approach was quite consistent with the totalitarian assumption that revolutions are made by elites, though his personal commitment was to the hope that the proletarian revolution might be self-liquidating. Point 2. Totalitarianism raised its head in Gramsci's writings for the good reason that he was confronted with the reality of fascism. What he had to say about it, e.g., that under modern conditions it is the party which founds the state, that the totalitarian party will exalt the abstract concept of state and will seek by various means to give the impression that the function of impartial force is active and effective, one was intended as criticism of Mussolini's regime, but could have been applied word for word to Stalin, under whose rule Gramsci would have been unlikely to fill entire prison notebooks with philosophical reflections. We owe it to the accident of this gifted writer's incarceration under fascism that there is such a thing as a Marxist critique of totalitarianism, from the inside, as it were. The various opposition groups which split off from the Russian Communist Party in the 1920s and 1930s produced a great many critical reflections on the operation of the regime, but with the doubtful exception of Trotsky's last writings nothing like a principled rejection of the central idea of totalitarianism, which is quite simply the idea of a social order created by force, perhaps the most un-Marxian notion ever excogitated by professed Marxists. Point 2. Communist theorists like Lukács and Gramsci were able in the 1920s and 1930s to pose the issue with a degree of clarity not paralleled in Soviet literature, where after Lenin's death apologetics predominated. Although or because the Bolshevik regime had evolved in the direction of totalitarianism, there was no corresponding development on the theoretical level. The official exegesis remained helplessly suspended between Lenin's revival of the proletarian dictatorship concept and his simultaneous insistence that this dictatorship could and should take the form of radical popular democracy, to the point where the state would begin to wither away. Point 3. During the Stalinist era these evident contradictions were supplemented by the even more patent disharmony between the utopian slogans of 1917 and the drive for rigid control while the second revolution was in progress. It is true that Lenin had led the way in this respect. Although State and Revolution is full of quasi-anarchist passages, it also contains a significant reference to the iron discipline required during the transitional period, while we ourselves, the workers, will organize large-scale production on the basis of what capitalism has already created. After this promising start, it was not too difficult for Stalin to assemble scriptural justification for his decision to invest the managers of the planned economy with practically unlimited powers over their working personnel. Point 2. At first sight it might seem that there is no good reason for linking this subject with the issue of totalitarianism. But it must be remembered that it was the state party which created the party state, and that Leninism-Stalinism is essentially the doctrinal reflex of this transformation. Speaking generally, totalitarianism is the outcome of a situation in which the state is captured by a party which has resolved upon the wholesale reorganization of society. Whatever may be said about the participation of the masses in furthering this aim, the whole process can only go forward under conscious direction, i.e., by unremitting pressure from above. This is especially so if the state party is committed to socialism, which by its very nature involves both conscious control and central direction. Before hastening to conclude that socialism therefore spells monolithic rule by a caste of planners, it is well to remember that historically this danger was perceived quite early by the nascent labor movement, which for precisely this reason insisted that socialism should be democratic. It was the emancipation of the Bolshevik Party, ultimately of the Soviet dictatorship, from all forms of democratic control that made possible the identification of planning with the untrammeled rule of a new privileged caste. And it was the centralist structure of Lenin's party that enabled it to usurp power under conditions where, for the first time in modern history, a genuinely total attempt to refashion society had become technically feasible. It would be tempting to describe this as a coincidence, were it not for the disagreeable fact that since 1917 such trends have shown up elsewhere and not only in backward countries. They evidently correspond both to the peculiar problems of retarded societies in a transitional age, and to the bureaucratic tendencies characteristic of highly industrialist countries. In the 1930s it even looked for a while as though fascism and Stalinism might coalesce, and we have seen that it was an Italian Marxist under Mussolini who unwittingly described the nature of totalitarianism in terms applicable to both regimes. In trying to cope with this complex of theoretical and practical issues, neither socialists nor communists could draw much comfort from the classics. On the democratic side, the practice of German and Austrian social democracy after 1918 corresponded more or less to the advice Engels had given their leaders in the 1890s one, while the doctrine and policy of French, Italian, or Spanish socialist movements might be said to constitute a judicious gloss upon Marx's varying recipes for France. Neither Marx nor Engels had envisaged the kind of situation which arose from the consolidation of the Bolshevik regime in Russia. For the domain of socialist economics this was obvious: capital contained at most the rudiments of a theoretical model applicable to the problem of planning, in Volume 2. Questions of political rule had been discussed by both Marx and Engels at greater length, but for the most part with reference to social conditions which did not prevail in Russia and which after 1918 were being eroded in the West. It is hardly surprising that the Founding Fathers did not concern themselves overmuch with the institutions of parliamentary democracy, since they regarded them as appropriate to liberal society and thus of no particular interest to socialists save in the obvious sense that the labor movement had to make use of them. On the other hand, their dislike of utopian blueprints prevented them from trying to envisage the political model of a socialist society. Leaving aside Marx's sketchy observations on the experiments undertaken by the Paris Commune, and his quasi-Jacobin reference to proletarian dictatorship during the transition period, his followers were left without guidance. It is true that Marx was not nearly so utopian as he is often represented as being. It was Engels, not he, who as late as the 1870s committed himself to the assertion that the state would wither away. 1 His own occasional hints were sufficiently ambiguous to leave room for the suggestion that even the higher stage of the communist society would not be completely stateless. 2 In more immediate terms, his stress on the need for a transitional dictatorship could be cited as evidence that he would have approved of the Leninist experiment. But all these exegetical labors come to a dead stop in view of the evident impossibility of squaring the Marxist doctrine with the reality of modern communist domination. The simple fact is that totalitarianism was as little dreamed of in Marx's philosophy as in that of Mill. In this respect, classical liberalism and Marxism have more in common than either side could have suspected before 1918. Marx's attitude to the state was closely connected with his theory of class, and like the latter a product of the liberal epoch. At the risk of some simplification, his standpoint can be summed up by saying that the state is an epiphenomenon of the class struggle. A clear formulation of this belief, which was not really very different from the prevailing democratic view in the West, while sharply opposed to the Hegelian state worship endemic in Germany, is to be found in a fairly early utterance of his, 2 years after the publication of the Communist Manifesto. Commenting on a French work of the period which advocated the virtual abandonment of centralist administration and the establishment of a self-regulating system of taxation, Marx observed that bourgeois society could not do without the state, though its functions could be reduced to the level then prevalent in North America. Behind the abolition of taxes there is concealed the abolition of the state. The abolition of the state has meaning only for communists, as the necessary result of the abolition of classes, with which the need for the organized power of one class to hold down the others disappears of itself. In bourgeois countries the abolition of the state signifies the reduction of state power to the level it has in North America. In feudal countries the abolition of the state means the abolition of feudalism and the establishment of the familiar bourgeois state. 1. The state is an outcome of class rule, and class society is due to disappear with the transition to communism, defined as an association which will exclude classes and their antagonism, and where in consequence there will no longer be a political power properly so called, since political power is precisely the official resume of the antagonism within civil society. 2 The already common objection that the disappearance of the old society might simply give rise to a new form of class rule and hence to a new form of political oppression is countered by the assertion that the working class cannot emancipate itself without getting rid of class rule altogether, just as it was a precondition of the emancipation of the third estate, the bourgeois order, that all estates and all orders should be abolished. 3 This ingenious argument can hardly be termed anything but an evasion of the issue. The very fact that the disappearance of the estates had not ushered in the promised reign of freedom might have suggested the conclusion that the abolition of classes would likewise fail to make society truly self-governing. Subject to this caution, however, the argument is effective enough. Classes, like estates, are transitory forms of social organization, and the oppressed class, like the oppressed medieval order before it, can attain its aims only by transforming the society of which it is part. Before turning to the examination of Marx's concept of class in the light of latter-day reality, it is worth recalling that his hostility to the state was held in check by a decidedly authoritarian doctrine of political rule during the transition period. Prior to being consigned to the dustbin of history, the state was to assume dictatorial powers. In different terms, authority would inaugurate freedom, a typically Hegelian paradox which did not worry Marx, though it alarmed Proudhon and Bakunin, both Hegelians like himself, but temperamentally disposed to fear that authority would simply breed more authority. All three, it might be added, had this in common: they envisaged the coming transformation in the light of the bourgeois revolution, as it had taken shape since the 18th century, notably in France, the difference being that Marx fastened on the state as the chief instrument of political change while simultaneously affirming that the revolution would cause the state to disappear. This is the point where the Leninist model later inserted itself into the framework of the Marxian conception. Paradoxically, it was Marx's contemptuous treatment of the state as a mere instrument of reconstruction which has made it possible for modern communists to obscure its role in promoting the total reorganization of society. The state as an epiphenomenon of class rule, and the state as the prime agent of revolutionary change, exist on different planes of the complex Marxian structure. Depending on whether Marxism serves as a theory of bourgeois society, or as a doctrine of social revolution, the emphasis shifts from one aspect to the other, though the tension never quite disappears. Indeed, the only way to make it disappear is to impose a general prohibition upon political thinking, and in particular upon the realistic study of political institutions. This accounts for the fact that institutional sociology is unknown in the USSR. Any attempt to introduce it would undermine the official taboo surrounding notions such as that in the Soviet Union the working class has acquired political power and ceased to be a proletariat in the proper meaning of the term one. While the gradual development of Leninist-Stalinist doctrine on the state plainly reflects the growth of new hierarchical relationships in Soviet society which make nonsense of the egalitarian slogans proclaimed in 1917, the inadequacy of this doctrine has deeper roots. Mention has already been made of the uncertainty which from the start afflicted Marx's view of the state's function in history. To this must be added the no less paradoxical conception of political rule by a class envisioned as the dialectical negation of the socially dominant bourgeoisie. This notion already raises its head in the Communist Manifesto, where the first step in the revolution is described as an act which will raise the proletariat to the position of the ruling class, to win the battle of democracy. Point 2. Leaving aside the fact that in 1848 the proletariat was nowhere the majority, and that the only revolution then in question was precisely a bourgeois one, there clearly is a paradox involved in the notion of turning political control over to those who, almost by definition, are without effective power in society. Conversely, if the working class is thought of as leading the people as a whole, so that its rule is synonymous with democracy, we are confronted with what is probably the oldest conundrum in the history of political thought: if the people are the rulers, who is there left to be ruled? This question has received different answers since its first formulation in classical antiquity, the typical modern solution being the doctrine of majority rule within a representative system, but in 1848. Marx and Engels were debarred from taking this line by their belief that the representative system camouflaged the domination of the propertied minority. Hence they were obliged to fall back upon the Jacobin idea of a temporary dictatorship to pave the way for a new order in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. This conception was not merely incompatible with democracy in the short run, it stood in flat opposition to the actual character of the labor movement, as it gradually came to free itself from the political model of the bourgeois revolution and evolved its own characteristic ideas and modes of procedure. One could get out of the difficulty, as most socialists did after 1871, by treating the manifesto as a youthful escapade on the part of its authors, but one must not blind oneself to its crucial importance for Lenin's political strategy. The fact is that in 1917 no other rationale was possible for the Bolshevik Party, once it had determined upon the conquest of power. Moreover, once the fateful decision had been taken, it became a psychological necessity to affirm that the doctrine held good not merely for backward countries, but for the world in general. Hence the obstinate refusal to admit that under capitalism the state might be something other than the executive committee of a diminishing number of monopolists, and the equally blind inability to perceive that the labor movement cannot possibly abandon its concern for democracy. In actual fact, the rudiments of a doctrine of the state transcending the executive committee notion were already present in the writings of Marx and Engels, inasmuch as they recognized the obvious truth that every government, however class-bound, is obliged to represent the essential interests of society as a whole. 1 These and other hints became important to Soviet Marxists once the Stalinist era had encouraged a somewhat unorthodox emphasis upon the creative role of the political superstructure. By that time, however, it had become impossible to approach the problem realistically, since every serious analysis of the regime was bound to lay bare its true character. In consequence, Soviet theory is distinguished by a persistent, if hopeless, attempt to demonstrate that in the USSR the state serves the general interest, without being in any way beholden to those who are actually in control of it. This naive determination to dispense with the simplest elements of Marxist thinking where the USSR is concerned, is made easier by the actual role of the Communist Party as the mediator between the privileged stratum and the masses. Since the party knows itself to be doing what in principle every ruling power must do, namely, hold the balance between the socially dominant class and the working people, it can with a fairly good conscience repudiate the charge of serving the interests of the privileged upper crust. What its ideologists fail to see is that the Soviet state is not unique in harmonizing social conflicts, preserving law and order, and in general functioning as the executive organ of society as a whole. The possibility of such a condition of things existing outside the borders of the socialist camp is stubbornly denied, whence the total sterility of Soviet political thinking. This thinking in effect combines the sectarian narrowness of the original Leninist approach with the disingenuousness characteristic of every autocratic regime which dare not submit its decrees to popular ratification. Even if this gap should gradually be bridged, in principle not an impossibility, as the new order comes to be more or less acceptable to the majority, the ideological character of Soviet thinking would be bound to persist as long as its presuppositions remain unquestioned. What characterizes every ideology is discordance between the actual state of affairs and the socially determined pressure to rearrange reality in the light of certain overriding concepts which may be altogether at variance with what the individuals know to be the case within the limits of their own experience. That is why under a totalitarian regime the private existence of people becomes a source of danger. Since individual needs cannot in fact be met, least of all the need for freedom, the claim that liberty and democracy have already been established comes up against the widespread perception that reality differs from its presentation in the official system of beliefs or quasi-beliefs. This leads to scepticism, which in turn endangers the ability of the party state to mobilize popular energies towards further social engineering. Since it is of the essence of a totalitarian regime to be dynamic, it cannot function in an atmosphere of public indifference. A conservative autocracy requires no more than passive obedience, for the good reason that its aim is to keep things as they are. A regime which aims at reshaping society is driven towards totalitarianism by the logic of its functioning, and this drive compels ideas, as well as material circumstances, to change their shape in conformity with the central purpose animating the revolutionary mechanism. In this overheated atmosphere, theoretical consistency and ordinary veracity are among the first and most lasting casualties. Hence it should cause no surprise that the relationship of state to society, the central problem of Soviet totalitarianism, is surrounded by a barrier of taboos impenetrable to mere argument. The official ideology performs the basic service of protecting the self-appointed guardians of the status quo from the danger of acquiring too clear a notion of their veritable role. To such criticism Soviet Marxism typically replies by impugning the credentials of the critic. Alternatively, it appeals from mere fact to the higher, or deeper truth laid up in the doctrinal heaven. The argument runs somewhat as follows: one cannot criticize Soviet reality without implicitly invoking an ideology and a purpose opposed to Marxism-Leninism, for no criticism can be formulated that does not involve a commitment to certain aims, and these aims are either socialist or non-socialist. Hence the critic of Soviet reality is by definition opposed to the attainment of socialism, QED. Now one must indeed be careful not to fall into the empiricist trap of appealing from ideological constructs to so-called facts which commonly turn out upon inspection to be simply rival constructs. But the circular character of the argument should nonetheless be obvious. It begins by affirming the factual truth of certain statements. Example: the statement that Soviet totalitarianism is the political form of a democratic socialist order. When these assertions are disputed, it replies that the challenge involves a different, and inferior, theoretical approach, and that recourse must be had to an adequate theory, i.e., its own. This kind of verbal ingenuity may be effective for debating purposes, but its hollowness becomes apparent as soon as one contrasts the traditional signification of certain political concepts: class, state, socialism, democracy, with the use made of them in Leninist-Stalinist doctrine. The custodians of this doctrine cannot afford a genuine confrontation with rival modes of thought, for the internal consistency of their approach depends upon the ability to manipulate certain key concepts in such a manner as to exclude the semblance of discord between theory and practice. One need only consider the weird argument that a multiplicity of political viewpoints corresponds to the presence of antagonistic class interests, from which it is inferred that one-party rule is the ideal form of socialist democracy. The manner in which the party, i.e., in the last resort the ruling oligarchy which inter alia controls the central party apparatus, interprets its own role, is closely linked to its ability to function as the political elite of a society that officially denies any distinction between rulers and ruled. In this domain, as in others, the effective critique of ideology consists in making plain what lies concealed at the bottom of the doctrinaire inkwell. 3. Socialism and class conflict. Marxism, which views class conflict as the principal feature of historical change, cannot be said to have operated with a definite conception of what it is that constitutes a class. The paradox has often been noted that Marx's major work breaks off at the very point where its author for the first time attempted a systematic consideration of this topic. Yet the fragmentary notes assembled in this unfinished chapter are enough to show that for him, as for his predecessors among the classical economists, the field of study was defined by the existing division of European society into landowners, capital owners, and property-less laborers, and the question to be answered was what makes wage laborers, capitalists, and landowners the formers, Bildner, of the three great social classes. Thus the theoretical model already familiar to Ricardo was taken for granted. Even before the breakthrough associated with the Industrial Revolution, the general notion underlying it had acquired prominence in the literature of the preceding age. That those who hold, and those who are without property have ever formed distinct interests in society, was a circumstance well known to the authors of the American Constitution, who probably did not need Madison to inform them that moneyed, manufacturing and other interests grow up of necessity in civilized nations, and divide them into different classes, actuated by different sentiments and views. 1. By the time the physiocrats, the Scottish historians, and Adam Smith himself, had formulated the 18th century view of the subject, there was little for Ricardo to add, or for Marx to elaborate, so far as the general principle was concerned. Yet pre-industrial society, being relatively static, did not invest the concept of class with an operational meaning. It was commonly employed to distinguish the different ranks of a social order still in many respects hierarchical and regarded as permanent even by its critics. In its characteristic modern sense, the notion of class as distinct from that of rank or estate may be said to have arisen in the course of the French Revolution, from an empirical awareness that the removal of legal privileges did not by itself result in social equality, but rather laid bare an enduring conflict of interest dividing the propertied minority from the bulk of the laboring poor. In its embryonic form, this view is still compatible with the pre-socialist standpoint affirmed by the Jacobin left-wingers who prepared the ground for the utopian socialists. By the 1830s, when the radical wing of the intelligentsia had got the socialist movement underway in both France and Britain, a dynamic element had been added by the discovery that class antagonisms were being sharpened by the Industrial Revolution. It was the conjunction of these ideas that lent a new and pointed significance to the radical view of democracy as the self-government of the non-privileged majority. Socialism as a political movement and a set of ideas takes wing from the moment when the newly formed industrial proletariat is identified by the radical intellectuals, who function as its spokesmen, as the class destined to inherit the earth. By 1848, with the growth of intellectual sophistication consequent upon the fusion of socialism with political economy, Marx was able in the Communist Manifesto to formulate the new standpoint in a manner conspicuously superior to the naive moralising protests of his socialist predecessors. One may say, if one likes, that between 1776, when Adam Smith and Thomas Jefferson simultaneously summed up the 18th century doctrine of society, and 1848, when Marx challenged that doctrine, the bourgeois revolution in the West had run its course. Yet it is worth noting that Marx continued to operate with the traditional three-class model he had inherited from Smith. Class as a socio-economic concept belongs to the bourgeois age, and it is questionable whether it can be made to work under circumstances where property in the means of production is no longer the characteristic line of division between the major groups in society. It is, however, not much use trying to assess Marx's standpoint without reference to what he was trying to accomplish. This consideration rules out the greater part of what is commonly said on the subject by writers who happen not to be interested in historical problems. For the Marxian theory is exclusively concerned with historic change, and with what is assumed to be its characteristic mechanism, social conflict. It has no bearing on status-seeking or other phenomena devoid of long-range significance. If this were better understood, there would be fewer attempts to prove Marx wrong by invoking status differences as distinct from class relations. For of course Marx was not unaware of the texture of social life. As an inhabitant of Victorian England, he could hardly fail to notice the complex interplay of class and caste relationships, and in fact his writings supply ample evidence that, like any other 19th century observer of the social scene, he was alive to their significance. Point one where he differed from contemporary sociologists and historians was in the particular angle from which he observed the transformation of pre-capitalist forms of dependence into class relationships, i.e. relationships governed not by legal or social status, but by property and, in the last analysis, by ownership of the means of production. The transformation itself was an observable phenomenon, the question was what it would lead to. For reasons which have already been discussed, Marx's view of class relations under industrial capitalism was unduly pessimistic, but this forecast arose from his analysis of the economic mechanism, not from his class model. The latter was simply an extrapolation from the social conflicts of the age, which pitted landowners, manufacturers, and workers against each other, though they also encouraged temporary alliances among them. Marx's sociology of class turns upon a fusion of historical and economic elements, of which surplus value is the best known, though far from being the best understood. At bottom it is a way of stating the historical fact that in every known form of society a minority has been able to live at the expense of those engaged in physical labor. Control over means of production is the strategic factor because it enables the minority to compel others to work. It is obvious that the term working class is here defined in such a manner as to account at once for the fact of social subordination and for the phenomenon of unearned income. Class society, by definition, operates so as to place effective power beyond the range of those whose unpaid labor sustains the privileged minority in control of the instruments of production. The doctrine of the state follows from these assumptions. Its briefest and most pregnant formulation occurs in the passage where Marx observes that the specific form in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of the immediate producers determines the relation of domination and subjection, which relationship in turn constitutes the final secret, the hidden basis of the whole construction of society, including the political patterns of sovereignty and dependence, in short of a given form of government to the class that controls the means of production, including the means of intellectual production, wields effective political power. Internal conflicts within this stratum may disturb the underlying pattern, but do not normally disrupt it. Genuine social revolutions, which always signify the displacement of one ruling class by another, are rare. What commonly pass for such are mere political upheavals which do not alter the fundamental class structure, though they may interact with it. Whether or not this model is adequate in relation to the bourgeois revolution and more generally to bourgeois society, need not concern us here. It is at any rate empirical and scientific. Its principal weakness would appear to lie in a failure to discriminate methodically between socially dominant classes and political ruling strata. Not that Marx was unaware of the distinction, but although it figures quite prominently in his political writings, it has no real place in his theoretical system. On his assumptions this was defensible, since if political power was a mere epiphenomenon of a particular mode of social organization, the long-run development could be analyzed in terms of the latter. In this attitude he was probably guided, quite without being aware of it, by the actual relationship between the territorial aristocracy and the industrial bourgeoisie in 19th-century Europe, which could in fact be discussed in such terms, though the mere existence of an entrenched ruling stratum which was no longer the dominant social class might have suggested awkward problems for the future. The fact is that Marx did not investigate the matter in any very systematic fashion. He did notice the commanding position of the state bureaucracy in continental Europe, but did not accord it more than passing attention. His references to the bureaucracy are invariably contemptuous and make it clear that he regarded it as an artificial caste lacking a dynamic of its own apart from a tendency to swell in numbers and incapable of playing an independent and socially significant role. If the state now and then appeared on the scene in the guise of mediator, e.g., under Bonapartism, that was a temporary anomaly which could not long survive the contest of interests and ideas between the true classes of society. 1. In the Marxian model, classes are not income groups, nor are they coterminous with social strata arising from the division of labor. Rather they are defined by property, a concept to be understood not in terms of wealth, but dynamically, as ownership of means of production, themselves subject to constant technological change. 1. Since control over means of production is the key to social, and therefore indirectly to political power, every class represents an ensemble of relationships held together by an overriding commitment. Social classes are by definition rooted in production relations, which in turn give rise to income relations. Their political power, if any, also arises from the relations of production. 2. Latent economic power becomes socially effective through the instrumentality of politics. When this final stage has been reached, the class may be said to have attained its fullest development. A class that lacks political power, a fortiori one that lacks consciousness of its position in society, is not as yet fully constituted as a class. It is evident that the entire construction has little in common with the static models employed in academic sociology, with its stress on the functioning of a given structure. Not that such models cannot be constructed with the help of Marxian concepts, but they do not amount to Marxism. For a theory of social change to be Marxist, it must be embedded in a historical perspective. Must it also be committed to the particular perspective which Marx and his followers deduced from his analysis of 19th-century capitalism? For Marx the question would have been meaningless, since his thinking about society arose as a byproduct of his critique of bourgeois society. Modern sociologists who employ the Marxian conceptual apparatus are clearly in a different position. There is no good reason why they should rely on extrapolations from the social struggles of his day, or subscribe to his fusion of economic sociology and the theory of class conflict as exemplified in the bourgeois revolution. Social historians in particular can make use of the Marxian notion of class conflict as the dynamic element in history, without thereby committing themselves to any particular orientation. 3. Indeed, his general theory can be given a distinctly conservative interpretation. Ruling classes, after all, act as repositories of tradition, including cultural tradition, and hence tend to stabilize a given social order, at any rate so long as the underlying relations of production are themselves fairly stable. A class which preserves the degree of social cohesion necessary to the functioning of the economic system clearly performs an essential role, and any incidental privileges it may have acquired are easily justifiable on these grounds. In actual fact, it may be doubted whether the Marxian concept of a ruling class which monopolizes both political and economic power can be made to apply fully to any post-medieval situation. European feudal society, a unique creation nowhere paralleled in either ancient or modern times, did represent such a constellation, and the long reign of its dominant class impressed itself deeply upon the consciousness of the rising urban bourgeoisie, which gradually managed to erode its position. Even after the aristocratic monopoly of military and political power had been broken, the land-owning nobility continued to hold a privileged position, and for a long time imposed its standards upon social strata that were beginning to rival it. The case of 19th-century Germany is of particular relevance in this context, because Marx's outlook was shaped by the struggle to transform a rigidly stratified society which was still pre-bourgeois, and whose radical intellectuals quite naturally transferred their own thought patterns to the nascent labor movement. This is the ultimate source of his Jacobinism. Conversely, the mental attitude bred in youthful middle-class rebels by a society of this kind was inevitably an aristocratic one, in that their outlook was unconsciously shaped by a classical education which had preserved the ideals of the polis, i.e., the historic achievement of the Greek aristocracy. Clearly, the Marxian ideal of the freely developed personality is both classical and aristocratic. It is not specifically bourgeois, and manifestly not proletarian. In this Marx was not, of course, unique. The classical German philosophy of his age was held together and validated by the cult of antiquity. Its ethos rested upon a fusion of aristocratic and bourgeois elements quite unlike the vulgar utilitarianism of Bentham and his followers, which Marx thought so deplorable. Thus we have the curious fact that Marx protested against bourgeois society in the name of the aristocratic polis ideal, while at the same time professing to see in the bourgeoisie another ruling class similar to the nobility which had for so long held power in Western Europe. Yet the aristocratic power monopoly, as Marx well knew, had originally rested upon a unique combination of land ownership, territorial rule over unfree peasants, and exclusive possession of military force through the instrument of armored cavalry. No such unparalleled concentration of military, social, and economic power was at the disposal of the European bourgeoisie, least of all the German bourgeoisie, whose feebleness had originally induced Marx to transfer his hopes to the proletariat. If he nonetheless went on ascribing to it a position in society corresponding to that of the aristocracy in medieval Europe, he was plainly being inconsistent, except on the not very frequent occasions when he argued that in its pure form, bourgeois society was not to be found anywhere outside the United States. One cannot say that his three-class model was wrong, but it was adapted to a state of affairs fully developed only in Western Europe, and within that area it might have suggested a somewhat different conclusion. For if Europe was unique in having given rise first to feudalism and then to bourgeois society, it was unlikely that it would also be the geographical home of the next major social transformation. The mere fact that the European bourgeoisie had largely abandoned political power to the aristocracy, or entered into a symbiosis with it, might have suggested to Marx that post-bourgeois industrial society would evolve in the main upon soil not encumbered with so many antique formations. Failure to distinguish between the concept of historical class and that of social stratum is at the origin of most of the unsuccessful attempts made by latter-day sociologists to employ isolated fragments of the Marxian theory, while neglecting its historical bent. Recognition of this fact is increasingly common in modern literature, where it is usually coupled with an analysis of post-capitalist society in terms derived from Marxian sociology, though divorced from the political perspective which Marx imposed upon his general picture. 1. These writings necessarily lack the intellectual excitement generated by a doctrine which unifies historical and sociological categories in the Marxian manner. It may be said, however, that Marx himself failed to establish the necessary correspondence between the concept of class and that of historical epoch. As we have seen, his classes are distinguished from ordinary social strata in that each corresponds to a definite stage in the evolution of society. The landowning class, example, stands for the feudal order, with its aristocratic culture and the corresponding forms of spiritual life, at the same time that it denotes a particular phase in the development of society's productive forces, a particular arrangement of economic relations, and a definite type of political sovereignty. The bourgeois epoch likewise is characterized by an ensemble of historically conditioned traits linked to the evolution of a new form of socio-economic organization, and determining a specific mode of life and a unique culture. It is only in relation to these antecedent stages of history that socialism acquires the dignity of a principle ultimately derived from the role of labor capable of replacing earlier forms of organization. Unlike Hegel's epochs of the spirit, which in appearance they closely resemble, Marx's historical stages lend themselves to empirical study, but it is just this which has thrown the whole construction into disarray, for the close of the bourgeois epoch has not yielded the anticipated results. Post-bourgeois industrial society, whether capitalist or socialist, does not accord with the expectations current in the 19th century. If no new ruling class is visible which could take the place of aristocracy or bourgeoisie, there is all the more stratification of a type unwelcome to liberals and socialists alike. Moreover, the working class, so far from generating a spontaneous drive towards socialist democracy, has shown an alarming tendency to acquiesce in patterns of socio-political domination which promise to guarantee economic advance and full employment at the cost of freedom. The least one can say is that the Marxian perspective of a socialist transformation propelled by labor's collective drive towards emancipation seems rather less plausible than it did a century ago. As was remarked above, Marx formulated neither a systematic account of the class structure under industrial capitalism, nor yet a consistent view of the relationship between state and society during the presumably lengthy transition period preceding the establishment of the socialist order. His hostile attitude to the bureaucracy has been noted, yet in places it is tempered by a grudging recognition that modern society requires a certain degree of central control. 1 The context suggests that modern society here stands for industrial society, and more specifically for the socialist form it is expected to take after the irrational encumbrances still blocking its evolution have been removed. A rational organization of modern industrial society must be socialist, thus Marx could, and on occasion did, define his standpoint, but this formulation left the role of authority undecided, save for specifying that it should be reduced to the minimum compatible with centralist control. Marx's view of what constitutes economic rationality cannot be divorced from his analysis of the labor process. At the genesis of his thinking about social organization there lies an unresolved conflict between alternative ways of envisaging the future pattern of industrial society. In 1846-7 he had argued, against Proudhon, that the rational organization of work in the factory might become a model for industrial society as a whole. 1 In Capital, written some 20 years later, with far greater command of fact, this line of thought is crossed by another one. There is a realm of economic necessity which calls for a certain minimum of social organization. The capitalist process of production is a historically determined form of the social process of production in general. 2 With the shedding of the temporary historical determination it becomes possible to isolate the logic of the process, which at bottom consists in the application of scientific technology to nature. This involves, on the one hand, cooperation between the producers, on the other hand, the orchestration of their separate tasks. The latter function need not be exercised by the entrepreneur, for the process of production, separated from capital, is simply a labor process. Hence the industrial capitalist, as distinct from the owner of capital, does not appear as operating capital, but rather as a functionary irrespective of capital, or as a simple agent of the labor process in general, as a laborer and indeed as a wage laborer. He can therefore be replaced by a salaried manager. Indeed, the capitalist mode of production has brought matters to a point where the work of supervision, entirely divorced from the ownership of capital, is always readily available. It has therefore come to be superfluous for the capitalist to perform it himself. An orchestra conductor need not own the instruments of his orchestra, yet the need for a directing function does not vanish. The labor of supervision and management is naturally required wherever the direct process of production assumes the form of a combined social process, and not of the isolated labor of independent producers. 3. What changes is the specific historical form of capitalist control. All labor in which many individuals cooperate necessarily requires a commanding will to coordinate and unify the process, but it need not be that of capital. The kind of supervision which necessarily arises in all modes of production based on the antithesis of the laborer, as the direct producer, and the owner of the means of production, is destined to disappear. Not only are entrepreneurs increasingly being replaced by salaried managers, but cooperative factories furnish proof that the capitalist has become no less redundant as a functionary in production as he himself, looking down from his high perch, thinks the great landowner redundant. 5. The kind of directing function which originates from the social form of the labor process, from combination and cooperation of many in pursuance of a common result, is a permanent necessity, or as Marx puts it, is just as independent of capital as that form itself as soon as it has burst its capitalistic shell. 6. Can it be exercised democratically? In a cooperative factory, the antagonistic nature of the labor of supervision disappears, because the manager is paid by the laborers instead of representing capital counterposed to them. 7. Rather inconsequentially, the immediately following sentence adds, stock companies in general developed with the credit system have an increasing tendency to separate this work of management as a function from the ownership of capital, be it self-owned or borrowed, just as the development of bourgeois society itself witnessed a separation of the functions of judges and administrators from land ownership, whose attributes they were in feudal times. 1. This leaves it uncertain whether the basic line of development is towards cooperation or to the replacement of entrepreneurial by managerial control. The transformation of the actually functioning capitalist into a mere manager, administrator of other people's capital, and of the capital owner into a mere money capitalist 2 signifies the abolition of the capitalist mode of production within the capitalist mode of production itself, and hence a self-dissolving contradiction which prima facie represents a mere phase of transition towards a new form of production. 3. There is a cautious suggestion that the new mode of production will be cooperative and self-governing. The cooperative factories of the laborers themselves represent within the old form the first sprouts of the new, although they naturally reproduce, and must reproduce, everywhere in their actual organization all the shortcomings of the prevailing system. But the antithesis of capital and labor is overcome within them, if at first only by turning the associated laborers into their own capitalists, i.e., by enabling them to use the means of production for the employment of their own labor. They show how a new mode of production naturally grows out of an old one, when the development of the material forces of production, and of the corresponding forms of social production, has reached a particular stage. 4. Yet though capitalist control over the laborer disappears, social control does not, the need for planning and management remains, or is even enhanced. 5. Freedom in this field can consist only in this, that socialized man, the associated producers, organize their interchange with nature rationally, bring it under their common control, instead of being mastered by it as by some blind force, that they accomplish their task with the minimum expenditure of effort and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. But it nonetheless still remains a realm of necessity. 1. True freedom lies beyond the sphere of production undertaken to satisfy material wants. Though hardly a utopian perspective, this is not finally a convincing one. Marx has not really faced all the implications of the problem of social control in a planned economy. A society in which such control is exercised by paid functionaries need not have classes in the 19th century sense of the term, but its classlessness does not exclude new forms of social differentiation incompatible with the ideal of industrial self-government. Nor is it apparent why the progressive replacement of capitalist by managerial control should be viewed as a mere transitional phase towards a cooperative order. Today we are better placed to notice the missing links in the chain of reasoning, but this does not altogether protect Marx against the reproach of having broken off his analysis at the point where his empirical investigations threaten to impinge upon his underlying vision of the historical process. The fragmentary nature of his theory of class cannot finally be divorced from his concern to safeguard the thesis that class society stands and falls with private ownership in the means of production. On the assumption that class signified what it did in the 19th century, this thesis could be defended but only as long as the second phase of the Industrial Revolution had not given rise to a new social hierarchy independent of the property relations with which Marx was familiar. The emergence of new forms of dependence and control, both under corporate management and state-controlled planning, has sublated the historic antagonism of capital and labor, and established a new perspective from which to view the conflict of classes. Paradoxically, Marx's theory of class, insofar as he can be said to have formulated it, has been undermined by the transformation of bourgeois society to whose analysis his major work was directed. 4. Beyond Marxism. The evolution of Marxist thinking since 1918, and in particular since 1945, has not kept pace with the growth of socialist influence in the Western world and beyond, let alone the expansion of communism in the wake of the Russian and Chinese revolutions. While Marxism has become the official ideology of totalitarian reconstruction in the Soviet orbit, and the unofficial creed of radical intellectuals in backward countries, its internal development has stagnated since the 1930s, when it still contributed a coherent, though inadequate, explanation of the world economic crisis and the fascist challenge. In recent years it has not been more successful than liberalism in formulating either a theory of post-capitalist society, or a program of social reconstruction adapted to the needs of the democratic labor movement. Where it has not congealed into an apologetic of Stalinist industrialization and revolution from above, its theoretical model has been employed for the analysis of societies still on the threshold of the Industrial Revolution. At the opposite extreme of social development, in countries already far advanced and possessing a long tradition of democratic rule, it has been turned into a critique of modern society as such. The most recent advance in fact has been in the utilization of Marx's early writings for the purpose of underpinning the intelligentsia's rejection of the world created by modern industry and scientific technology, and the principal battleground of this debate has been furnished by the universities. It is tempting to abstract a general rule to the effect that a new doctrine becomes academically respectable only after it has petrified. However that may be, it is undeniable that interest in Marxism as a system has not in recent years been matched by success in the application of its method. There are variations in this picture. Intellectual paralysis has been total in the USSR, and almost as complete in its satellites, with the significant exception of Poland. In the West it has been countered by the liberalizing influence of conflicting ideas, and by the rediscovery of those aspects of Marx's own thought which link it to the central tradition of Western philosophy. Even so, the discussion has nowhere recaptured the excitement of the 1920s, when the impact of the Russian Revolution upon Central Europe produced a ferment of ideas in an environment already affected by the First World War and the upheavals of 1918-19. In some respects the current situation in France and Italy resembles that in Germany and Austria during the earlier phase, but where the Central European debate turned upon the union of philosophical theory and political practice, the post-1945 discussion in Western Europe quickly became academic and fastened upon those elements of the Marxian system which were furthest removed from political action. In the 1930s and early 1940s, the rediscovery of Marxian economics in the Anglo-American world still possessed practical significance. After 1945 the breakdown of intellectual isolation in France gave rise to a literature which went back to Hegel and the early Marx as part of a belated reorientation within the philosophical sphere. Protective walls long defended by the old guard of Cartesianism had collapsed without warning, and German philosophy, no less than Russian political practice, called for re-examination by an elite predisposed in favor of intellectual system building. The resulting flow of critical and analytical comment, while impressive in quantity and quality, has increasingly come to bear the stamp of academicism. The absorption of Central European thought into French and in a lesser degree Italian intellectual life is clearly a cultural phenomenon of some importance, but in terms of what has been happening to Marxism since 1918 it bears all the marks of an elaborate post-mortem. 1. It is scarcely surprising that this debate has been confined in the main to Western Europe, though some echoes have reached Britain and the United States. In the latter country Marxism continues to be thought of as a politico-economic doctrine that supplies one half of the Marxist-Leninist synthesis, an opinion also held in the USSR. As regards Britain, the statement that Marxist thinking has stagnated since the 1940s needs to be qualified insofar as it leaves out of account the recent fertilization of sociology, history, and anthropology, by unorthodox concepts that are clearly of Marxist origin. This development, however, represents not so much a new intellectual breakthrough as a time lag in the assimilation of ideas which had already left their impact on continental European thought a generation earlier. However highly one values the contribution made by scholars working with a conceptual apparatus in part derived from Marx, there is nothing in this phenomenon to alter the impression that Marxism has achieved academic status at the cost of ceasing to be the theory of a revolutionary practice. 1. With this state of affairs in mind it may now be asked what has caused the stagnation. Clearly this is not just a conceptual matter. An analysis in terms of what has been happening to Marx's theory since it was first formulated must take account of the discrepancy between the theoretical model and the real world. If the latter departs from the model, no amount of juggling with concepts will restore the precarious balance of theory and practice which Marx and Engels established in the second half of the past century. Nor does it help to allege that the whole question has been raised to an altogether different, and of course higher, level by the emergence of the USSR and the other members of the socialist world. This recourse to political language is open only to Leninists. For those who do not share their assumptions, the problem presents itself as one of growing divergence between theoretical premises inherited from the liberal era, and totalitarian practices developed to cope with crises stemming from the breakdown of the liberal system. What needs to be clarified is in what precise respect the Marxian analysis has ceased to provide a working model for socialists. When Marx and Engels conjectured the probable future of bourgeois society in the Western world, they started from the commonly held assumption that state and society are clearly distinguishable spheres, and that society is the determining one. In terms of this analysis, which in essentials did not differ from the corresponding liberal doctrine, it could plausibly be held that a political superstructure resting upon a society dynamically propelled by class conflict would eventually take a socialist form, the more so since the industrial working class was tending to become the majority of the population in all advanced countries. These assumptions form a whole in which it is not too difficult to recognize the inverted mirror image of the social philosophy held by Marx's bourgeois liberal contemporaries. This applies above all to the ascription of superior reality to the socio-economic, as distinct from the political, sphere. Their interaction was thought to be of such a kind that in the long run the superstructure must follow the movement of society, the latter in turn being propelled forward by an economic system which, moving under its own steam and following a logic as blind as that of the market itself, would steadily transform itself into its own opposite. The whole construction clearly assumes that the political realm is secondary. That the relationship between state and society might alter so as to make the state the dominant partner, was not taken into account. Hence it was not foreseen, leaving aside the hypothetical case of a revolutionary dictatorship during the transitional period, that the state might reshape society. Even less were Marx and Engels able to foresee that their own doctrine might become the ideology of a technocratic elite intent on imposing its authority upon the workers, in the name of socialism. Were Marxism merely a sociology attuned to the defunct age of liberal capitalism, these theoretical failings would matter only in the context of academic debate. Their practical political relevance stems from the Marxian commitment to change the world. Marx's analytical mistakes are not politically neutral, for they serve to underpin a doctrine that is the counterpart of a definite political orientation. The difficulty in trying to isolate them lies in the fact that some of his most important operational concepts are not of an empirical nature, they cannot be tested by factual investigation, and are thus immune to disproof. In this connection, it does not perhaps matter much that the three-class model is not applicable to modern industrial society, since in principle it can be brought up to date. Nor is it very important that the Marxian analysis is defective or incomplete in relation to such practical problems as the business cycle under capitalist, or the planning of production under socialist, auspices. The real trouble is that Marxism tries to do duty both as a theory of society and as a philosophy of history, and that its philosophical postulates are hopelessly at variance with its scientific insights. In the Marxian system, class conflict culminates historically in the antagonism of bourgeoisie and proletariat, the latter representing not simply one essential element of industrial society, but rather the external form of the rational principle itself. Reason asserts itself throughout history as the organizing principle of society, but it does so imperfectly until the transition to a planned and collectivist order has been accomplished. That order, moreover, is conceived as harmonious as well as rational, in that it eliminates social antagonisms. Merely to state these notions is to make plain why they cannot be empirically validated. They belong to the class of philosophical postulates which Marx inherited from Hegel. But neither can they be divorced from the corpus of Marx's doctrine, for they are inherent in his vision of history as the self-emancipation of mankind through labor. The process whereby man develops his latent faculties, while at the same time alienating his nature and fixing it in antagonistic social institutions, would be incomplete, indeed meaningless, were it not to culminate in a higher stage where these obstructions are transcended. This stage is the classless society, in which full freedom for every individual is established on the basis of socialized property. It is classless because on Marx's assumption classes exist and stand in antagonistic relation to each other only as long as the means of production are controlled by a ruling minority. This notion enables him to forecast the actual disappearance of class conflict on the quasi-empirical grounds that socialization is a necessary consequence of the economic process, while defining socialism in terms of classlessness. From this it follows that the socialist order is the consummation of history, or rather prehistory, since genuine history can only begin after society has at last emerged from the stage associated with class rule. It may be argued that these notions are extraneous to what is really important about Marxism, namely its sociology, but this is to introduce an arbitrary separation between elements of the system which must be viewed as a whole. Moreover, the idea of a classless society was not simply a philosophical extravagance. Its practical significance was indeed less than Marx and Engels supposed. In social democratic parlance, the class struggle really signified the attainment of equal rights by the class of industrial workers, while the classless society was simply another name for democracy. But these equivocations, of which Marx was quite aware and which he never ceased to deplore, did not touch the core of the doctrine, and the latter finally became operational after 1918, when the communist movement set out to establish the proletarian dictatorship in dead earnest. So far as the utopian expectations of the first generation of communists went, the attempt was a gigantic failure, but it was a failure which in its turn gave rise to the phenomenon of totalitarianism. In the fully developed Leninist system, of which Stalinism is simply the final consequence, the general interest of the working class is hypostatist in the party. The latter in turn legitimizes its rule by claiming to embody the rationale of history. Hence the state it governs is the incarnate ratio, and its own monopoly of power the necessary sanction of mankind's march towards the stateless and classless society of the future. It would be an exaggeration to say that this entire development was already inherent in the original doctrine, seeing that Bolshevism evidently stems from the traditional messianic and universalist outlook of the Russian revolutionary intelligentsia, which fastened upon Marxism as an instrument of its own will to change the world. But the Marxian scheme clearly lent itself to utilization by revolutionaries in search of a system which validated their drive towards total reconstruction, and it did so because Marx's starting point had been the all-inclusive rationalism of Hegel, with its conception of history as the realization of liberty. In terms of this philosophy, which in its idealist form had already gripped the Russian intelligentsia long before Marxism came on the scene, the idea of the classless society had nothing extraordinary about it. That so abstruse and far-fetched a notion could become genuinely operational was clearly due to the exceptional circumstances attending the impact of Marxism upon Russia, a relatively backward country whose radical intellectuals had broken with religious tradition, but retained its chiliastic inheritance, and transferred their hopes to the revolutionary doctrines imported from Western Europe. The flow of secularist religious energy which had almost run dry in the West with the growing disillusionment over the results of the French Revolution, was still sufficiently powerful in the East to revive the utopian or messianic idea at the core of the Marxian system. The outcome was communism, not as the reality of Soviet society which is simply another instance of modern planned and bureaucratist industrialism, but as the ideology of that society, and more particularly of its ruling elite organized in the Communist Party. The fact that this elite stems directly or indirectly from the radical intelligentsia which made the Bolshevik Revolution, enables the party to bridge the obvious gap between the pre-revolutionary faith and the post-revolutionary accomplishment, though this does not exclude a growing awareness of tension between belief and practice. In this respect, however, the problem facing it is not radically different from that which has confronted all revolutionary movements in modern history, from the Puritans onward, and though one may suspect that it is the official ideology rather than the state which in the end will wither away, this does not necessarily mean that the party cannot adapt itself to a situation where its function is simply to preserve the status quo. Transformations of this kind have occurred before, though admittedly never in a situation where a totalitarian regime operated something like a permanent revolution from above. Yet the exhaustion of the revolutionary dynamic need not entail the disappearance of the party and the conversion of the political elite into an ordinary ruling class without an ideology. Such an outcome indeed is unlikely, at any rate in the short run. Since Soviet society is asserted to be classless by definition, social differentiations cannot become overt beyond a certain point without threatening the moral foundation of the regime. The party as the mediator between the upper and the lower levels of the classless hierarchy retains its importance even after faith in the imminence of full communism has quietly been abandoned, at any rate by those in control of the apparatus. For though the controllers may eventually cease to be doctrinaires and to take their ideology seriously, they cannot dispense with a unifying conception of their own role. In all probability the doctrine of classlessness can be transformed into one of social harmony, especially if the inconvenient concept of class is dropped and replaced by a politically neutral term. Examples of such a procedure are not lacking, and in taking this course the party would anyhow merely pursue its already traditional role of reinterpreting doctrine to fit the circumstances. Where, however, does this leave the link between the Marxian concept of revolution and the communist vision of the classless society? The candid answer must be, nowhere. If the dynamic let loose by the proletarian revolution fails to transform society in such a way as to eliminate the distinction between rulers and ruled, then Marx's doctrine loses both its philosophic sweep and its practical import. In scientific terms this may be a gain, but it signifies the failure of the attempt to unify critical thought and political practice. This conclusion holds also in the face of those democratic socialist versions of Marxism which are free from totalitarian tendencies and independent of the Soviet model. Socialist planning as the sine qua non of rational political organization in a modern democracy is a perfectly valid conception, but no substitute for a unified worldview transcending the political sphere. A doctrine which demonstrates no more than the likelihood of a planned, and centrally controlled, society taking the place of an unplanned one, is not a critical theory in the original Marxian sense of the term. The latter stands and falls with the belief that human action can bring about the end of prehistory. Unless this claim is made good, the socialist revolution cannot be regarded as a radical break with the past. To the pragmatic outlook of the modern socialist movement this conclusion may come as no great surprise, but it spells the dissolution of the Marxian synthesis and the end of the eschatological hopes embodied in it. 1. For the above cf. the works listed by Cave, OPCIT, pages 647-9, Cottier, OPCIT, pages 373-8. Fitzscher, Der Marxismus im Spiegel der französischen Philosophie, Marxismus Studien, I, pages 173 ff, supplies both an analysis and a critical commentary on some of the major writings. Cf. also Jean Juvenod, Neo-Marxism in France, in Soviet Survey, London, April, June 1960, Daniel Bell, In Search of Marxist Humanism, Ibid. It is impossible here to go beyond the bare statement that much of the literature in question is philosophical and devoted to the search for a synthesis of traditional Cartesian thought forms with Hegelian, Marxian, and existentialist notions. One for an account of the influence of Marxism upon recent sociological work, cf. Baudot-Moore and Rubel, OPCIT, pages 29 ff. Conclusion. In his lectures on the philosophy of history, Hegel expounded the thesis that philosophy supplies the general criteria for the understanding of the march of events through time. The meaning of history is disclosed to an intellect who has mastered the most general categories available to man in his capacity as a reflective being. In this role he transcends the accidents of age and locality, and places himself at the level of the historical process itself. Man therefore is able, provided his concepts are of sufficient generality, to take in at a glance the whole of his past and to envisage the future. Man here is generic man, the embodiment of mankind as a whole, and his understanding relates not to this or that aspect of history, but to the goal of the process itself. In attaining this insight, philosophy rises to a comprehension of past and present reality, now seen to incorporate the rational principle which strives to bring existence into conformity with its own essence. Hegel, however, held that this end had already been achieved and that the struggle was over. In contrast, Marx reasserted the revolutionary credo which measured progress by the fulfillment of its ultimate aims, liberty and autonomy. His generic man, who is also autonomous man, attains true status only in a realm of freedom which has left Hegel's rational state behind, and brought to a close the reign of constraint and the tyranny of material necessity. This realm is the classless society. In envisioning it, Marx, by an unconscious stroke of genius, combined the romantic longing for natural harmony with the idealized image of the classical polis. This image, as transmitted in European literature, belonged by tradition to the heritage of an aristocratic humanism and liberalism which had never seriously made contact with political life until the French Revolution hurled the radical leaders of the Enlightenment upon the stage. Because the revolutionaries strove, however unsuccessfully, to translate the radical program into reality, Marx, and following him all genuine Marxists, regarded their brief reign as a turning point in history and the true opening of the modern age. They did not extend a comparable welcome to the English and American revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries, for all that they were equally decisive in bringing the modern world into being, because they had not been accompanied by a parallel emancipation from the theological worldview. In the Marxian perspective, the attainment of freedom implies the adoption of a this-worldly standpoint. Because in the later 19th century this problem acquired decisive importance for the Russian intelligentsia which had entered into the French revolutionary inheritance, Marxism in Russia became a creed, whereas in Germany it had to content itself with the status of a philosophy. Germany, though traditionally the home of metaphysical speculation, had made its break with medievalism in a more gradual fashion, and German social democracy for this reason adopted a more tolerant attitude towards religion. In its classic, or German, phase, Marxism therefore lacked the revolutionary drive and the totalitarian character it was to acquire in Russia. In the conventional view shared by Marxists as well as others, this development is to be viewed as an aspect of the rise of 19th century capitalism. On this reading, Marxism is both a theory of the Industrial Revolution in its European phase, and an ideology of the socialist movement during the struggle for democracy. While plausible enough so far as it goes, this interpretation falls short of explaining what it was that made Marxism the instrument of total revolution and reconstruction on Russian, though not on German, soil. In particular, it overlooks the fact that modern capitalism revolutionized European society only after it had been extensively secularist, i.e., placed on a rational foundation. Late medieval and Renaissance economic development effected nothing of the kind, while as late as the 17th century, the bourgeois revolution in England was intermingled with a religious struggle which was certainly more than a sham. It was only in the late 18th century that the dissolution of the traditional religious worldview gave rise to modern secularism, and it was then that the French Revolution proclaimed a totally new conception of politics as the application of rational principles to human affairs. This breakthrough has determined the entire history of 19th century Europe, and placed its stamp upon liberalism and socialism alike. These two movements, for all their antithetical views of society, are ideological twins. They arise almost simultaneously from the intellectual crisis at the opening of the century. At first, liberalism, through its association with the now briefly triumphant middle class, is better able to exploit the forces unleashed by the Industrial Revolution. Later it is overtaken by socialism, which fastens upon the revolt of the proletariat. But the two strains are intermingled from the start, and nowhere more so than in Marxism, which affirms the fulfillment of the common humanist program. It is only with the transformation of Russian communism into the official ideology of a totalitarian regime that Marxism is really wrenched out of this context and divorced from its West European origins, and the reaction to this development within the communist camp itself promptly gives rise to a new form of revisionism, which once more seeks to recapture the libertarian spirit of the original socialist message. But though in Eastern Europe it became the instrument and the ideology of total revolution, Marxism also functioned as the theory of the socialist labor movement, whose aims were more limited and practical than the goals proclaimed in philosophy. And thirdly, it provided the causal explanation derived from classical economics of a process which actually transformed the structure of society all over the world. As such, it breathed life into sociology and fused economic theory with its own peculiar doctrine of historical stages. The fusion, however, operates at a level which takes for granted, as did contemporary liberalism, the permanence of those very arrangements which were challenged by the social revolution, Western hegemony, bourgeois civilization, and the rule of law. Hence in the 20th century Marxism suffers the fate of liberalism. It is found wanting as a theory of post-bourgeois society, which no longer has a single center, and whose increasingly rigid structures resist the drive towards social equality and the unification of physical and intellectual labor. In the light of these conditions, Marx's humanism comes to appear utopian, while his political program is travestied by totalitarian regimes in the pre-industrial hinterland of the modern world. The supposed totality of communism reveals itself as a grotesque distortion of industrial society, as it exists everywhere of necessity under the conditions of the modern age. At the same time, the reduction of democratic socialism to the modest dimensions of an essay in economic planning destroys the mystique of a movement which had identified its coming triumph with the emancipation of mankind from the reign of bondage. Hence Marxism, originally conceived as the union of theory and practice, now confronts the dilemma experienced by philosophy from its beginning. It too becomes the repository of ideals and values not attained in actuality, and perhaps not capable of attainment. Socialism joins liberalism as an attempt to salvage the original humanist program under conditions hostile to liberty and equality alike. The planned and centralist society of our time offers fewer opportunities to radicals of either species than did the bourgeois 19th century, though it speeds the rate of technological advance and does away with the grosser material obstacles to human progress. Freedom, so far from reigning unchallenged, is threatened in its very birthplace, while rationality is shown to be compatible with despotism. In this prolonged retreat from the certainties of the liberal era, Marxism disintegrates as a system, though it conserves its importance as a tool of analysis. Paradoxically, its sharpest edge is now turned against the illusory claims made on its behalf by regimes which purport to represent the fulfillment of its aims. In looking back upon the century which gave rise to this movement against the established order, we are today less struck by its revolutionary character than by its profound though unconscious conformity with the established principles of the age. The great divide of two world wars, the Russian Revolution, and the rise of totalitarianism in its various forms, has cut us off from an era in which the basic certainties of liberal bourgeois culture were taken for granted even by its opponents. Marx and Mill have more in common with each other than either has with the representative thinkers of the next generation. let alone those of our own troubled age. The basic assumptions of the mid-19th century reflect the self-confidence of a civilization whose radical critics still adhered to ideas and values which have become genuinely problematic only since 1914. By present-day standards, the Victorian age must be reckoned one of almost unparalleled stability, at any rate for the middle class, and the critics of that class still belong to it, even if they were not, like Engels, actually members of the industrial bourgeoisie itself. A certain simplicity and solidity is characteristic of them all. Even their most revolutionary pronouncements take the form of an extrapolation from the unquestioned certitudes of the time: freedom, autonomy, rationality, democracy. The great upheaval of the French Revolution had been absorbed, the greater Russian cataclysm was barely on the horizon, and was expected to reaffirm what the world had been taught by France, not to inaugurate a wholly new era. It is this combination of a fundamental certainty, even complacency, with radical ideas and strivings, that sets its seal on what may now in retrospect be called the golden age of the European bourgeoisie. In generalizing the notions elaborated by this era of material expansion and ideological ferment, historical materialism attained the paradoxical result of making the century conscious of its own achievement. Capitalism received its true, and not wholly unflattering, portrayal in the writings of its greatest critic. The grandeur and the horror of its achievement are forever stamped upon the record because Marx broke through to a deeper level of reality than that portrayed in the official panegyrics. In so doing, he rendered bourgeois society a service whose significance becomes visible only now that this society has disintegrated. But by the same token he misconstrued the immediate future. In the 20th century, bourgeoisie and proletariat have both been sublated in a higher unity which is not that of socialism as conceived in 1848. The dissolving class society of the liberal century turns out to have been too closely bound up with its geographical center in Western Europe to serve as a model for the second, global, phase of the Industrial Revolution. The scale on which events have shaped themselves has dwarfed the dimensions of the Victorian era. Its small wars between great nations, its violent conflicts over limited issues, the intellectual and moral certainties of its leading figures, belong to an age that has vanished. In nothing has this transformation expressed itself more profoundly than in the disappearance of the characteristic radical faith in the union of theory and practice. The liberal era opened with an unparalleled outburst of utopianism, and after an interval imposed by the partial defeat of the French Revolution it witnessed a second climax in mid-19th century Germany. The advanced thinkers of the time were confident that the reign of thought was about to be succeeded by a triumph of will, a revolutionizing of reality by way of action. It is a psychological law that, once the theoretical spirit has been liberated, it turns into practical energy, emerging as will from Amanthe's realm of shades and rounding upon the world of external reality. 1. In this act, philosophy realizes its aims and at the same time ceases to exist, its disappearance implying the birth of a world in which the cleavage between ideal and reality has been overcome. Although the offspring of German metaphysics and youthful idealism, this was only the most extravagant formulation of a faith which runs through the entire period from the French to the Russian Revolution, linking the second upheaval to the first and terminating in the discovery that after the most strenuous exertions the gulf between reality and ideal remains as unbridgeable as ever. Midway between these two crucial dates, the Victorian compromise offered the radicals of that age a chance of turning philosophy into science. The Marxian system is a response to this challenge and at the same time its negation. It responds to the reality of Western bourgeois society by a critical analysis of economics which, after an enormous detour, presents the conclusions already briefly formulated in the pre-1848 critical theory. These conclusions, suitably amended and modified, were adopted by the socialist labor movement, and to all appearances validated by the catastrophe of 1914-18. The latter, however, while it delivered a mortal blow to European civilization, failed to transform Europe into a socialist commonwealth. The cataclysmic events it set in train are now seen to have resulted in the virtual destruction of the society which gave birth to the Industrial Revolution. Therewith Marxism disintegrates in the only manner suitable to a system that represents the union of its own theory with the practice of a revolutionary movement. Its accomplishments are shown to be incompatible with its ultimate aims, which thus disclose their essentially metaphysical, i.e., transcendental and unrealizable, nature. What remains is, on the one hand, the travestied fulfillment of these aims in a reality which is their actual negation, and on the other, the caput mortuum of a gigantic intellectual construction whose living essence has been appropriated by the historical consciousness of the modern world, leaving the empty husk of dialectical materialism to the ideologists of a new orthodoxy. In the sunset of the liberal era, of which Marxism is at once the critique and the theoretical reflection, this outcome confirms the truth of its own insights into the logic of history, while transferring to an uncertain future the ancient vision of a world set free.